But the fact of it is, from the perspective of a human being, and we're all human beings here, it looks flat. It's experienced as flat and stationary. If you say it's curved and that it's moving, that's kind of your imagination, or you're referencing the screen. It's say, and say is not admissible at the court of autohoaxology, nor is hearsay. If you have hearsay testimony, I know somebody who knows somebody who died in this particular tragic event, therefore it's real, that doesn't count. Selena says Russell Banner wrote a book on Pied Piper of Hamelin as part of his series Trickster Tales. It's pretty sinister. It really kind of is. And the Pied Piper has some connections, I think, to Willy Wonka. And of course, these are all characters and archetypes that Marilyn Manson, Russell Brand both have embodied. And I was only juxtaposing the two because in recent years, these are two individuals who've been sort of attacked and assailed in the media the same way. It's like the court of public opinion. And I don't think it's accidental, or I don't think it just caught up to him. I think we're looking at structured iconoclasm, destroying toxic masculinity, castrating the patriarchy. I think that's what we're seeing here. Mango Penguin says the Earth is malformed. You see, I'm an Earth agnostic. I don't know if there is an Earth, as in a distinct planet. And the word planet means wandering, like wandering or wandering stars, basically. Uh, Nowhere in that word is it contained ball of rock. And for all the people who say, well, if the Earth is flat, how come all the planets are balls? I'm like, well, according to High Priest of NASAtology, Neil deGrasse Tyson, the Earth is in fact not a ball. It is chubby in the middle. It is, I guess, oblate spheroid. It's an oblate spheroid is the word I use. It's oblate. So the Earth is oblate. If it's chubby in the middle, what's the reason for that? Well, they say it's conservation of angular momentum. It's spinning. If you've ever seen hand-tossed pizza, you throw the dough up, you spin it, it gets fatter in the middle. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. This explains the flatness of the solar system, which is flat. AF, with the exception of Pluto, 17 degrees below, but Lord of the Underworld makes sense, and it's really even kind of up for debate whether it's even a quote planet. It explains why galaxies are flat. It might even explain why the universe is flat. I don't know. But what I do know is that Neil deGrasse Tyson is the one who really maintained that we are looking at an oblate spheroid. So if we're looking at an oblate spheroid, fatter in the middle, then explain to me why every other planet that we can see out there that they show us is a perfect sphere. Everything we're shown from NASA is a perfect sphere. Show me an oblate spheroid floating in space. You can't. You cannot find one. So you're telling me that we're the only oblate spheroid in the damn universe? But then you show me the picture of it, and the blue marble picture of it, it's a perfect sphere. We were just looking at the picture with the Earth darkened. It was a sphere. It was not oblate. You can't have it both ways. Sort of like the moon thing. There's this image going around of the 1969 Apollo 2 astronauts Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin donated this moon rock to an Amsterdam museum. In 2009, researchers found it was in fact petrified wood. And what does that mean? This is why I say I don't believe what they say. Because these are the liars that present you with false evidence. This throws everything away. Everything they've claimed, sorry, it's a house of cards. Unless you can explain this away. You're only out here, your only checkmate is to claim wooden moon. But then explain that. I mean, again, this is your evidence, not mine. I'm not the one claiming to believe stuff on bad evidence. I'm not carrying water for the lie world order. Exalt says the oceans are oblate spheroids too then. Yeah, it's got a bulge. Elephant Tusks says the planets are holographic projections in the sky. The real transport is via stargates to these realms. Now, that's more in line with the thinking of John Dee. And that's the reason why I'm looking back at it. I'm looking at some of these archaic cosmologies for a reason. If there is a subtext, an undercurrent of astrotheology in everyday geopolitics, if it's ultimately the case that geopolitics is just entertainment and psyop opera to distract us from the real purpose of this place, well, I want to know what they think, what's behind all this symbolism, all the arcana, the rituals, and everything else. And there's something there, but it's not Aleister Crowley. He's not the source of it. He kind of mainstreamed and synthesized a lot, but it all stems from this John Dee character. And they had this interesting concept of Christianity. I am kind of digging into it, where a different interpretation. It's not a trinity, but it's based on four. Um, it's like a fourth. There's a fourth. It's the goddess, I guess. I'm not really quite sure how they work this out, but anyway, my point of it is I'm looking into it, and by all indications, he believed the world to be some kind of a plane, and that there's layers of I don't know what you would call this. I mean, the word dimensions, these are all words that they use. But one of the points here is that space travel isn't even a part of it. That it's kind of like our concepts of space and space travel is purely science fiction. In fact, that's one thing I will say. The shape of the Earth aside, space travel as represented has been faked from day one. If they didn't go to the moon, they haven't gone anywhere else. And I don't even believe in orbit. And this is an interesting time to bring this up because later this week I'm setting up this cyber symposium to focus specifically on the claim that there are objects in quote low Earth orbit, specifically the International Space Station. Okay, Elephant Tusk says the planets extend much further out energetically during alignments and make energy exchanges with each other. See, we don't know necessarily everything about this, but there's something. Like, why is it that on 8/8, Lionsgate, the day that the belt of Orion aligns with Sirius, why was it that day that Maui got blasted? And I bring this up because they call it the Lionsgate portal. And this conversation of a portal was kind of big around the time, but the idea that there are these alignments that have some kind of effects on Earth, it's not about space, it's something else. Tim and Vic 131 says, I was intrigued by the concept that Georgia Guidestones are destroyed because they proved the Earth was stationary and flat. Super interesting. Yeah, I was actually surprised they were destroyed because when I first heard about them, it was like, yeah, these things will survive the apocalypse. And when mankind rebuilds, they'll read these and they'll say, you know what, we're going to do it right this time. We're going to limit our populations. We're going to live in harmony with nature. We're going to sacrifice babies to Moloch, or whatever it said. I thought this thing's going to survive forever. But then on July 6th, 2022, somebody put a cherry bomb on it and blew the capstone right off. They demolished it. Joined by 5 minutes of fame. Thank you for joining. Okay, now yes, anti-Semitic octopus toys have arrived, says Skill. Yeah, I was trying to get my AI generator to make me an octopus with a bowl cut. Let me play this clip. This is Christoph from The Truman Show. And in this clip, he's asked about how people arrive at their world conception, their worldview.
Let me ask you, why do you think that Truman has never come close to discovering the true nature of his world until now?
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that. They're just commenting on why did it take him this long to kind of figure out the whole thing was rigged. The Truman Show is great. I highly recommend it. That movie really did cause me to look at movies closer. It was that movie that triggered me because of the reference to the dog star. And I just happened to be reading at that time, and I had the book with me in the theater. The book called The Cosmic Trigger, Final Secret of the Illuminati. And it's all about the dog star Sirius and how this is instrumental to seeing through everything. And it's the dog star labeled stage light that falls and causes Truman to recognize the whole thing's a sim. Mango Penguin says, I wonder where they're filming the Mars rover. Right? Well, it's probably in Canada. It could be anywhere, Greenland. I think some people have identified some parts of Hawaii. But one thing about the Mars rover I learned recently is that the Viking mission was the one where they had this rover on Mars. Anyway, it was the father of Donnie Darko's director. The movie Donnie Darko's director, his father worked for NASA and he was on the Viking Mars rover program. And I thought that's interesting. So you're making movies for NASA, and your son's making movies for the PSYOP entertainment complex that has predictive programming for COVID and Trump and 9/11. How interesting. It shows you how it's a small circle of people ultimately at the top of the Illuminati dung heap. Mango says, I have the ISS Live app. It doesn't seem very far from Earth. Yeah, and now the argument that, oh, you can just get the app and you can see it, that's the argument ad Pokemon, and it's not valid. Like, I have an app that shows me there's a Pokemon in the dumpster downstairs. Does that mean that Pokemon is down there? No, it doesn't. But people will say, because of my app, there's a space station. There's so many bad arguments, but we're going to deal with those on Saturday. I do think that the IPS think tank has the ammunition it needs to take down the space station. Ooh, interesting. Tim and Vic 131 says Truman was the 33rd president. Well, lately I brought up President Truman because it was he who presided over the nukes. And I believe that the nuclear bomb is what ushered in the age of not just the space age or the nuclear age, but moreover the period that we're in now, where everything is mediated, that we're pushed permanently onto the world stage at that point. When they obliterated objective reality and convinced everybody they could blow everything up and they could split atoms, that pushed us into the simulation. It changed geopolitics. Now the most powerful people in the world have these ultimate weapons. It cowed mankind, put us into a hostage situation, mutually assured destruction. We're walking on eggshells. This is why I said that mass media is a narcissistic construct. It's all about power dynamics. And they changed everything then. And they did obliterate objective reality. It no longer matters. What's more, though, is that that's when we were put into our collective Truman Show. Like Truman, in his simulated reality, had to become a real person. He had to think for himself and ignore the liars to become a Truman. But the point of it is, I think we were put into a Truman Show, and we're still in one. Well, most people are. I consider the off-world stage perspective to be the one that takes into account the existence that we are in a Truman Show, and we have the off-world stage perspective, the off-Truman Show, off the movie stage perspective. Joined here by John Cordone. Thank you for joining. So we have a plumber in the house. Robert Bell says God will roll up the sky like a scroll, and he can't do it if it's a ball. If it's a flat sky, like a flat earth, yeah, you could conceivably roll it up, but you couldn't do it if it was a ball. Again, astral plane or astral sphere. Elephant Tusk says, I believe the DNA manipulation is so that you're literally stuck here and cannot escape. Your ascension codes are forever altered so you can never get out. That's a fascinating take on it. Like, I've been really immersed in the symbolism, the black rock, the cube, carbon, man, 666, and the idea that we're in this material realm, which is a descent, but that it might be something of a trap. You know, like the Gnostics and their demiurge. The idea that this place is under the control of an evil god, or we'll just say, yeah, basically, I guess that's what you'd call it. That the material realm is in fact ruled by evil and darkness, and that I'm not going to say prisoners or visitors or tourists, but I guess that's it. But that if you lose your sense of your origin, you would be trapped here forever, or maybe even you get devoured here, death by a thousand cuts while you're here, and you lose your soul. Like it does have that kind of sense to it as well. It's an interesting take, but the movie 2001 Space Odyssey and the monolith and Hell 9000 has that kind of built into its subtext as well. Whether you say demiurge or alien, we're talking about some kind of entity that runs this place, the Matrix, but that this place is um, something of a prison that can only remain so as long as its residents are ignorant of their true natures. Are we some kind of amnesiac um, beings that are going to be stuck here because we have fallen for some kind of diabolical trickster's traps? Let me go ahead and open phones. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, it's Will and my wife. We're watching on the big TV because we don't pay for television no more because it's all fake. So we had a couple of thoughts we wanted to share with you and the people at home because you brought this up.
Sure.
All right. One, right? Who did the devil ever murder?
Who did the devil ever murder?
Right. Like, when you hear, did he ever murder anybody? Did he ever really kill anybody? Or did he just suggest people to mess up? And that's his whole problem was that he was honest. He said, I'm not liking what's going on here, and they rebelled or whatever, but he didn't play along like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. He voiced his opinion for some reason.
Yeah,
fell down.
Okay. Thinking back on this,
And then
never
killed. He never like wiped us out with fire or nothing. But according to the story, he maybe got people into really enjoying giving each other the reamies in Sodom and Gomorrah. You understand, or whatever the other.
I don't know if I do, but Jay Diggs said that he killed Job's family. But the point of that is he did so at the orders of God, right? He was on orders, so you can't blame him.
It was like a sick bat. It's like, listen, there's no human here that loves you that much, and like, oh yeah, well, if I tell you about Abraham, he'll kill anybody for me, even his own kid. Bet, And then right before you do it, whoa, it was a joke, man.
Right.
I was just me and Satan had a bet going, man. So
Right.
who is this? Is this your evil brother? Right? But that's my point. So then the other thing I was going to say is I live up here by the old IBM plant in New York, Hudson Valley. This is like where they made the 20 megahertz computers that were 10 grand with the monochrome screen in 1981. Yes. You know what I mean? Like when, before Bill Gates was even trying to sell BASIC or whatever it was as a stolen program or around that time. So anyway, they had this campus that I'm telling you, you could house all the immigrants on there that are coming in for the last 4 years. That's how big this campus is. And they're making it an Amazon hub. And we drove by and it's a prison. Tim. It's a prison.
A prison, okay.
They are building. All right, so like if you want to build an Amazon hub, right? You're going to try to be cost effective, right? You're going to try to build it up like a Home Depot in 3 months. This is all 2-foot poured cement with a garage door every, let's say 20 feet. And then up on top, it's all poured cement. And then 30 feet up, there's windows. So, like, usually when you go to Home Depot, there's no windows or anything like that, any warehouse. But in prisons, there's laws to have sunlight.
Okay. I was just watching this movie called Pink Cloud about global shutdowns because of a pink cloud. And one of the ways that people escape their dreary existence is they wore the headset and they went into virtual reality. And I think that may be the future. Maybe the future we are moving into enclosed cities. Maybe prisons, you could call them prisons, but they won't feel like prisons because we will have our connection to, the sim, which is so much nicer, and going there doesn't hurt Gaia.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It didn't look like a mall. It didn't look like a mall. It didn't look like, it looked like it could be a truck hub with a couple of garages, like 20 garages. But if anybody can look at Route 52 in Fishkill, New York on Google Earth, the IBM plant,
Okay.
and I don't think they did a local picture, but you'll see how huge it is. It's like, I think 3 miles on the highway.
And IBM,
And
you just move the letter over, HAL 9000, this demiurge in the AI
yeah,
form.
yeah, yeah, I remember, right? And what did the robot say? I can't let you in, buddy. It's so stupid. It's
Yep.
so stupid that we know going modern is easy, but sometimes you got to say easy isn't the greatest thing. Like why don't we have paper ballots for election day, and everybody gets to work one day and get you're going to buy a machine that counts votes for $38,000, or you could hire 100 people for $380 for that year. And guess what? They're going to spend the money in your area or in your community, and then you could tax it. You give the money to Computer Lab or whatever that makes the voting machine. It's just pissing away per precinct, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then in 2 years, the machine is outdated.
Right, that's true. But that's it's an interesting conversation. I kind of wonder though at this point. I mean, I don't want to, be a pessimist, but I sometimes wonder if the whole thing is just rigged anyway from the beginning.
Rigged. As Trump's most inspired cartoon character, you should make Rigged Bigley. That should be the name of a person because it's Rigged Bigley.
Well, when I say rigged, I think it might be rigged at a level even higher than one party versus the other. But
Maybe it was never real. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Like from the day that George Washington took office, who knows? Who knows?
well, I saw this
You know,
meme. I saw this meme today, and it had Barack Obama looking at Trump, and people put their own words in their mouths. And Obama says, "I weaponize the FBI and the IRS," and Trump says, "I weaponize the American people." That never happened. That's like World Wrestling Entertainment. But the people who follow this stuff, they need that hero. They need the villain. You got your Bill Gates
you're
and your,
right.
you know what I mean?
You're right. Just like sports drama. Oh, what do you look at like Belichick or like MMA fighting, right? It's not really that great. But it's like Conor McGregor could talk so much shit that if you give him 3 minutes of internet clips saying, I'm going to bust his arse, you're like, yeah, I like this guy. I want to watch it. And then you give your money to watch the pay-per-view. It's genius. But if Conor McGregor was a total gentleman, quiet, good fighter, he'd never draw the bill that he gets.
Hey, let me ask you a question
You
real
know?
quick. What's your take on wooden moon rocks?
Oh, well, here, it means one of two things. One, the Earth was hit by a meteor so powerful that it took what petrified wood was on Earth, blasted it into space, and then it landed on the moon, or NASA's lying. But it's one of the two.
Ooh, that first one's pretty good. If there are dinosaur bones on the moon, there's wood on the moon. So that would be ancient petrified
I,
wood.
I, I, wrote, I wrote a letter to them like 20 years ago that I said, if you really believe that Earth was hit by a comet in the Gulf of Mexico, that splash should have been so big that there's water from the Earth on the moon. And not only water from the Earth, but if it happened at a certain time, life forms or pieces of dead life or fossils or things of the Earth on the moon. And they never wrote back. That's when I used to think emails meant something in 2003. You know what I mean?
To me, it just sounds like great science fiction all around.
No, and of course they're lying. Come on, man. Of course they're lying. You look, they had what's his name?
I say it because look, if they're lying about the
Excuse
moon,
me.
if they're lying
I'm
about the
sorry.
moon, then we can just go ahead and say that politics is fake.
The paintings. There was an astronaut who made paintings, and he claimed, "Oh, I put the moon dust in my pigments." And he was trying to get
Ellen Bean.
20 grand.
Ellen Bean was
And
putting
then
moon dust in his, and he's really a good painter.
and they confiscated it all. They confiscated it all because they know that if it got out and you tested it, it was petrified wood and not moon rocks, man.
Awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate the call very much, and I hope somebody looks it up
Thank
again.
you, man.
Do you want to give the coordinates one more time for the IBM prison?
You put IBM Route 52 Fishkill. They're building the Amazon hub. But what I'm saying is today they just took the molds off. So why would you make a 200-yard by 500-yard building with 2 foot thick poured concrete walls if you're only holding Amazon boxes?
Yeah, that's something. Okay, well, we'll get to the bottom of it.
All
Appreciate
right,
the
be
call.
good.
Have a good night.
Take it easy.
All right, that was 5 minutes of fame. Thank you for the call. Marina Abramovic, according to Skill, said Trump is a magician to wake everyone up. Abracadabra, hocus pocus. Interesting. Well, has she been vindicated? Did Trump wake anybody up? And do we want to take the word of a woman whose idea of art is smearing her, or, yeah, basically smearing blood on the walls? John Cordone says space is fake, the moon is fake, the earth is fake. Well, okay, space as represented is fake. Outer space as this place, this vast emptiness surrounding a finite ball Earth or oblate spheroid. Yeah, that's fake. Up is real. I don't know what's down. Up is real. I'm going to call that space. Sure, but the concepts don't work. Like, for example, the sun's not 93 million miles away if the Earth is flat. The stars aren't the distances they say. Light years don't exist. So it's not like this big, vast place. It changes everything. The moon? Don't know. I'm con- I'm I'm not content with their explanations of what it is, and I'm leaning towards other explanations. I'm Obviously it's very perplexing. How does a non-physical object block the sun if it is non-physical? Could it still just be a projection in the ionosphere as suggested by Sturgio Studios 10 Vibes of Cosmos? I don't know. I don't know, but just because I don't know doesn't mean I must default to their explanation that the moon is made out of wood. You don't have to accept the default just because you don't believe it. You don't have to say, well, I don't have a better explanation, so I must therefore go with it. You can remain in the area of, I don't know, I need more information, and you merely claim to know. Maddie33 says, the Amazon prison reminds me of the theory of Walmart's being FEMA camps. Yeah, exactly. And besides, that whole Walmart becoming FEMA camps, like, that's so stale. That's recycled old fake news. Like the whole thing about there's going to be these trains carrying tanks and there's going to be martial law, and every year you have these annual National Guard drills and people are like, "Oh, look, there's tanks on trains." Yeah, it happens for a 2 week period every single time they're doing preventative maintenance checks and services. They're just testing these things out, dusting them off. Or you have their FEMA coffins. Oh, these coffins are big enough for 10 people. Really? How many people need to carry a coffin that holds 10 people? And if they're just going to murder us all because they're so evil, why are they going to do us the dignity of funerals? Yeah, they're going to kill us all, but we're going to get funerals and they're going to put tombstones. Give me a break. And besides, the alleged FEMA camp coffins are just burial vaults. And I've told truthers this. I'm like, you know that the reason why funerals or cemeteries and funeral homes use these burial vaults is because if they didn't, the coffins would implode. The cemeteries would be dangerous. You could fall in. So they have to have these vaults that go over the caskets. Well, these vaults are mistaken by truthers as being big, giant coffins. No, they're not. They're made out of plastic. And I told a group of truthers this. I said, hey, I'm doing you a favor here, nothing to be afraid of. It's just a vault. And they said that I was a Masonic trickster who probably drank blood to get to where I am. Like, they just basically called me a vampire evildoer for trying to tell them the truth that no, that's not a FEMA camp coffin. You try to disabuse somebody of a fear or a superstition, and they will attack you for it. Now, the thing about the Walmarts becoming FEMA camps and all that stuff, nothing to worry about. You've already lived through the FEMA camp experience. That was what 2020 was about. Living at home, feeding yourself, washing yourself, taking care of your own basically entertaining yourself, making you became your own prison warden. You became your own prison warden in your home prison. We had the decentralized, ubiquitous home lockdown. Yeah, that was FEMA camp. Why would they want to centralize you and have to feed you and take care of you and manage you when they can just get you all to stay home? It's the same exact thing. So no, you've already been there. They're not going to transport you anywhere. Okay, let us continue here and check your comments. Skill says Barack Obama means lightning from the sky. Like Satan. And I think Muhammad had a horse named Barak that he used to fly over the moon in their stories. And to be honest, I find Muhammad flying over the moon on a horse way more believable than NASA landing on the moon. Elephant Tusk says, when you're at the doctor's office and you tell one of the techs the moon is an artificially created alien spaceship relaying mind control signals from Saturn. Right. Yeah, I tend to always consider the other person's frame of reference before I tell them something because I know, for the most part, a lot of these things will just bounce off. True or not, you know. Tim and Vic131 says, has anyone here read Who Built the Moon? You know, if you haven't seen Moonfall, that movie is really based on Who Built the Moon. In fact, Roland Emmerich had later complained about how it was a terrible idea for him to put a conspiracy theory like that at a time like this on the big screen. He's the guy that directed Independence Day, you know, alien invasion, gave us a lot of imagery for our imaginations so that when 9/11 happened, we would imagine it to be real because it's just like the movie. Well, Who Built the Moon is about the idea that the moon's hollow and it's some kind of alien craft. And in the movie Moonfall, the moon is actually an ark. Yes, an ark, and it contains a bunch of technology that's going to revolutionize everything that we have here, but we just had to get inside of it first. And by the way, in the movie, you have a scientist who's our savior. He's the one who defeats the evil AI with all the symbolism. Look, that movie is loaded. I did a review on it. Anyone here care to guess, though, how old was the actor that portrayed the scientist savior in Moonfall? There was a scene in Moonfall where, as the moon's falling and satellites are falling, the atmosphere is being destroyed, and there's this child who says, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. Remember, I said, I can't breathe is a slogan for revolutionary communism, and it's not just because of the oppressive knee of the cops kneeling on the necks, but it's because capitalism is destroying the atmosphere. Gaia can't breathe. So there's a little character saying, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. So one of the older characters from the older generation gave her his mask so she could breathe. This is all just symbolism and subtext. Yep, John Cordone, Selena, Tim Vick, and Exalt have answered correctly. The actor who portrayed the savior who sacrificed his life to save mankind in the movie Moonfall was in fact 33. Ollie Goering says Pegasus, Tim. Muhammad's pony's got wings. Okay, it was a Pegasus named Barak. Lean Dion says Baphomet etymology leads to Muhammad also. I've seen that as well. I've seen a few different examples that Baphomet could derive from Muhammad and the cultural exchange between the Knights Templar and the Hashishin cult. Then there's the idea that it's a reference to John the Baptist, and Baphomet, baptism of wisdom, is another possible definition. And the Knights Templar obviously wouldn't have had the Baphomet symbol. That came later. It was created by Eliphas Levi, more recent than the Templars, but the Templars reportedly were worshiping the skull or the head of John the Baptist. So Baphomet, baptism of wisdom, and John the Baptist would talk to them and give them this info. Interesting all around. The Baphomet is an interesting symbol. Eliphas Levi. Of course, the name Levi is interesting to me for a few reasons. It makes me think of Leviathan or Anton LaVey. Crowley claims he was reincarnated from Eliphas Levi. Okay, continuing. John Cordone says, I don't know who's more dangerous, boomers or space nerds. You mean NASAtologists? I tend not to group people by their quote generation, like Generation X or Z. I don't even know what that means. I mean, we're at a time of really an exploded reality as far as there being any objectivity, and people's frames of reference vary from person to person, and it's not something you can categorize according to birth year. Okay, moving on. As far as what's more dangerous, obviously it's the NASAtologists. It's the most dangerous cult in the world. You thought Scientology was creepy. And it is the same thing. They're basically training you for bunker life. That's what you're being prepared for. What do you think Mars looks like? You think you're going to move to Mars, you're going to jump around and, less gravity, and you're going to plant potatoes and do everything right. No Republicans, no guns. You're going to have this paradise on Mars? No. You will live underground in a subterranean base because there's no atmosphere. You will die in that tomb. You will be working remotely so these little robots can go around Mars and terraform it. But no, you're basically being conditioned to think that the pinnacle of technological innovation and the best minds, everything we've arrived at is this outer space utopianism, but ultimately it just turns into space gulags, space communism, a place to die. The HBIC says, "Thank you, Tim. I'm technically a quote boomer, but not the same." Yeah, exactly. I think it's ridiculous to talk about generations and criticize, oh, they're from Generation Z. Again, I don't know what that means. And plus, it's interesting to hear insights from people who may have experienced the more analog world when everything was real and then witnessed the transition into this new dark age, this digital dark age, and are now experiencing with us the destruction of everything that was previous. Do you remember during COVID, dumpsters full of school books? Now, maybe these books were not that great anyway, I don't know. But we're talking about just the physical objects being replaced because they might have COVIDs. Let's have the digital ones, just in time for the EMP. Lieutenant Weinberg said you had the book with you at the theater, Cosmic Trigger about the Dog Star at the movie Truman Show bullshit. No, it was on. It was at the movie theater. Yes, I was reading Cosmic Trigger. I was reading it at that time. Robert Anton Wilson. I did a painting of Wilson. I had all of his books at the time. Robert Anton Wilson was the author of Coincidence, which is one of the first books that I read on synchronicity that really started making a lot of these correlations with the dog star. And what's more, after this, I had checked out the number 23, and the movie The Number 23 ends with the scene where the author of the book slits his own throat. And why would he do that? He was being asked to divulge the secret. The subtext or the subtitle of Cosmic Trigger is Final Secret of the Illuminati. So before the author of the book could reveal the secret, he cut his own throat. That's the Masonic penal sign. There's a lot of Robert Anton Wilson connections there. But I could go back to my old journals if you want to have some more verification there. I also have the date that I was at the theater. And remember, Wilson died on 1/11. His death was attended by Ivan Stang from the Church of the Subgenius. And at the time I was researching them and the Discordians. So I was immersed in not only that, but the works of Kenneth Grant, who had picked up this with this the OTO, the teachings of Crowley, but he had kind of put it through the filter of H.P. Lovecraft. And much of that stuff talked about Sirius, the dog star. Anyway, I was learning about the dog stars, researching this stuff. I was immersed in it. So when I saw the Truman Show, that's why I even noticed it said Sirius on it. Why do you think that I even dug into it? I had a notebook with me. I was making notes as I had started at that time. I'd started picking up on stuff, and I thought these are Easter eggs or something. I was a film studies major. But anyway, the reason why that movie had an impact on me at that time is I knew the significance of Sirius. That was shortly after I had become involved with the Freemasonic group as well. I was already in it. So, no, it's not bullshit that I was reading that book, Cosmic Trigger, at the time. Not that I care. I mean, I don't expect you to believe anything without evidence. Although I'd be curious as to like why would I make that up? It wouldn't make sense. John Cordone says the red planet is actually Greenland. Fascinating. I have a trilogy that I picked up at a thrift store of these science fiction books. One of them was called Red Planet, one was Green Planet, and I forget the third one, but it was about how the first group of humans to colonize Mars are trying to turn it green. They have to terraform it. But then as they're going through this process, there's a split where a lot of them say, we don't want to repeat capitalism and global warming. We don't want to destroy it. So you actually have them saying, let's just keep it primitive. So you have this fight on Mars. Is Mars going to be technologically advanced, or is it going back to more primitive so they can keep it green? Okay, going through some comments. All right, let's continue through my notes. Yeah, elephant tusks. They try to convince everyone that money spread COVIDs. I was talking about this too, how in 2019 Joker came out, and the symbolism of the Joker movie, the communist uprising, the revolutionary Marxism, the masked revolt, they're all wearing Joker masks, and how that preceded 2020, which a lot of it was just economic destruction. And there's a very poignant scene here where the Joker, in the Heath Ledger version, is burning a pyramid of money. And he says, and it was like, and they're all like, why is he, burning all this money? It's because the whole part of it is like they're destroying the old, he's an anti-hero, kind of a tragic character, but he's destroying it because he's like, we're not in it for the money. Gotham deserves a better class of criminal. And class is a reference to the class warfare. My point being, the subtext of the Joker movie is destroying the money and destroying this economic system. So when COVID comes out, then you saw they were immediately attaching that. And then you can also tie this to The Division. Tom Clancy, The Division, where it's a Black Friday, the money carries the virus that kills everybody. So they make the attachment of the money to the pandemic, which shuts everything down, civil war, martial law, whatever. And then more recently, you had the bank contagion, where now it was like bank AIDS. Every bank's closing, and they would say, "Oh, look, the bank collapses. These are a contagion." They actually use the word contagion, the financial contagion, the spread of market disturbances, or bank AIDS. Like, are you kidding me? Now everything's a contagion? What isn't a contagion? Okay, well, okay, I'm going through your comments. Exalt says the giant globe screen in Las Vegas is no cash. Right, the cashless thing. Hey, does anyone here know where the first cashless store in the world was? Who had the first cashless store? Give you a hint. Crenshaw. The first smart store in the world. If you guessed Nipsey Hussle's store marathon, you are correct. Nipsey Hussle, who was shot in the head at the age of 33, now the debt's at 33 trillion. There's a lot of interesting connections between the number 33, of course, and financial collapse, or the sinking of the Titanic, or the sinking of the Twin Towers. There's something in the story here with the metascript connecting to the destruction of cash as we move into this new system. It's more equitable or something. Yeah, it was praise Nipsey. It was Nipsey Hussle's store. Cashless, and then he's killed in the context of a Holy Week Christ-like killing. There's quite a lot there in that story, which we may revisit later. We really went into the details there with Nipsey Hussle, and it turns out every major event in his career was tied in with equinoxes or solstices, from album releases to his symbolic death. Predictive programming. There was the die young curse. The 27 Club, all these rock stars die at 27. Hendrix, Joplin, Morrison, Kurt Cobain. Well, you had this other thing called the die young curse. And this is Roddy Ricch. In one of his videos, he's in a cemetery. and he's saying something about dying young. And on the screen at 1 minute and 33 seconds, or was it 131? No, it was 133. Nipsey Hussle's on the screen. And this was, again, 133. On 331, Nipsey Hussle dies. And interesting date. It's the same date that Brandon Lee was killed on set. Lots of predictive programming and other indicators that was also a hoax. And then he just portrayed the character, the Crow, who also very attached to the same sort of body of symbols. He dies, resurrects. He even makes a lot of Christ jokes, and it's in the symbolism throughout that movie. I had a comment from someone the other day, and they said, I don't watch any of these movies. None of this matters to me. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but you live on a movie set. And if you think you can separate the movies from the news, you are compartmentalized, and that's why you can't see through anything. Pure coincidences. The Earth's axis, its orbital inclination around the Sun is 66.6 degrees. Earth orbits the Sun 66.6 thousand miles per hour. Speed of sound 666 knots per second. Force of gravity 666 newtons. There are many more of these. Just coincidences. What is with that? The year that the apple fell on the head of Newton, wasn't it 1666? Mango Penguin says they found Kurt Cobain dead the day my dad died. Kurt and I have the same birthday. Sorry for your loss. Interesting coincidences. They chose that date for a reason. I'm not sure the date for that one. It was in April, right? April. Let me check the date. I'm still in the camp that he is Rivers Cuomo. It was April 8th. Rivers Cuomo. In fact, there's an interview with Rivers Cuomo and the producer Rick Rubin where they actually like, hey, can you talk for a moment from the perspective of Kurt Cobain who faked his death and why did you come back in this new form? And they were kind of playing into it based on this conspiracy theory that they are the same person. I actually believe it. Tim and Vic says, did you see the Christmas issue of The Economist 2012 that shows a member of the Hamas shooting on a hang glider? Yeah, someone sent that to me via text and I saw it. Yeah, it's a 2012 Economist. You don't need a scrying mirror. You don't need a show stone like John Dee to see the future. What you need is to get back copies of The Economist. That will show you the future. G33 says carbon molecule, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. Yeah, so you have the 666 connected to carbon. The number of man, 666. You have the 666 tied to the cube. Then you got the corresponding hexagon and, of course, the hexagram and 60-degree angle, equilateral triangles. There's quite a lot that does seem to also relate back to the idea of Saturn. And, of course, Saturn, the black cube, and this realm being an expression of whatever that means. We're not talking about Saturn as in like this ball with this ring of ice around it, but we're talking more about the archetype, the god, Chronos, and what it represents. Time, maybe imprisonment, maybe time, confinement, constraints. The cycles are really built into it. Of course, it's all about time and cycles. And this might explain quite a lot. And of course, the numbers are a very consistent thing. Something else too, 6 cubed. 6 times 6 times 6 is 216, which Pythagoras said was the phoenix cycle, which meant the cycle of death and rebirth for the human soul, meaning that after every death, there's a 216-year period before the next birth. That's according to Pythagoras. I'm just pointing it out because that is another correlation between the idea of this realm being a temporary physical incarnation, the temporal realm, followed by some kind of an exit and then a repeat. All right, moving on. I touched on this yesterday too, or a couple days ago, that the god of the world, Saturn, the earth god Baal, is also represented as, of course, Osiris, the original green god, and how the green movement is actually just the exoteric cover of the actual worship of this same thing. And now we're looking at green amendments, securing a constitutional right to pure water, clean air, stable climate for all people, future generations, regardless of race, ethnicity, or socioeconomics. It's the Green Amendment movement, and this is trying to open the doors for children to sue the government for climate change. Yeah, that's coming. Now, this is a headline that didn't age well. This is from March of 2020. What do the coronavirus and Greta Thunberg have in common? They're both great for the planet. This is from RT, where they had um, a take on it that basically the lockdowns were going to fast forward the green agenda. And at that point, I said, this is the reason for it. Climate change is the permanent excuse, and COVID was a temporary thing to get their system into place. Like the anti vaxxers have been chasing a red herring this whole time. They should have been focused on the green stuff. All they ended up doing was helping to provide a reason and a pretext for their own censorship. But at this time, one of the headlines from RT was like, COVID is doing Greta's work. You know, Greta, of course, the word Greta, the name Greta replacing God. Remember Greta Thunberg? She spent the last 2 years shouting at our leaders that we had to avoid the coming mass extinction, warning us that we have 12 years to change our ways. Anyway, it says, doing Greta's work, Wuhan, the epicenter of the pandemic, the streets are deserted. Oh yeah, you remember that, the Kung Flu? Where people are just walking around and then some invisible Bruce Lee would just kick them in the back of the head and they would face plant. That's how people were dying when this thing started. What it shows here, one Stanford University researcher calculated the improved air quality will save 20 times as many lives as are taken by the virus. So here we have images from space which you can always trust. And it shows you how the skies are clean. Pollutant drops in Wuhan, and it does not rebound. And that's because, of course, the flu. 20 times as many were saved. So what they're saying is that it would be better for mankind and it would be better for Gaia if we had an annual pandemic. They're actually making this case. They're also talking about the traffic. They cut down the traffic, fewer flights. There's so many, look at this here. Cleaner water in Venice. All of this is exactly what Thunberg wanted, albeit under different circumstances. A world without car and air travel is prescribed by Thunberg, and it's written out in the Green New Deal. But now they are, quote, changing your habits by force. Just getting started. Dua Simpera says, I just lost track of how many times I've outlived the end of the world. Yeah, how many times have you survived? And it never does end anyway. The world ended in 2020, but the end is just the starting point for the next cycle. That's why the God of the world and the green movement is all about, worshipped as this green concept, Gaia, or the green movement in general. It's about recycling, and recycling is pretty much the basis for this entire cult, the recycling of souls, the journey from life to death to rebirth and repeat. The Drudge Report reports 33 states are suing Facebook over addiction. Apparently, they're targeting children and addicting them to Facebook, and they're getting sued. 33 states, suggestive of an agenda. 42 attorneys. 33 and 42. All right. Next here, we have a few photos here on my Twitter account. This is insane. So before Damar Hamlin died and resurrected, there's pictures of him in a very weird ritualistic way, lying on the ground, 33s all over the place, but on a painting of a heart, chasing M's. Fascinating though. It's really like in the last couple of years, NFL has really been in your face about how fake it all is. how it's all just a show. But people still fall for it. The Earth is chubby. This is the image of globe-trotting Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think he's on a comedy tour. Speaking of comedy tours, Alex Stein went to Penn State and was joined by Gavin McInnes. And this is an interesting little side note here. He was asking Gavin McInnes, who is the founder of the Proud Boys. Again, founder of the Proud Boys, federal informants, January 6th, all that. Gavin McInnes faked his arrest. Gavin McInnes faked being swatted. In fact, he faked his arrest on camera during a live stream. And you know who actually ruined that joke for him? Owen Benjamin. But anyway, here he says the reason why he started the Proud Boys, he was inspired by his involvement in the Knights of Columbus.
Actually, and I want to say this.
And I'm the young Turk there at 53. They're all 70 years old, and
For Gavin, what inspired you to form the Proud Boys?
I was in the Knights of Columbus, and it's a men's club.
And again, he's just talking about the Knights of Columbus and how the brotherhood is in his DNA. I'm just pointing this out because the Knights of Columbus happens to be mentioned in William Cooper's book, The Behold a Pale Horse. And in it, he compares their initiation oaths to those of the Freemasonic organizations and shows these interesting parallels and connects them as though they're all just part of the same pyramidal structure. But it is notable that you have this Proud Boys group that closely connected with the bigger set of pyramidal secret societies or hierarchical orders. And is the Knights of Columbus, connected to the bigger infrastructure of it? I think so. They're kind of like, they're not Freemasons. They're sort of similar. Some say that they're antagonistic to Freemasons. I don't know if that's necessarily true. But yeah, they are mentioned in William Cooper's book, Behold a Pale Horse. Someone pointed out to me that Behold a Pale Horse, B-A-P-H, BAF, like Baphomet. Kind of an interesting point there. Someone else pointed out that the four horses of the apocalypse have the colors of the Palestinian flag. Selena says, Flat Earther Matthew Boylan, former NASA graphics manager and actor, claims to have painted photorealistic graphics for NASA. Yeah, photorealistic computer graphics for NASA. He said officials would laugh at the gullible public. Yeah, he claimed that he was at a party and these NASA higher-ups took him to the side, turned off the lights, took out a flashlight, and showed him on the ground how it all actually worked. Now, I don't know. I guess it's an NDA he can't disclose, but he never actually was able to provide evidence that he actually worked with NASA. It is somewhat believable. I mean, they have to hire somebody. But the idea that they would be laughing at people who, think it's a ball is kind of on brand also. I mean, the astronauts are just a bunch of cosplayers. All right, moving on through my notes here at minds.com/infinite plane society. Orlando to buy Pulse nightclub site to build memorial after emotional plea from shooting survivors. Interesting timing for this to come up. I was just commenting on how this was as fake as that hospital being bombed in Gaza, where it's just no way they crammed that many people into this thing. Marcus Goldfinch commented on there, if I had the money, I would have opened a gun range there. Look at this hate running rampant on Twitter. Unbelievable. All right, continuing. I had earmarked a ton of things to go over today. It's been a very busy week. I've been getting harangued by people on Twitter. One guy was saying something about these dead babies. And I said, it's agitprop. Go cry for a lump of rubber some more. You have people crying over fake dead. It's the fake dead kid industrial complex. And this person said, if you think there's a shortage of dead bodies in Gaza, you're a clueless idiot. Israel's using fake props like AI generated pics of burnt babies and fake recordings of Hamas fighters. So I responded, you think one side is faking it and one side is really suffering. That's like suggesting that one wrestler is real, like Hulk Hogan, but the other guy is totally fake. It's all or none. It's all fake. It's psyop cinema, as Robert Bell says. Dua Simpara says, Gavin does make me laugh, though. Yeah, well, Gavin and Alex Stein are, right wing comedians. And what they do is they book themselves at places like college universities where they know they might have protesters, and that gives them a lot of publicity. They don't do the regular comedy circuits. Although I want to point out that there were no protesters at Penn State. And if there's no protesters, it's almost like you are no longer a thing. If you're not getting protested, do you exist? And I'd kind of say no. Citizen Z says we deserve better psyops. Ollie Goering says, dead baby dolls. Wow. Yeah, exactly. There's so many people crying over these fake dead kids. And does it sound callous when I'm saying that? Because if it does, if you're like, when you say fake dead kids doesn't exist, that hurts my feels. I'm going to ask you, what do you have to say about the millions of real children who are being terrorized by fake dead kids? Because they are the true victims. And if you're trying to stop me or criticize me for calling out the agitprop, you are actually a terrorist yourself, or you're an enabler to the terrorism. Now, to be honest about Gavin McGinnis, I have not actually listened to him. So I don't know. He might actually be funny. I do know that he has faked basically swattings. And to me, if you fake swattings, you're Tim Pool level attention whore. You just need the attention. If you can't get it, you fake something that's terrible. Or Marjorie Taylor Greene as well. Steve Bannon. Who on the right, Laura Loomer, has she been swatted yet? And now the new thing is getting arrested. Okay, let us continue. Now this is where it's at, says hilarious guy Gavin. I will say this, there are funny people on the right. And the left, it's always been said the left can't meme, and it's true. And if you look at the comedians on the left, they're not funny. They're government jesters. They are there to ensure that their sheeple only laugh at the appropriate points, and they laugh at the right people. There is no real comedy on the left. So you may be onto something with that. Is Alex Stein funny? To me, it's not my thing. A lot of it's lowbrow, but people laugh. Like for example, I think what he did that got the most laughs out of that audience at Penn State of 50, none of them protesters, is he was grabbing in a very lascivious way the man boob of his fake boyfriend. And that's his shtick. And some people find this funny. Here it is. Alex Stein grabbing the breast of his friend. Very comfortable with it. Again, it's lowbrow, but again, I'm not really too into that, but I'm not going to say it's not funny. Salty Siren says he's the new shock jock casting couch. Dua Simpera says Stein is as far from funny as it gets. Yeah.
Come on.
Here he is grabbing the breast of his friend there. He says, would I grab his boob if I was racist? Fascinating stuff here. I really don't know what to make of it. It's not my place to criticize art forms that I don't quite understand. And this is just like Andy Kaufman kind of.
Donald Trump.
Maybe he's going to be the next Andy Kaufman. But I actually referred to him as Alex Stein because he's never going to go away. My guess, and I made this guess back in 2020, is that he's going to end up being the next Alex Jones. Okay, continuing here. This is where it's at, says side boob. Yeah, Not body shaming, but Alex Stein's his boyfriend does have his chest is like kind of like under his arms, kind of weird. Space Wars. World on the verge of space war as Russian satellites show signs of aggression. And this is great to me. For those people who say, well, look, this is real. How can you say it's fake? Okay, you believe this? Here we are looking at an image of this thing that's going to kill us. This is the satellite. Very dangerous. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, this was made in like 1990 or something, 1995 maybe. Like, this is dated. This is old graphics. It's an artist's conception. It's cool. Might even be airbrush. Like, I don't hate it, but I'm just saying that if this was real and if satellites are coming to kill us, how come we don't have any pictures of orbiting satellites? Well, we got space lasers that can zap kids in Maui. On command, just press a button. But we can't get a photograph of an orbiting satellite to shut the flat earthers up? Apparently not. Elephant Tusk says Stein takes so much speed. In 2020, he had a channel called Conspiracy Castle. He ripped off RV. A Conspiracy Castle, and then he went into Baby Truthers, and then from there he got signed on to Blaze. He did make the leap by leveraging the power of viral video content created at city council meetings. His methods were very effective. But the instant he went to the Blaze, his earth curved. He was like, yeah, it's flat. Oh, it's a ball. Like, he's a flat earther. He's like, I was like, oh, look, he's getting onto the mainstream. He's on the Blaze with Glenn Beck. But then, before you can kiss Glenn Beck's ring, you actually do have to kneel before the globe. That is their idol. That's their god ball. Elephant Tusk says Baby Truther was an RV term. Okay. And it was a term referring to what I would call, your general red pill who've been what is it? What do we call it when the red pill is laced with like menthol? Not roofied, but there's a term for it. And we're talking about baby truthers or intro, the ones who are like scared of chemtrails, for example, or who think that Q is real. Like very basic guardrail stuff. Russian Vids, I think he rebranded, but I haven't seen him lately. But he's one of those who's been pretty early on in adopting the frame of reference of it being auto hoax. Everything is fake until proven real. But then again, he was also a big believer in the dome. Not that I have a problem with that, but I happen to think that the domed flat Earth model was designed to sabotage any criticism of the globe model. Okay, it's RV Truth. He's on Rockfin. Yeah, I thought he changed Russian vids to Ukraine vids in support of Zelensky. And that turned out to be a rumor started by me, and it wasn't true. But now he's RV Truth. And then I said, and well, this is another rumor, which again, not true, that he's driving around now in an RV, and he's speaking the truth from a megaphone. So if you see a RV driving down the street and some guy with a megaphone is letting you know the truth about Orange and 33 and the dome, it's Russian vids. All right, so we're on the precipice of space wars. We'll deal with that. Evolvement sent me this. The latest 40 mania. Okay, ever since the 40 baby heads on the 33rd anniversary of the incubator babies, we've had 40s everywhere. Moon may be 40 million years older than thought previously. Again, we're just compiling this. Madonna's on her 40th tour. She's this Whore of Babylon archetype. The Barbie movie starts off with a bunch of kids killing babies on the rocks for the Whore of Babylon. There's something up. Okay, here's a discrepancy for you believers in outer space. This is a video time lapse of a sunset, and there's your Terminator line bisecting the ball. Look, I don't believe in Terminator lines. I know they exist on TV, But if you were to watch your sunset and you look left and right, is there a line that separates day from night? No, the sun retreats to a point. It's far more notable in the winter. But what's notable here is it's dark. The night side of the earth is dark. You can't see anything because, of course, the shadow of the earth. Now, look at the next photo. 12 photos of Earth from space. It's lit like a Christmas tree. So what's the problem here? This one's taken from a few thousand miles away. This one's taken from a couple hundred. It can't be both. And yet, it is. This induces cognitive dissonance, emotional pain. But most people don't register it. They don't even feel, it's apathy. They just don't even confront it. They can't. Okay, continuing through your comments. Lean Dion says Baby Truffers is the worst name. Oh, they're terrible. Their artwork with the babies and the diapers. That was also lowbrow, but that's where Stein came from. And Alex Stein actually came from the world of, and this is interesting. He came from reality TV, and he told me that, when he told me we were on a conference call because he was going to host Dark Matter, but he was talking about when they worked for the show Cheaters, everything was rigged in advance. They weren't actually catching cheaters. It was all staged. But he made it very clear that he couldn't tell us that because he signed an NDA. And I'm like, look, you're not going to get really far in the Illuminati if you're telling people that you can't tell them something because it's on the NDA. In other words, flexing an NDA, oh, I signed an NDA, I know some important stuff. But anyway, it was interesting to hear that he's someone who's in that world where their whole thing is faking reality to trick the normies, and now he's in politics. All right, phones are still open, 505-359-0420. We've covered a lot of ground. I still want to go through my tweets. Again, if you sign up for Patreon, you can sign up for $1, $5, doesn't matter. You'll have access to the full text Mass Media as Narcissistic Construct. It's something I've been talking about for some time, but I was afraid someone's going to steal it and run with it, so I went ahead and published it, put it all down on paper. If only I guarded my vehicle the same way I guard intellectual property. My truck's battery was stolen last night. I went out this morning. The hood was still up, and everything was just dumped onto the floor. They pulled the seat forward. They didn't take my book. I have a Robert Anton Wilson book, Golden Apple, the second in the Illuminatus trilogy. They didn't take my book. There was really nothing there of value, but I'm just noticing that the same people who, last time they tried to steal my catalytic converter, they got my muffler. But I'm noticing that, if you want to keep your money safe in your car, even if your car is unlocked, just put it in a book. The types of people that will go through your vehicle, go through your glove box and dump it all out, they want nothing to do with literature. I've noticed this, and again, it's safe. I could have had $500 in that book right there. They wouldn't have touched it. This is where it's at. Tweets are X's now. Yeah, isn't that insane? I could just call it Disease X. Disease X is the name for the hypothetical big one that's going to take us down again, the next COVID. But I think Disease X is code for the misinformation pandemic that they're going to use as an excuse for an internet blackout. And I called this many, many months ago, and already, in recent weeks, there have been reports that the EU might black out X or fine him 6% of his revenue because of hate speech. So I've already called this. They're going to say that Musk is the leading promulgator of mind viruses. He must be stopped. He's the leading promulgator of space junk. He must be stopped. He's a fall guy for free speech and for rich individuals because our capitalist system is the bane of humanity's existence, and Musk is the poster child for everything that is wrong with this place. This is where it's at. It says, I donated one of Tim's books to the Tampa library system. The lady rolled her eyes to me. Awesome. Well, you know what? you're going to have an easier time getting Auto Hoaxology 101. And that book will be arriving all this week. If you've been waiting on it, we've all been waiting, but that's because I had a film crew coming in to do a documentary, and I had to retain those copies. And then I had made some updates, added some art from X-Pac. So you'll appreciate the new artwork front and back. I added some words to the lexicon, but the Auto Hoaxology 101 textbook is going to be going out, and it's going to go out in high volume. I think we're going to really move a lot of copies of that book, and I think it'll be readily accepted into public library catalogs. And something else too. These cyber symposiums I'm planning are mostly going to take place in places like libraries, library conference rooms, and I'm going to be using these as references, and of course referring to the various things that we state axiomatically, like fake until proven real, what fakeability means. I'll be referencing these, but we'll be selling them or giving them away or getting reviews. Okay, let's see here. This is where it's at. Says he's beefing with Kanye and going to space. Yeah, Kanye West was supposed to go to space to record an album or something. And Musk was at his Donde event. I assume they were friends. Although, I don't know if Kanye is in on it. Like, what if he doesn't know that space is fake? I kind of considered this before. Some of these characters may not be in the know all the way. And if he thinks space is real, they need to keep it like that, because Ye is known to speak his mind. Maybe he's not totally under control, and if they pull him in at that level, he might be a risk. He might say something. They managed to shut him up with that woman, iSensor, some kind of synthetic being, like an android designed to shut down certain people who go too far. Send him out one of the sensor models. Strange situation. It actually worked. This is where it's at. Says they have beef. Yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me. Ollie Goering says Kanye looks like a space true believer. See, I imagine it would be on a need to know basis. I think it would be to their detriment. For example, if you're drunk, you might be, or you're somehow compromised, you might say something, like Buzz Aldrin, for example. Buzz Aldrin is constantly doing that. Here we go. Sensori is an architectural designer for Yeezy. Her official title is head architect. Now think about that. Her name is Sensori, like I censor. Head architect, like mind control. That's what I get out of this, mind control. Meet Ye's new wife. I'm just pointing it out that Bianca Sensori shows up at about the time that he becomes a little problematic. All right, continuing. I'm going through my Twitter feed. You can follow me at IPS Insider. Okay, Hillary Clinton gets in a yelling match with the man who blasts her for failing to call out Joe Biden. It seemed very scripted. She seemed very energetic. This is very tricky for some people, QAnon believers who believe that she was executed 6 years ago. And they'll say it like, she was executed, but this is a body double. Okay, well, why do we have a body double of someone they executed? Why would they kill her if they have to replace her with someone who can perfectly mirror her every intonation, her every idiosyncrasy? And they'll say it's because the public has to be gradually let in on the fact that Trump killed all the bad guys in 2017. And it keeps getting extended out into the future. So we're supposed to believe that this is a fake Hillary Clinton. And this is their world. I mean, look, the QAnon world is so far from the truth. It's what I would call MSM plus. It's just so deep into the matrix. Let me just play a short clip.
You can sit here. Okay, right. You're gonna wait for me, right? Please, I do not believe you.
I will listen to you, and I will respond to you.
I do not believe you. Respectfully, I do not believe you. And the fact of the matter is that the American people's voice are what need to be heard.
Yeah, they are being heard.
Because our president.
Anyway, we have a lot of scripted events. This is just one of them. Just letting you know she's still alive, or at least her body double is. Some of these nonners are so out there they think that they killed the body double too. I could not exist in their world. I mean, it is so disconnected from reality. Mango Penguin says, what does the Q stand for? The Q stands for the level of security clearance. And they probably just made that up. I mean, William Cooper claimed he was Q. But I think Q, the movement Q, the PSYOP or whatever, it's an amalgamation of a lot of different conspiracy threads and religious cults, Seventh-day Adventism, the Church Universal Triumphant. They've taken these tried and true methods for enslaving people to this belief of an impending cataclysm and rebirth of society. It's all a cult. This is where it's at. It says body double lives matter. Yep. Well, again, the idea that they're faking Hillary Clinton and bringing her back, this is just delusion. And delusion needs to be called out. When I'm saying that things are fake, I want to make this point. I am not a reality denialist. I am, in fact, insisting upon reality by refusing to accept augmentations. So there's a difference between the standard mainstream media believer and the skeptic. You know, I'm not a denialist of reality, nor are they. They believe it's real, just as I do. But they have augmentations, so they have an augmented reality. You don't need an Oculus. You don't need a headset to have an augmented reality. They augment it through your mind and your internal representation of the world. Oh, I'm a TV head. In my internal representation of the world, the ocean levels are rising and the polar bears are drowning because of big trucks consuming dino juice. Cool. I don't live there. I live in the real world, and these things that you imagine to be true aren't actually true. Those are beliefs. You're augmented. It's insane. You know, like if somebody's walking around with an Oculus and they see a Pokemon, you know, you shouldn't be expected to have to walk around that Pokemon and treat it like it's real. And yet, the level of collective delusion is so great that you're punished for not walking on eggshells, and you know you have to kowtow and worship their fake idols. I mean, I don't, but they've definitely put people into an augmented reality. So are they denialists? No, they're delusionists. It's different. So I'm not a denialist. Like they say, you're a climate change denialist. No, actually, you're not accepting the burden of proof. You need to prove it first. If you prove it, then I deny it, then I'm a denialist. So I could say that you are a flat earth denialist if you are asserting that the earth isn't flat and stationary from your perspective. You're a flat earth denialist. I could actually say that, and you could not call me a globe denialist. Again, it all comes from frame of reference and your blind faith acceptance that the screen is an authority. And if you don't accept the screen as authority, you lose your basis for claiming a lot of these augmentations to be anything other than modern superstitions. Lean Dion says Hillary coughs up green reptile eggs. Oh, yeah. Well, that was the Hillary that they killed, I think. That was not the clone. This clone didn't cough anything up. How morbid is that movement anyway, the whole Q thing, where they're just waiting for everybody to get killed? The MAGA ban. This is a image that shows you the Palestinian flag. Red, white, green, black, and the four horses. Red, white, green, black. They love putting biblical symbolism all over these modern metascripts. That's the reason why they had the 40 baby heads. It's to tie into everything. 40 is the year that they say, this is biblically anyway, the years between generations. And I was referring to this thing as a generational psyop. The psyop being on the 50th anniversary of Yom Kippur, you have the same thing happening. This generation's 9/11. 9/11 was this generation's Pearl Harbor. And this was actually, 10/7 was Israel's 9/11, but they said, according to Biden, it had the impact and force of 15 9/11s. So 10/7 was 15 9/11s, but it was the Pearl Harbor of this generation. Yes, 5 minutes of fame. Hillary fainted at the 9/11 memorial when JFK was in the van. That's the mythology. That Hillary Clinton was at the 9/11 memorial, and then she gets picked up in and taken up in a van where JFK Jr. is waiting, and she was then carted off to Guantanamo and executed. But then she keeps showing up, and so they had to keep moving that story and evolving it. I made a few images through the dolly of babies, dolls, baby dolls, being carted off by aliens. Here's one, a fake baby being rescued by Bigfoot. Anyway, I was just showing how easy it is to create, fake dead kids. And the fake dead kid industrial complex is pretty much shining right now. It's the main star of this thing. But they've upped everything. They've upped their propaganda. With some of these shootings, you never see anything. Now they're actually bringing out these dolls, but that's kind of a problem because the more they show, the more they have for us to deconstruct. I maintain this is why the ISS is so minimalistic. If they did too much, we would see through it. So they don't show us very much. Magic shows, if you look at what a magician does, it's the minimum number of moves needed to accomplish this thing while distracting you with something else, but there's nothing superfluous. They don't want to give anything away. And in this case, when they don't show you anything, it's hard for you to say it's not real. And they leave you in the position of having to prove a negative because they believe you own the burden of proof. But now they're bringing out dolls, and some of them are animatronics, some of them are just basically simulation mass casualty dolls. But anything they can fake in the movies, they can fake in real life as a general rule when you're examining these types of events, especially if there is a political agenda or utility attached to convincing people this is true. And I've noticed that these babies, these dolls that they show us, these dead kids, they're all dolls and they all have closed eyes, and closed mouths. You wouldn't have that if they were really dead people. And here's another example. Romanian journalist records terrifying footage of Hamas-Israel war. And while she's reporting, again, she's on the ground and she's under attack. So listen to this. But in the background, there are people casually walking by and riding bicycles.
Sunt destul de aproape de noi în momentul ăsta și se pare că s-au oprit. Cu siguranță este și infanteria izraeliană care interceptează toate aceste bombe. O să mai rămânem așa puțin pentru că niciodată nu.
Anyway, she's on the ground, role-playing, cosplaying. Elephant Tusk says, you really think how advanced the military-industrial complex is? They haven't invented cloning. It's an old technology. It's gotten more advanced over time. Okay, even if you could clone a person, you could not, you couldn't just pull somebody out of an oven, or bake them up like a gingerbread man. Just clone someone, turn it on, like Dr. Frankenstein or something, just give it the life spark. Like, no, you'd have to have it from birth. The idea that you could just replicate Hillary Clinton on demand is ridiculous. And if you had multiples, where are they? Do you have a bunch of backup Hillary Clintons sitting around somewhere? There's just so many factors that you're throwing in to assume it's not just movie magic. And I think the belief in clones, like they cloned Tyrone, yeah, they want you to believe in clones for a reason. Probably so they can hide deep fakes. They can hide synthetic masks. They can muddy the waters. I'm not saying that they don't exist, or what I'm suggesting is the science fiction conspiracy theorist version is fake. But another point too, how advanced is the military-industrial complex? Nukes are fake, space travel's fake, weapons of mass destruction, pretty much fake. It's also the case that the military are the most brainwashed people in the world. Thinking about that, when I was in the military, I was brainwashed. I went through the brainwashing process, And I was part of a group, an MOS, which is present in every single unit, the NBC-NCO, the Nuclear Biological Chemical Specialist. And the purpose of that person in every unit is to maintain unit readiness for nuclear, biological, chemical warfare attacks. Everybody's MOP suits, their masks, decontamination procedures have to be standardized. Everyone has to pass the test on how to get into your new MOT suits, clean your vehicles, etc. The whole thing is all about decontamination for radioactive fallout, etc. My point being, every single person in the military believes in weapons of mass destruction. They all center their lives around protecting people from these things. And there's no way any of them could know for sure because everything is so compartmentalized. So my point of it is, the military, its real purpose, I think, is to maintain the psychological warfare, and that they are carriers of it, that they are enforcers of it because they are believers. Like every religion, it is spread by its believers, and they are probably the most immersed in it. Joseph Bender says, I went through it too, fully agree with what you're saying about military brainwashing. Skill says, no one forced you to join the military, you did it to yourself. Well, sure, I mean, I did, but what I'm saying is, I didn't have any alternative information to where I ever would have arrived at that. And the conversation about nukes being faked wasn't really a thing. I had no situational awareness about Psywar at that time, so how would I have known? But the fact that the brainwashing, yeah, it's like you can be volitionally put into a relationship that does brainwash you. You don't have to be forced into it. In fact, most brainwashing, like interpersonal brainwashing, relationships that are toxic, the person puts up a false front to lure somebody in, and then the brainwashing begins gradually. But the brainwashing is really a product of somebody being in a closed system, no inputs outside of those from the person who defines it. And I remember then too, there was a specific sergeant, and I heard about this. They said Sergeant George had this barbecue and they were listening to Alex Jones. I didn't know who Alex Jones was, and I heard about that. So the next thing I did is I went to the library and I downloaded a bunch of MP3s. So I was introduced to Alex Jones because I heard that we weren't supposed to listen to it. But even if I had, it wouldn't have disabused me of anything. I would have believed in it even more. I mean, Alex Jones doesn't say anything's fake. In fact, he sells you remedies for every one of these threats. Oh, are you worried about nuclear fallout? Take some iodine. You worried about people running out? We're running out of people. You're being replaced. Super male vitality. Go make more babies. Worried about fluoride in the water? Get my water filter. They never got into masks. Like, they should have been selling chemtrail masks this entire time. Think about it. Chemtrail masks protect you from chemtrail. You don't want to get chemtrail lung, like Richie from Boston, where you end up talking like you've been in a mine your entire life, black lung, or you're just like wearing a mask that says, yeah, you shouldn't even be breathing the air out here. And on the mask, it could say InfoWars. Like, why are these people wearing masks? This could have been going on the whole time, for the last 20 years. Oh, the InfoWars people, they don't want to breathe in the chemtrails. It would have been an easier thing to sell than a tinfoil hat, for example. Jennifer Reeve says, I became interested in Flat Earth because it was so censored. Yeah, for me, I was talking to Jim Fetzer. I had reached out to him after I had come to some conclusions about the shooting in Dylan Bowl-Cut roof, Dylan Storm roof, shooting up that Charleston church. I had called up Jim Fetzer about that because I'd noticed that there was a templating, that this was like a composite character and it really didn't seem real. And as I'm researching this, I'm on YouTube and I see somebody in a comment section saying, do not look at Flat Earth, it's a distraction. And anytime somebody says, pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, what do? I go look. So Those of you out there who feel like it's your prerogative to gatekeep other people's minds, to prevent them from being distracted, those of you who feel like that's your role in life and stuff, all you're doing is you're leading people who've learned to do the opposite, the ones who are already against the grain. You're just kind of giving them clues at where we should look. Let's see, going through your comments. 5 Minutes of Fame says, I knew people promised like medical training in the Navy. They signed, they had. Yeah, look, the military is all brainwashing. It's a closed system, and it's not really a mystery, I think, anymore to me that they need people in there not to protect us, but to maintain the illusion that the threats are real. And there's that Rule 9 from Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals. The threat of the thing is worse than the thing itself. Okay, continuing. Just rolling through my tweets. Here's Greta Thunberg. Definitely not an animatronic avatar for Al Gore. And she's describing what we need to do to save the world.
War is always bad, specifically for the planet. If we want to continue fighting battles.
Now, this is a weird take, because and this is not new. I've heard other environmentalists say this, but she is suggesting that war isn't green. It's bad for the environment and all that. This is already known. So she's talking about sustainable tanks, sustainable planes, so we could have sustainable nonstop wars.
Like environmentally conscious humans, we must make the change to sustainable tanks and weaponry. There are so many new concepts for battery-powered fighter jets that can carry many more missiles, biodegradable missiles, of course.
Biodegradable missiles.
Literally everybody can do to stop this nonsense is, for example, block the roads to gardens and farms so the plants don't get overrun by these heavy, heavy tanks. Hand grenades, very important. If you use hand grenades, please use vegan grenades. No animal should have to give their life for all this mayhem and chaos. They have a special sticker on them. You really can't miss them in the grenade market or wherever you buy them. Yeah, I cover all of this and more in my newest book, Vegan Wars.
Vegan Wars. I'm going to read it. Greta wrote a book. I have to read that. Vegan Wars. But yeah, sustainable missiles, biodegradable, vegan grenades. Now, I'm assuming it's not a deepfake. Does anybody know? Because the fact of it is, if this is fake, it's a parody. It's a parody of extremism. But sometimes there's a point where they are so extreme that that's what Poe means. You know, it's like it's the popular adage: satirical expressions of extremism online are hard to distinguish from the genuine ones without indicating intent. So if they don't come out and say this is a deep fake, this is satire, I wouldn't know. This is on brand. Greta would say this stuff. She would talk about biodegradable hand grenades. Okay, let's see what else. Yeah, I wasn't going to miss that one. Yeah, AI generated satire. And there have been studies that say most people will share these things if they just agree with it without even caring about whether it's true or not. It's very subjective. In my reality, it's how the Mandela effect would work. In my reality, it was, whatever the Mandela effect is, but in my reality, it was always Berenstain Bears. Oh, I didn't have that one. Oh, no, that's not in your reality. What about Timmy? Did Timmy fall down the well? Yeah, that's part of my reality. Oh, mine too. See, the Mandela affected gender fluid have already figured out how to coexist in purely subjective universes where you choose what you want to believe and what you want to be true for you. So it is true for me that that was in fact real and that this is what Greta Thunberg actually believes. Okay, now I have though seen there have been arguments against war on the basis that it's bad for the environment. That's not new. All right, so much fakery and so little time. Uh, I'm definitely going to be continuing to follow up on this grumpy Greta Kraken thing. Again, this is the sad face or mad faced stuffed animal octopus that has now been labeled anti Semitic. And you may mock this stuff, but the fact of it is they're using the excuse of hate and free flowing memes to shut down free speech. And we're getting to the point where people are going to acquiesce to it. And here's something that just kind of pertains to what I was talking about earlier with 5 Minutes of Fame, that in the future, we will live in a permanent lockdown society, but people will live vicariously through their screens. This is from the World Economic Forum, Shaping a Shared Future, Making the Metaverse. And here's where he's talking about how if you're not wealthy, you're going to travel with headsets.
There's going to be people of means who are going to travel, and then there's going to be people maybe who of lesser means who might actually be able to use an Oculus or a Magic Leap or some other kind of device to travel to the same place, but from their own couch. But in many ways, it's actually going to create even more distance between those two people. That psychologically, and I think that we've experienced this through social media. In many ways, it's brought people closer in certain ways, but actually created this remarkable divide because it's even more visible, actually, the divide in certain ways.
Now, we're looking at this panel where they're talking about shaping this shared future where only the rich people can travel and the poor people are going to have this shared universe. Now, this is from Ready Player One. This is a film, science fiction, 2018, directed by Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg, again, very notable. He finished up Kubrick's last one, AI. But listen to this. In a dystopian 2045, people seek to escape from reality through the oasis. Ontologically, anthropocentric, sensory immersive simulation. A multiplayer virtual reality entertainment universe. So they go into this metaverse. That's basically the whole point of the movie. That they're living in these slums, but they don't care because their internal experience is completely different. They all live as their avatars. And this is the future. At least that's what is being promoted as an ideal because it's, of course, good for the environment, good for Gaia. And of course, the deeper we enter into the simulation, the less that we're going to be even capable of reality testing claims, fact checking, and the more it becomes possible for people to enter into pure subjectivity, which makes them purely subject to the scriptwriters and the powers that be. It's one of the reasons why I maintain that we're in a state of philosophical crisis, that the auto-hoaxers, the skeptics, are the only true objectivists in the world today. Elephant Tusk says they also go into The Shining in Ready Player One. Oh, yes. And The Shining, we talked about this the other day, has a sequel called Doctor Sleep, which is fascinating in that it predicts 9/11, or the main character is psychic and he predicts 9/11. Now, it came out after 9/11, this sequel, but it's notable that the movie The Shining predicts 9/11. So the first movie predicts something that happens. The sequel has a character that predicts this thing, but it wasn't predicted overtly. It was only in the subtext. We're talking about predictive programming somehow becoming part of the plot openly in the next one, which makes me think that Stephen King, like Spielberg, is another one of these meta scripters in the know. We need to do a live stream where we just go through a list of like the major meta scripters of our time. Tom Clancy, obviously, Stanley Kubrick, obviously, Steven Spielberg, Stephen King, sure. But there are a few others. Christopher Nolan, then Spike Lee, very big. And we can show where they're influencers, like, James Cameron, another one. But we can show how these various directors whose movies are overly represented in the area of predictive programming, that they're all part of this bigger script. We can kind of show where their works are reflected in the fake news. Pippi Langstruff says Scriptopia. Yes, Scriptopia. Or America, as Salty Siren pointed out, anagram for eye camera. Because when I'm talking about the world stage, I'm talking about a worldview as presented from the viewfinder of Big Brother's camera, or Hell 9000, the Demiurge, or whoever is the ultimate director of the meta script. Skill says America is a failed evolutionary experiment. Probably correct. There's quite a lot to suggest that America is scripted to be Babylon, and we're about to experience its fall, that we are experiencing in slow motion. The Titanic, 9/11, that it's all part of this bigger story, but specifically America and 1776, the dollar bill, all hints at the idea of America is the Tower of Babel. And I was just showing you that image from NASA of the dark spot over the Earth from the eclipse, but how it actually kind of looks like this is going to be the coming blackout, the smudging out of the U.S. And one more thing, we're getting really close to 2024. We're going to find out who's going to be our 47th president, Super Bowl coming up, and Super Bowl 47 is the one with the 33 minutes of darkness, the blackout bowl. There's a lot of stuff in our predictive programming catalog we've looked at just suggesting we're headed for a blackout, and this is just one more example, but I think that maybe there is something coming. I don't think they're going to shut off the internet. That would shut off the propaganda, that would break the spell, but I think they're looking for more and more excuses and more acquiescence from the public to go along with selective blackouts, like the EU is already talking about blacking out X. And remember, this is all over fake news. It's all over propaganda. It's all over agitprop and controlling people's beliefs about it. It's not about protecting us. I mean, and I said this before, that the pandemic was always about censorship first, and that it was always intended to fast track Agenda 2030, the green movement. And I think I've been vindicated in all of these predictions, especially calling Elon Musk the leading purveyor of mind junk, as he is space junk, and he's the fall guy for free speech. And here they are talking about blacking him out. And there's more. When you get into Musk's meta-scripted role as Constantine, consolidating a new Bible, that's what X represents, the golden or the glowing cross that Constantine saw that inspired him to unite the empire. Well, that's kind of what we're seeing now. This ubiquitous screen is the monolith. It's the same sheet that we're all on. It is the new Bible. Once they perfect it, and they're in the process of making that happen, I have to leave now. It's 11 o'clock. We'll be starting earlier tomorrow. There's a lot going on. I'm planning this event for Saturday, the first IPS Think Tank Cyber Symposium. So it's something to look forward to. We have enough ammunition, I believe, and we also have some guests that'll be here as well. But we have some ammunition as far as ideas or arguments that I think will challenge some people who are, predisposed to just believe whatever they see on the screen. I don't want to give away too much. However, I am going to be inviting some animation specialists to take a look at some content and let us know in their expert opinion, what's their take. One of the things I really want to look at is Mousegate. Mousegate is something that I think is a perfect example of how people decide whether or not to go with what they see or with what they're told that they see. It's one of those, what is it, 2 + 2? Is it 4 or 5? Because the screen says 5. Big Brother says 5. Pippi says, can't wait for the new South Pole. Oh yes, I did complete that manuscript, so now my time is open again to work on South Pole. I have a new editing program I started using. So instead of doing frame by frame, which is very time consuming, as fun as it is, it's not fast enough. So we're actually going to be working on South Pole as well, so you can look forward to that. Anyway, thanks for joining. This is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, Pope Elon. I will send out archives later on this evening, so sign up at ips.monster. I'll put a link below. Thanks, chat. Thanks, callers. Same time tomorrow, if not earlier.
And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. You know, if we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think, given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Forgive us our sins, for we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us, and lead us not into temptation. Did you drive your car to Mars? Do yourself make space? Hiding behind
Okay, I don't mean to get conspiratorial here, but the reason why we weren't broadcasting on TuneIn, Paranormal Radio, Radio Net, Radio King, and a few others is the Wi-Fi was actually off on the laptop, which carries the audio encoder. And I don't know how that could have happened unless the CIA came in here into the office while I wasn't here and flipped the switch. Like this is something that takes a deliberate effort. You have to want to turn off your Wi-Fi. Don't know how it happened, but it happened. And someone had emailed me. They said, "Why is your tune-in off?" Anyway, I'm gonna have to install cameras in here. Today is August 11th, 2023, the last of the dog days of summer. Sirius, the dog star that they all worship and pay homage to in various publicly viewable ways, but always occulted. The days of celebrating Sirius's position behind the sun are over. In fact, on the 8th of August is the Lion's Gate portal. And this is all just astrology stuff, but it means that the stars in Orion's belt are lined up with Sirius. And that may have some relation to the timing of the fire in Maui, if you want to look at this from a there are no coincidences perspective. And I'll go ahead and go through some of this. Thank you, Nicotramus. We at the IPS appreciate your support. And, the HQ, the headquarters, we are open. I was just looking at George News. I was subscribing to their email address because they've been promising for months that they were going to have a new website. And they changed their name to George Headquarters. And I'm like, that's so weird. They don't have headquarters. I mean, we do. Just saying, it's a little unusual to say you're in headquarters when you're technically not. But anyway, that's sort of besides the point, but I'm just bringing up that we're at the run phase. We crawl, walk, and now we're pretty much fully operational, with the exception of this laptop that I think was tampered with. We'll get to this later. So if you're trying to catch the audio streams, I'm just going to have to say it's an equipment failure on the laptop side. I will have to get to it later. I don't like to do tech support while I'm trying to take phone calls. By the way, phones are open. 1-505-349-0420. A couple of the topics. The fake fight in Alabama. Or we're debating, was it fake, was it real? There was a number of people suggesting maybe it was staged and then real people jumped in. And so we have all these kind of takes on it. Nobody knows for sure. Well, I got some more information leaning towards, at least steering me towards fake. So we'll talk about the fake Alabama fight. Musk and Zuckerberg are going to fight in the Roman Colosseum. So we might as well talk about this now. Are they going to fight for real? Zuck and Musk, are they going to fake it? How are they going to fake it? Is it going to be CGI? I'm kind of curious as to how they're going to pull this off. And I know a couple of times there were indications that Musk was going to back out, claiming surgery. His mom said he couldn't come out and play. He said maybe we should just talk and debate, bro. But now it's actually going to the point where they're making plans. Musk has said it's going to look like ancient Rome. You won't see anything modern in any of it. I was disappointed that he was trying to cop out. I'm like, this guy's going to die on Mars. He's leading the way, but he's afraid to fight a 5'7", 150-pound Zuck. I mean, it's better than what he originally proposed, which was a measuring contest, which he would have won. Cyborgs beat androids. All right, so we are joined here by Rocco Calzone, J Diggs 6079 Smith. Gregzer70 says the sound is better on Twitch. Mom with Sons, you're at Mama. Osher06, Jennifer Reeves, happy belated birthday again. Infinite Plane Trotter says it'll be in virtual. See, that's what I'm wondering. Are they going to fake it? Should we just start calling it out? It's going to be fake. It's going to be crappy graphics. Joined by Geometria101 and, thank you, 737. Appreciate the support. And, so many things going on. I want to talk about the Barbie movie a little bit, which I haven't seen, and I haven't seen Oppenheimer. But I just read Miles Mathis's piece on Oppenheimer. And there are too many connections between the two movies that we were intentionally made to focus on, the whole Barbenheimer thing, but also the fact that they faked nukes with dollhouses and fireworks, basically. And they used that fakery to reset the world, reset geopolitics, terrorize humanity. You realize that ever since they faked nukes, we have been in a hostage situation. It's been this way, and we were born into this hostage situation. But if you really think about it, what they did is they convinced us that they had this power. They faked it so well that they actually got it. They faked it till they made it, and it put us into a subjective dream world. That's how they put us into the Matrix. And this was really given away in Newsbenders. Newsbenders, 1960s, 30-minute theater, about how they write the news 5 years in advance. Well, I think that was an understatement. It's got to be 50. It's got to be 100. The Shill channel says, have you seen what has been done to the Gematria calculator? Hundreds of results are now given for each search term. Most of them are misspelled words and meaningless phrases. Yeah, look, I totally get ciphers and gematria and code, it's there. But anytime you got to do any kind of computations, you're taking it one step away from a direct observation. And I think it can be misleading. Not only can it be misleading, but I think it's not evidence in support of there being a significant meaningful connection. Like, okay, there are connections and there are meaningful connections. There are coincidences and there are meaningful coincidences. So I don't say there are no coincidences. Obviously there are. But there's a distinction to be made between the meaningful ones, the intentional ones. But the gematria thing, the idea that words have numerical associations and that you take similarly valued words and they somehow correlate, yeah, that's kind of a form of mysticism. But what's more important here is that the way they code their rituals is with this deliberate kind of inculcation of numerical value into names, the use of specific dates. So it's there. There is something there. But what I try not to do is get too myopic about it or to be led by a cognitive bias, because you can prove anything. And we saw this with 8-4. Trump was not shot on 8-4. Yet, none of the the gematria math that calculated that date will make sense in 1 year. So some number of these individuals were very convinced, and they have huge channels. And I thought, you know what? They're putting the credibility on the line. A lot of people are on the hook here, and there's something very addictive about this prophecy cultism, where you create a cult around a date, and everybody's watching, and it builds up tension, and then the day comes and it goes, and it's like you think people would scatter. Anyway, it's been fascinating. But here's where it gets a little fuzzy to me, is where they say, okay, the dates between, and I just saw this one today, the dates between the births of Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are 666 weeks. And I think it was 672 weeks, but then they subtracted a day. I mean, it's close enough, I guess, which I guess with gematria it's okay. Anyway, moving on. Moving on here. Because I take all kinds of perspectives into account. I just don't take their conclusions. Like, you can agree with the facts because the facts are the facts. It's when you get into conclusions that often involve somebody's, pet theories. And everybody has their explanation as to who controls the world. Like, if you think it's the Jesuits or you think it's the EGIs or the aliens, it's going to really color your interpretation. Joined by AJ206. Thank you for joining. Okay, now one more thing. I was listening to a description of January 6th from the perspective of the chief of police at the time. He was being interviewed by Tucker Carlson. And he said that there were 19 known domestic terrorists en route to D.C. 19 known domestic terrorists on their way to 9/11 America. Because that's how they're treating 1/6. They made it into the next 9/11. But think about that. How many hijackers? 19. Led by 33-year-old Mohammed Atta. Then you have the QAnon shaman at the time, 33, who's a major league grifter now, by the way. The QAnon grifter. And he was there, and they knew there were 19 domestic terrorists. Not saying he was one of them, but the number 19 is key here. So I just thought I'd put that out there. I think I have it in my notes. And I listened to the QAnon shaman's interview with Alex Jones, and I just realized I just heard David Icke all over again. It's just David Icke's entire pitch, minus the reptilians, but everything else is there. I mean, if you didn't know, Icke's kind of a shaman. He took ayahuasca before Tales from the Time Loop. He was talking about saving the children back in like 2002 or something, with Children of the Matrix, I think. He was talking about adrenochrome, and the queen's actually a 12-foot tall, shape-shifting, blood-drinking reptilian. He was way ahead of the curve, but then everybody just forgot about that stuff. It's interesting how things get repackaged. Now nobody's about the reptilians. Now it's trans. It went from reptilians to trans all of a sudden, but it's the same people. Could it be both? Like trans reptilians secretly run the world? All right, continuing, let's go through the Minds notes. Oh, Infinite Plane Trotter says Ike wouldn't go stationary Earth. Yeah, he couldn't make the leap off the edge of the world stage paradigm. He's kind of stuck on the ball. And look, if you're stuck on the ball, you're what I consider to be a ball worshiper. Not that you worship it, but I mean Baal, the god of the world, because the ball Earth is technically, I think, an idol. It's the God construct. And I want to talk more about idols tonight, which is why I brought up Barbie. So we'll go ahead and bring this up next because how many of you listened or read The Secret Sun? It's a blog spot that I've been keeping up with. It had drawn attention to something that I'm going to pull up here. It has to do with the timing of the Barbie movie, and he's correlated her with the Babylon working. You know, Jack Parsons and all that stuff. So secretsun.blogspot.com, Barbie and the Babylon Bomb. Now, this is interesting because the actress that plays her, her name is it Margot? Margot? Well, the same actress played in that movie Babylon. And here you have her in red, scarlet, and we were already talking about the movie Asteroid City, about this actress in the desert played by Scarlett Johansson. Again, the Babylon goddess archetype is called the Scarlet Woman. And Marjorie Cameron, the original Scarlet Woman who was there with Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, was the first to sight a UFO. Asteroid City, Scarlett Johansson sees the UFO descending. So there's something adding up here. There's a bigger picture, and I have a link here to my Substack article I put out about 3 or 4 months ago about all the various witches in red, the Scarlet Women that we see in all the various movies, from Game of Thrones to Doctor Strange. We have Vanilla Sky, the 100. It's a reoccurring character, most recently played by Rihanna at the Super Bowl, which is entirely connected to this New Age goddess. And what they did is they just rebranded Isis as Babylon. That's the long and short of it. And so the connection here is that Margot Robbie and this Babylon archetype correlates or connects to the actual Barbie doll, which, if you get into the the basis of idols and idol magic and idol worship and dolls, there's really fundamentally no difference between a toy and an idol. And this also ties in to what we saw in the summer of 2020 when Chadwick Boseman died. And you had all these children having ritual funerals for the toy Black Panther. And it was like Rip King. And we'll talk about this some more. I have a lot of this stuff in my notes here. Again, phones are open. If you want to call in, numbers on the screen. Now, someone did ask David Icke about the shape of the world, and he said it didn't matter. That ultimately it's an extension of us, it's a co-creation, it could be a cube. He was in the camp of it didn't matter. And on one level, I can understand what he's suggesting, because he thinks that we're more in a matrix or simulation, and that it's something of a test for us collectively and individually. His book, Tales from the Time Loop, has some very fascinating ideas in that regard. But he didn't get too hyper-focused on shape. To me, the value in that is in the ability to discredit the ones who tell you what it is. And that's really a huge advantage. But I think when you're playing ball, as Ike obviously is, you don't want to really do any real damage. Okay, I'm continuing here. Thinks He's a Penguin 101 said, this would be funnier if it didn't affect everyone in their everyday lives. It's still funny, but would be more enjoyable. Okay, well, the thing is, there are no buttons they can push that will wipe everybody out. Nukes are fake. Asteroids are fake. Space wars, fake. Space junk, fake. Trans reptilians running the world, fake. All these things that they give people to be afraid of, mainstream and alternative, are fake. Sorry to say this, and this might hurt some feelings, but chemtrails are fake. Until proven otherwise. And I'm just saying this stuff because this is ultimately good news. These white pills are good news. These things are fake. These things are not to be feared. Politics is all theater. There are no true enemies at the level of nations because they all share a space station, which is also fake. So we're looking at the fake world order, the lie world order. So in many ways, this is good news. The bad news is, I don't know, we live in a realm of deception, pure deception, from the top down. I mean, it seems sort of off. I mean, it's perplexing. I think that's why we're focused on it. Like, what does it mean that we're witnessing weaponized lying and superstition and emotional manipulation at collective and individual levels, putting people at war with one another? Like, what is this all about? I find it to be very fascinating. That's why I've adopted this radical skepticism, which is what we're really primarily advancing here, is a reintroduction of this level of skepticism. And it's a philosophical position, but we're not just talking about being skeptical about the nature of reality or anything like that. I'm talking about directing it, and directing it to all claims originating from the world view shaping mechanism of mass media. Okay, continuing here. 737 says, leave Daddy Ike alone. Look, I like David Icke. I brought him up because QAnon Shaman has basically replaced him. Like, you know how you had Roosh in 2016? You had these alt-right manosphere types. They've been replaced by like Andrew Tate, for example. And I think Ike is being phased out or something, and QAnon Shaman's just stepping up. It's just literally the same story. If 5% of us wake up, we will have a mass awakening. And that's another scam. The idea that they're waking up, because it's a false awakening. You think QAnon Shaman is leading people to an awakening? He's talking about med beds, 5G, some kind of, or fifth dimensional aliens from the Pleiadian, was it the Galactic Federation and Pleiadians, and this suppressed technology, med beds, life extension, great awakening. It's very new agey. And it sounds, and also he talks about, I mean, look, some of the stuff makes some sense, but I'm just saying it's standard new age sewage. Like, it's not original. And it doesn't answer any questions, and it gives a false big picture. The big picture, like, oh yeah, we're all trapped in a matrix, and it's a spiritual trap, and if we can just overcome, it's a nice story, but I think it's a big picture that ignores the nuance of the fact that it's a man-made picture. It's not aliens, it's not reptilians, it's advanced media, it's religion, high-tech religion. And the more I look at this thing, the more it looks to me like aliens, for example. Aliens are just angels repackaged for atheists. Global warming, we know this. This is just the judgy God who's going to punish the enemies. And notice, with the Christians, if you believe that God's going to flood the wicked, and you have to build yourself an ark, you are referring to the political left. Like, those are the wicked. And if you are a believer in this new religion of scientism, then you believe in the flood God, but he's going to flood your enemies who are on the right, the ones who don't believe in science and recycling, the ones who still do capitalism. So these are belief systems that they use in this bifurcated system to set side A against side B in every single way. But it's a mirror. That's my main point. It's a mirror. I'm not saying that these things are equal. I'm not making false moral equivalencies here. I don't think woke and red pill are equal, but they're parallel traps. They each represent fringes of this box. Okay, here, Geometry 101 says correctly, these countries disagree on everything except Antarctica and space. Yeah, look at the International Space Station and the international agreements about Antarctica. It seems like at the extremes of what's way up there and what's way out that way, they seem to agree. And look, I take the mainstream news less and less seriously as time goes on, because we all witnessed 9/11 or experienced the after effects, and it was radical Islamic terrorists, radical clerics. You had these secret jihadi cells in certain mosques that you had to contact trace these Quranic verses. Where did they get them? Who went to Yemen? You had this story of the stealth jihad. They're taking over school boards. They're infiltrating. Obama's one of them. And that disappeared overnight. And it's been replaced by the same people who were preaching this Islamophobic stealth jihad thing. Well, now they're afraid of Chinese people buying up property and taking over police stations. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, that's interesting how it's like they just got a memo one day. And they said, okay, it's been 19 years. The whole Islamo-terrorist thing is over. Now we're going to rebrand everything. We have the domestic violent extremists for the next 19 years, the QAnons to replace the Quran radicals, and then we're going to replace the infiltration narrative with the Chinese now. I mean, they've really just replaced these things. So everything is super interchangeable is my point. Samyash says the Abrahamic religions really erased the history of religion of the world. Okay, I agree with that. Although my contention here is that heliocentrism is just the latest of the Abrahamic religions. That scientism, transhumanism, the whole space travel thing, this is the newest iteration of the Abrahamic faiths. That's why it's replete with the 42666 cubes, hexagrams, and all of its symbolism. It's the same system. Saturn V rocket. In fact, they really give this stuff away in so many of their ceremonies. Like on the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11, they projected the Saturn V onto the Washington Monument. Layers of meaning here, showing how one age has just merged with the next one seamlessly. They just projected a new cover onto it. Same exact meaning. And I determined just based on symbolism that the obelisk, the burning man, Christ, that it all represented this type of, the way they use Christ. This notion of ascension from the material realm to the celestial. And they've correlated this number 33 with ascension. And we've been talking about this for some time. Well, just found out the other day that escape velocity to escape Earth, according to NASA, is Mach 33. 33 times the speed of sound. Then you have the runway 33 out there at the Kennedy Spaceport in Florida. So we've been correct. I think we've been vindicated. But my point being, the symbolism is the same. It's like whether you're talking about the tree of life and going from the kingdom to the crown, some kind of ascension in consciousness, and you're passing by these spheres named for the planets, or you're talking about space travel. It's all allegory. I think space travel is Masonic allegory. And they used to use stonemasons, and that's why they say Freemasons. It's all about stonework as allegory for higher states of consciousness or moral improvement, etc. And now I think space travel and transhumanism is like the new allegorical model for the same thing, but the masses are only given the exoteric interpretation. John Cordone says, good call from Rocco last night. Yeah, Rocco at Ground Zero in Maui. And we had another caller as well, a repeat caller who'd called from Colorado, he had said. Dimitri 101 says, Pentagon is surrounded by two highways, 110 and 27. Adds to 137, the 33rd prime. Interesting. I mean, the Pentagon, what interests me is the construction date was 9/11, 1960, was it 1940? Like 60, I think, was it 1941? It's like 60 years to the day. They had to have the 9/11. Yeah, the moon tracker guy who called in was great. We were talking about the moon and he's been tracking the moon, and he predicted an eclipse without basically off his own observations. But he's going to be calling in continually as we lead our up to this great, what is it called? The great, there's some kind of big eclipse. What are they calling it though? And it's going to be on 4/8. So this next April, on 4/8, we got this culmination of a lot of people watching this thing, this Xing across America. And X is really significant right now. We've been talking about this. Twitter becoming X, then he put the big glowing cross up on the building. And I'm just like, okay, this is interesting because now we have disease X. In fact, I heard something interesting from, I think I'll bring up the clip where someone had suggested that we're being prepped for the mark of the beast and the X is just a mark. Okay, phones are open. I don't have any voicemails at the moment here, but you're welcome to leave voicemails 24/7. Not Shock says Mach 33, spelled M-O-C-K. Okay, now if you watch the Top Gun movie, which was chronologically 33 years after the first, and the production of the movie itself started 33 years after. But the movie is replete with characters with names like, Phoenix, Hangman, who's an actor, 33, Hangman, if you get it, a Jesus reference. And he was calling himself the Savior and good throughout the movie. You had Rooster, which is another symbol of Christ. I mean, basically every character in that movie had this built-in Christ thing. Tom Cruise, if you didn't know, divorced each of his wives when they reached 33. He's got all kinds of strange 33s connected to him as well. But at the beginning of the movie, he goes Mach 10 in this new experimental craft. And the instant he hits that Mach 10, he says something like, no, it's when he hits Mach 7.3. And 7.3 is a very interesting number in this regard as well, but he goes off the radar. And they all laugh and they say he went over the ballage. They called it ballage of the earth. I'm like, that's a weird word. But they all laughed when they said, oh, he went over the curve, that's why we can't see him. They laughed like it was a joke. But if you haven't seen the Top Gun movie, it is nothing but sun worship, and it's just replete with symbolism where instead of using the obelisk, they're using the planes. It's pretty obvious when you get into it. But I did a whole piece on it because I watched it, and every character's name has an occult meaning, and every scene is referencing phoenixes and Christ, and even the name Thomas, Tom Cruise. Well, Thomas means twin, and twin cross, and the second coming, Top Gun 2, is also another reoccurring theme. Thinks he's a penguin says, I'm looking forward to the eclipse myself. Yeah, and people may wonder why we are looking at these dates with any kind of expectation, and I think J.P. Morgan said it, that millionaires don't care about astrology, but billionaires do, and that's absolutely true. And it makes all the more sense when you take into account the fact that mainstream media has supplanted the old school religion. The old religion's been supplanted and replaced by media, and all the religions are based on the sun and the calendar year. And so these various psyops happening on certain dates are because these are actually just going over these old traditional dates. I mean, we do really live in this. Let me go back to this article from The Secret Sun because he puts it pretty bluntly at the beginning. He says, the problem with this kind of work is that you start to see everything as a ritual, and most probably a satanic sex magic ritual. That's not your imagination. You're seeing the world the way it really is. Again, this is back to that article, Secret Sun. Barbie, Barbello, Babylon, and the Bomb. The Barbylon Working. He says, I bring this up because Barbenheimer, this necromantic working meme that everyone was talking about a few weeks ago, was getting on my nerves. And I was thinking about James Shelby Downward and his King Kill 33 essay. And this is a great piece here. This is from James Shelby Downward, where he talks about the world that we live in right now. And this was written decades ago. And he said, never allow anyone the luxury of assuming that because the dead and deadening scenery of the American city of dreadful night is so devoid of mystery and flat-footed and sterile, so burdened with the illusion of baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet, that it is outside the psychosexual domain. The eternal pagan psychodrama has escalated under these modern conditions because sorcery is not what 20th century man can accept as real. And that's his introduction to the ritual deconstruction of the execution of or the assassination of Kennedy. And one thing about the Kennedy thing, because I had looked at this a little closer recently, because there are connections here that have been made between the Kennedy assassination and the Trinity site and the meaning behind it. But Kennedy was shot in the head, the throat, and the chest. And these are the three wounds of Hiram Abiff in the Masonic drama. So like everything really does comport. But we'll go through this a little further here. But if you haven't seen it, I'm going to put a link to the article because this is, again, the Secret Sun blogspot, and this article here is just making some fascinating connections, and these are things that we've been looking at. But basically, here we go. Trinity was the code name of the first detonation of a nuclear weapon conducted at 5:29 a.m. July 16th as part of the Manhattan Project. This was at the White Sands, and then he's connecting it to the Babylon working, a series of ceremonies and rituals performed January to March 1946 by Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, and Marjorie Cameron based on Aleister Crowley, and similar descriptions were in 1917's Moonchild. Now really quick here, on coincidence I guess, today I found this, someone posted something here. It turns out that Ghislaine Maxwell has a brother-in-law who was rubbing shoulders with Jack Parsons. Like some fascinating connection there. I'll pull that clip up here. Frank Molina, Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, Christine's father-in-law, and Jack Parsons, 1936. So I looked into this a little bit today and I found a few clips, just kind of some notes about their connections. Daily Beast did a piece on it, so we'll probably return to that, but I'm just bringing it up that you have this connection between the Babylon working, the creation of our fake space age religion, this momentous ritual. Here it says the Maxwell twins' husbands have bizarre histories. Here we go. Christine is married to Roger Molina, astrophysicist at the University of Texas. His father hung out with L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons, occultists and transhumanists. A strange echo of Jeffrey Epstein's friends in similar academic and business circles. Very interesting all around. I mean, you get these are, I mean, it's a really small circle, but this stuff is worthy of mind mapping. We're just talking about the character that played Barbie, the actress, and this Babylon thing, and that's what we're connecting it to. Because what I take out of all of this stuff here is that in our modern scientism, transhumanist paradigm, this new religion, that's what it is. Our worldview isn't based on science. It's a religious paradigm dressed up like science. But it's a combination of space as heaven and transcendence. It's with that, though, you also have the Scientology, which is a huge part of it, is the space religion. But built into Scientology is actually the pandemic model. And the pandemic model and the quarantining, the vaccinating, the curing, the division between those who reject it, etc., that's an updated version of the religious paradigms, dividing society among the saved and the unsaved with sin. Again, virus is just an updated sin construct in this new system. So between Parsons, who brings in the religious thing, the occult side of this, Mystery Babylon, the true religion of this world, and the dressing of Scientology, and then you throw in Marjorie Cameron, the movie star, idol worship, representative of their goddess, Babylon, who's basically Mrs. Satan. You know, Babylon and the beast, they called Crowley the beast. They referred to the high priestess as Babylon. You kind of see the entire package here. The new religion, the genesis of it all. And how it's all basically built on the movies. That's the main point of, I think, Marjorie Cameron, and the name Cameron just sounds to me like camera on, that ultimately that this new world religion would be given to us not through a Bible, but through the camera lens, a very specifically directed one. And what's more, with this camera lens thing, you bring in Scientology. And I just mentioned Tom Cruise. Well, Scientology has always been about celebrity worship, the celebrity center, and movies. Like the public thinks, oh, it's just a cheap recruiting tactic. No, it's actually, I think it's part of their religion. Catching up on your comments. Jay Digg says Chris Knowles went into that topic on one of his higher side chats. Well, yeah, it's a big topic. I mean, we're going to continue to get into this Scarlet Woman. So if you don't know or you haven't heard this, the New Age religion has replaced or updated. So ISIS is now Babylon, the Scarlet Woman, or the Mother of Abominations, and this is the goddess of the occult system of Thelema, which is really the main religion that we're in right now. The whole idea of the Great Reset is the Thelemic Great Work. And I think we're actually witnessing the implementation of this, and this is the core. But Crowley believed that the Babylon goddess had an earthly aspect or an avatar, a living woman who occupied the spiritual office of the, quote, Scarlet Woman. This is not unlike the concept of the Pope being the vicar of Christ. And the role of the Scarlet Woman was to manifest the energies of the New Age. And so here you have Marjorie Cameron, who was there with Parsons and Hubbard. And then I was bringing up in this article all these various ways that they represented the same archetype in popular movies. And she's constantly there. This is the Red Witch from Game of Thrones. This is again the Scarlet Witch from Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. And if you look at Doctor Strange, he looks just like Jack Parsons. That's not a coincidence. Vanilla Sky, Women in Red, and they always have the same kind of connections and meanings. And then just kind of on the side note, Richard Branson calls his big boat the Scarlet Lady. And then his company is called Virgin, like Virgin Galactic, and it's got all this goddess worship stuff attached to it. And so his whole thing is like, it's interesting because you got Bezos and Musk and NASA. It's all male. It's all these gods, earth gods, sun gods. But Branson, who's always been depicted as a womanizer, has definitely the goddess angle. And even he has a big goddess on his plane. And if you look at their rituals, like, the rocket launches and stuff, the way that the Branson jet plane goes, it's lewd. If you look at it with the right frame of mind, when the two wings lift up and then you have the jet on the bottom. I mean, you have to watch it to know what I'm talking about, I think. But it's not hard to imagine because what we're talking about here are just ritualized fertility rites dressed up with a little bit of science fiction. So the veneration of the Virgin or the Scarlet Lady, this is all consistent with the space program's ulterior purpose as the de facto state religion's heaven program. The new goddess is the same as the old goddess, the night sky, Isis, Babylon to the New Age. Space is the womb from which the new sun emerges each morning. The entire space program is an allegorical cover for Mystery Babylon. So I brought this article up. This was originally published back in September. But again, more recently, we're just taking a look at Babylon, Margot Robbie, and this Barbie doll thing, this Barbie movie, and how it connects. So we'll get back to that in just a second. This is something that I found this morning on Twitter. It's a Twitter video. It's a video from 9/11. And if you look at the timestamp, it says 11/9/2001, 8:46 and 14 seconds. And I'm thinking this is an inside joke. So if you haven't seen this, you're looking at footage on 9/11, and the cameraman is, as I guess people just did back then, he's just driving around recording morning traffic. And he happens to be recording a billboard for Arnold Schwarzenegger's Collateral Damage. Let me go ahead and play this clip, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. 8:46 a.m. is when 9/11 happens. He zooms out. Now, if you look on the right, you can see the Twin Towers, and he zooms in just on time. Boom. Plane hits it. He just witnessed 9/11 starting. But now he's just going to put his camera back on the car in front of him. Honk honk. Back to his morning routine. Interesting clip. Very interesting. Now, Collateral Damage, though. The thing is, Collateral Damage, the movie, happens to be about terrorism. And in fact, in the movie, Collateral Damage, they had to make changes to the plot because of 9/11. It wasn't out yet, and they had to make some changes because it had some what you would consider to be predictive programming or even concurrent programming. So they quite literally altered it before they released it. Another thing we kind of glossed over was the shooting in Utah. Now, we always talk about how the political left loves to make their martyrs, their saints, they always like anybody who dies for any of their causes. They just love to turn them into martyrs. They really love these opportunities. It gives them leverage, and it's mocked. It's like, how can you turn this person into a saint or this person into some sort of a martyr? Why do you elevate them? And now the right wing is just as guilty of this. So I'm looking at Jack Posobiec is treating this guy in Utah like a martyr, which maybe he is, but I'm just saying I think it's just too predictable. He says, to me, it looks like what happened in Utah was the regime conducting a show of force. Now, again, the reason why I find this to be kind of off is that the guy in question was tweeting things like, I'm going to shoot the president. Like he was kind of baiting them. So the idea that he's a victim or that this was a show of force, it's just kind of this like partisan blinkered outlook where they only see what they want to see. It's kind of comical, but you're going to see the story developing because I thought it was just going to pass that, okay, this crazy guy got shot, but no, they're getting behind him. They're turning him into something else. Now he was a good guy. He built a ramp for his disabled neighbor. Here's the tweet from Elon Musk about the upcoming CGI fight. The fight will be managed by my and Zuck's foundations, not the UFC. Live stream will be on X and Meta. Everything in the camera frame will be ancient Rome, nothing modern at all. I spoke to the PM of Italy and the Minister of Culture. They have agreed on an epic location. Again, bread and circuses, this is totally perfect. We could have predicted it. We're like Zuckerberg idolizes Augustus Caesar, gives himself the Caesar haircut. Facebook is obviously the circus part of the bread and circus equation. Thumbs up, thumbs down, like, dislike. That's kind of the way that Caesar gauges the mood of the fickle masses. It's too perfect. Infinite Plane Trotter says X in Thelema, exoteric symbol, is Osiris risen. Yes. And you'll notice the Masons pray like that. The Mormons pray like that. The fans of Wakanda pray like that. The X over the chest is a symbol of Osiris risen. 737 says, never seen that video before today. Yeah, definitely subscribe Infinite Plane Society on Twitter and on YouTube. I uploaded it, and you can follow me also on Minds, and I also posted a link to it at ips.monster. I think it was that important that everyone see it because we're talking about a rare ips.monster. Yeah, there we go. We're talking about a very rare 9/11 clip that most people haven't seen. It was completely new to me. And let me give you some context to what was shown here. It's not just that he caught 9/11 happening and seems sort of like unimpressed, but I'm thinking this is like an inside joke. 9/11 was an inside joke. Did you know the movie Collateral Damage was supposed to include the famous Colombian actress Sofia Vergara, who played an airplane hijacker? But after the terror attack of 9/11, that scene was scratched from the movie. So they got too close. And this is very similar to how they put warnings on Netflix movies now. Like, oh, warning, this movie contains a scene just like the school shooting that you guys should have seen on the news today. Here's another one from the Wikipedia article, Collateral Damage. The September 11th attacks affected the release and editing of the final film. The original trailer was scrapped because it showed a major bomb attack in the United States. Let me just point out really quick, Donnie Darko also had its marketing materials scrapped because it had to do with falling plane parts. And Donnie Darko was directed by the son of a NASA employee, someone who worked at NASA. Also interesting. The film was scheduled to be released on October the 5th, 2001, but it was postponed because of its terrorism theme and the attacks. So they didn't allow this movie to be aired. You know why? Because the mass media wanted to make sure that they were the only ones that could traumatize you with exploding buildings. Because they replayed 9/11 again and again and again for months. And they would always say, after the tragic events of 9/11, and it took a few years for them to stop saying the tragic events of. It was all just neuro-linguistic programming. And again, they are the MK Ultra mind control masters, and they didn't want to lose that stranglehold they had on that. Now it says, following this, Warner Bros. Removed any mentions of collateral damage from their website, their radio stations, television, and movie theaters. All trailers and posters for the film were also recalled. This is an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. Eventually it was released. Not until February of 2002. Wow, that's a interesting little bit of predictive programming. I mean, again, if you missed the clip here, all you're seeing is the cameraman filming the billboard for the upcoming movie, which again was postponed because of what's about to happen. Then he zooms in on the towers. The attack happens at 8:46 a.m. on time. Mercury is rising. First hit happens at 33 seconds after 8:46 on this guy's clock. But anyway, collateral damage. 9/11 was an inside joke. The Shield channel says there are at least two big jokes hiding in plain sight on the official world map. America looks like a duck, and Antarctica looks like a brain. And a literalist says rocket science and rocket surgeons. You know, I was just watching some movie, I think it was a series. It was called Brand New Cherry Flavor, about this 1990s filmmaker who gets screwed over by a director and consults a witch, gets revenge. Very interesting stuff. I mean, there's a lot of quality programming. Anyway, one of the bad guys in it says it's not rocket surgery. You know, kind of a. I was like, that's it sounds better than it's not rocket science, because rocket science is not rocket science. Rocket science is movie magic and acting. So I'm going to start saying it's not rocket surgery. Jay Diggs says camcorders were not as convenient as cell phone cams. Why was he videotaping traffic? Yeah, you know what? That's an important point too. When we look at psyops today, everybody has a phone. If you trip and fall on a subway, people are going to videotape you. If you start getting attacked, people are going to videotape you. If something goes down, terror attack, whatever, they will videotape you. It's just how it works these days. So we're used to this total surveillance society because we've just been acclimated to it. But when 9/11 happened, it wasn't like that. Not at all. It was more like a lot of people still decided, I'm not going to be tracked by the government until 9/11 happened. Then everybody bought one. So they had a lot of creative control, is my point. Skyfish says, this is wild. I bet there's tons of footage like that that's not released. Well, look, my take on that piece is I think that was a plant, that they have a lot of planted footage, and that they only selected the ones that they needed to create the composite that they wanted, and that his job was to catch it at that moment from that angle, and he did his job, and also probably include that inside joke. Infinite Plane Trotter says 1968 to 2001 is 33 years. The towers were completed in 68. I think their construction began in 68, and I think they completed and opened on 4/4. I got to double check. 73. I don't know if that's exactly it, but I know it was 33 years from creation to destruction, if you want to look at it that way. And it makes sense. 9/11, the national emergency number, was established in 1968. So we had 33 years of dialing 9/11 for emergencies before 9/11 happened. 13 years after the buildings go down, the new one opens on 11/3/2014. 13 the number of the Phoenix, death, resurrection, and it's 1,776 feet high. 1776, which is 888 times 2, which you get into the meaning of the stuff and it all makes perfect sense. It's a long-term ritual, and the language of it tells you that these things were built to be pulled down in that manner on that date before they were it was known before they were even built. It wasn't like this was some scheme that George W. Bush came up with. This wasn't some thing that they just dreamed up, like running up to the 2000s. No, this was actually obviously scripted before. You can find predictive programming for 9/11 in Doctor Strangelove, 1963. You can find predictive programming for 9/11 in Full Metal Jacket and in The Shining. I'm talking about Kubrick. Like, this was something that was planned a long time ago, and predictive programming is part of their process of conditioning you to accept what's coming as inevitable, as likely, no matter how incredible. Now, now let me check on that date, on the opening date. The reason why I thought it was interesting, World Trade Center opening date, because we talked about the Pentagon and how it started on 9/11. Yeah, so the World Trade Center officially opened on 4/4/73, and 4/4, of course, was the date Trump was brought in, and it was coincidentally the anniversary of MLK's assassination, who was compared to Moses, and then Trump has since been promoted from Jesus to Moses. Pentagon construction, 9/11. Again, 1941. So 60 years to the day. Nicotrama says, trying to listen to this with a 5-year-old is like trying to wrestle. Yeah, I believe it. You can get the replay, though. And the replays are going to be at infiniteplane.live. Just get on the newsletter. I'll send the archives out. But then also we're going to have the 24/7 on. Okay, continuing here. I want to go through my notes. I didn't want to go through the entire Secret Sun article. I need to finish reading it. But I just wanted to point out that there is something here between this Barbie and Oppenheimer and this link. I want to watch the movies before I get too much deeper into it. But the next thing I have to get to, and this was sent to me by Mr. Trustworthy. This is a big deal, I think. The 3 charged with assault over a wild WWE-style attack on the Alabama dock worker. So back to this Alabama fight and this question as to whether or not it was real. You can look here. One of the characters is actually wearing stripes, just like a ref, which is both Masony and very much part of why people say it looked like World Wrestling Federation or Entertainment. But then get this. The guy the 16-year-old kid who swam across the river, he's got one shoe on, or one slipper on. And his username on Instagram is it's the King Jabber 77. So you have the King name again. And I mentioned the guy with the chair, Reggie Gray. And Reggie Gray, the name Reggie made me think of Reginald Denny. And I think the connection here is strong because we're talking about Rodney King. And Reggie means king. And the Rodney King was incited because of the Rodney King beating is what incited the LA riots, which came to a close after Reginald Denny, the name Reggie again, gets hit on the head. So you have the white and the black, the person getting hit on the head. All this stuff seems like callbacks. But anyway, King Jabber 77 has this picture. Here he is with one foot in a slipper, one with a shoe, and it says, the operative Mason's lodges, there was a custom of requiring a newly indentured apprentice to hand over his left shoe to confirm his obligation. Now that's kind of an interesting one because we always wondered why are we always seeing a single shoe at every psyop? What's with all these shoes in every picture? And it seems to be symbolic or representative of something. So here's a post explaining it. The men were white and the guard was a black man. Physical altercation. The young man named Aaron Rudolph swam across the water to help the guard. The other black, and he's only talking about this in racial terms because this is how it's been described. And he's suggesting that this is all black and white, symbolic in the Masonic sense. Here we go. The other black people joined the brawl and hit the men with chairs. Was this a real altercation or was it staged? The video didn't go viral by accident. Montgomery is where the bus boycott started in 1955 with Rosa Parks. Now on this, I saw a meme and it said, "Have a seat, 1955, Rosa Parks. Have a seat, 2023, with Reggie Gray hitting somebody with a chair." And Reggie Gray hitting somebody with a chair, chairman, was 42. Is 42. Rosa Parks, when she had a seat, was 42. So there's some rhyming here. And then Trump even said something about, you guys are fighters. You're going to fight, fight, fight. They will see. Like Trump was actually talking about how the people there in Alabama were ready to fight. And then this happens right after. The post here goes on to say, there's a lot of historical racism in Alabama. I think this might be a staged event to fan racial flames. The teenage boy Rudolph has an Instagram account. He has a shirt that looks like a Skull and Bones reference. He has a picture of hooded individuals that looks like a Masonic cult posted on 3/3. He has a missing sock in the video. It looks to be a Masonic reference. Was this an initiation? Reports have called this a WWE style attack, hinting that it's fake. Why else use WWE reference? When videos like this are in the media, you must use your critical thinking skills. The media likes racial tension, and they use television for social conditioning. They feed off your negative energy to promote anger, resentment, and hatred. They control the masses through their emotions. The media loves keeping the people on low vibes. This is another divide and conquer, mind control, staged event. Have you figured it out yet? Interesting points raised here. Just bring it up for your perusal, and here you go. The 16-year-old who swam across the river to be a hero echoes back again to that story back in the spring where the 16-year-old rang the wrong doorbell and then he was shot. And here's the connection here, I think, is this. A 16-year-old shot by homeowner after ringing doorbell. This is back in April. The 84-year-old white man accused... Oh, 84. Interesting. For a couple of reasons. But the 84 was a big reference we were looking at. And the idea of the 8/4 date and this potential shooting. Anyway, this is all back from April. We were talking about the 16-year-old who rang the wrong doorbell and got shot. And so it's a 16-year-old black kid, old white man. The grandson of the white man who shot a black teen gave an interview, and he said that his grandfather got really into Trump. This was another part of the story. So the grandson went on the news, and he said there were warning signs. I wasn't shocked when I held the news. I knew he held racist tendencies and beliefs. So this is this individual dishing out on his grandfather. His grandfather hasn't even been tried yet. You're innocent until proven guilty, but he's like, yeah, he was an old racist. Anyway, I know in here they blame Trump. And yeah, it goes in here. His grandfather supported extreme right-wing views and conspiracy theories. Oh, conspiracy theories. He was a conspiracist. They love that. You're a conspiracist. So if you put it all together with this Alabama thing, the 16-year-old going as a hero this time, I think this is all just elaborate, meta-scripted storytelling over a period of months. And again, they do it for social control and conditioning. Going through some comments here, make sure I haven't missed anything. 6079 Smith says Jordan's last game was Trump's 42nd birthday. Okay, now Trump's 42nd birthday was an interesting one. When he turned 42, they had a UFO. They had a UFO descend from the ceiling, and they had fireworks. 1988, Trump celebrated his 42nd birthday at one of his casinos, featuring a laser show and a 15-foot spaceship, with magicians and dancers performing to Michael Jackson's Bad, reworked in his honor. I would like to see a video of this because I believe the lyrics were changed. But anyway, I thought this was fascinating because here you have Trump and the 42 thing, and of course the alien spaceship, which 42 has all these connections with the Space Needle and the idea of ascension into the heavenly realm in this new modern context. And then of course it's Trump, and then 42. You know, UFO adds to 42 if you want to get into the gematria, but there are so many things we can go into with this particular piece of information, but want to stay on topic. We've been covering the Margot Babylon thing. Then we see this buildup of resentment for the FBI shooting this guy with a gun. And, you know, the whole gun control agenda is moving in some very interesting directions right now. And this can't be disconnected from this. And people are remarking that the FBI has ignored threats before when they come from lefties, you know, like Kathy Griffin and the severed Trump head, or Madonna talking about blowing up the White House, or Johnny Depp asking when the last time someone assassinated a president. But then you have this guy who posts some things on the internet, and yeah, he gets shot. But in the defense of the FBI, if you believe the official story, the guy did upload some pretty extreme comments, and he was dressed up in full battle gear. I mean, I'm just like, what do you expect? He invited the swatting. Thinks he's a penguin says, I thought it was weird one of the guys named arrested was Shipman. Yes, Chase Shipman. And he was the guy that was chased away. Angle of Elevation says, in War of the Worlds, we stopped the aliens with a virus. Now that the government has admitted aliens are real, I surely hope we have a deadly virus to stop them from invading. Fascinating. That is true, though. And same with Independence Day. They used a computer virus to shut it down. Will Smith saved us. And Independence Day was directed by Roland Emmerich, and it gave us a lot of the visuals we would need to understand 9/11, in that we were supposed to gather around the president. Because in that movie, the aliens destroy all the buildings and the cities, and then the president saves us. And it's notable that Roland Emmerich directed Moonfall, the 2021 film about the moon falling on us, because it gave us a lot of visuals that we'll need to comprehend the idea of space junk when China starts, or Russia, whoever, starts shooting down the 42,000 CubeSats. NA Literalist says, what if an Uber driver rings the wrong doorbell on a house? You know, before this happened, and it might have been a hoax, I mean, I'm inclined to think these things are all connected, even on a national level. There was a local incident where an Uber driver went to the wrong house here and got shot. So now I see them with big bright Uber signs on their windows. Salty Siren says 42 descend upon the earth the fall. Yes. Well, look, 42 has everything to do, I believe. Well, I have some new stuff on this as well. But you have the number 42 and 24. Both of these can be references, in my view, to Saturn. And you can get the astrological symbol of Saturn by combining the two. But the Space Needle has been a focus here because the Space Needle is actually designed to be a UFO, and I think it represents the same thing that the old obelisks represent, which is ascension into the heavenly realm. And of course the UFOs, they descend, and these are your saviors from above. But the number and what it represents, Saturn and falling, is tied into all of these things. The Space Needle being in Washington, which is the 42nd state, and it's a 42-second ride to the top. The UFO on the Space Needle's 42 meters wide. Like, the code is throughout, and it's very, very consistent. And it's the same reason why we see it throughout Elon Musk's projects. Here's a reference point to that thing about the domestic terrorists. Ex-Capitol Police Chief thinks multiple federal agents were in the January 6th crowd. There were 19 domestic terrorists at January 6th being tracked by the FBI. 3 days later, on the day of the riot, the number of domestic terrorists by the FBI they were tracking went up to 19. So 19 terrorists, January 6th, again 19, 9/11, 33-year-old leader, Muhammad Atta, 33-year-old leader, QAnon shaman. In terms of just the blatant visuals of it, it's like, who's the leader here? Well, it's the guy who sits in Nancy Pelosi's chair with the big headdress on. Okay, moving forward here. And one more thing about the wrong doorbell. That happened in a few places all at once, and it was being commented on widely. And then it stopped happening. Like, they do this. They build up their narratives for a psyop to get some kind of legislation passed, and then they move on to the next thing. But it's not actually real, most of the time, generally speaking. Like, whatever it is they're hyping, more often than not, it's not real. And I noticed something else too. After the Allen, Texas shooting, there was a guy with the cowboy hat who claimed that he was first on the site and that he was rolling bodies to see who was alive, and a girl didn't have a face. And then he gave CPR and he saved a life. There's all these, he's like a hero. Well, then the Allen Police Department, the APD, puts out a press release saying this guy is not credible. He's not a credible witness. What do you mean he's not a credible witness? He was on all the mainstream outlets, and his story was repeated in all of the big newspapers and all of the popular left-wing podcasts, and not one of them offered a retraction. So the propaganda of the girl without a face has already cemented itself in history, even though it's being called fake by the police, because somewhere within that department, somebody not in the know didn't get the memo. Like, today we're going to take some false reports from these guys because we are running a psyop. And that's an important consideration whenever we talk about psyops. We're not talking about a rogue news agency or a small group hoaxing people. These are all top-down events that would require cooperation at levels that go up to the top of the media corporations and include government. I think the term is capstone event Wolfgang Halbig used to describe these. J. Digg says 42 months or 1,260 days is prevalent in the book of Revelation. Fascinating. Now, if you want to call in on any of the topics, tonight we've talked about Musk versus Zuck. Is that going to be fake or real? I think we know it's going to be fake. Can you imagine, like, Musk with a bloody nose? What do you think is going to happen? There's no way. Size-wise, Musk has him beat. I don't know if anything else really matters. Second, Barbie Barbie is Miss Satan, and it's idol worship. That's just the long and short of it. They're not just Barbie dolls. It's not about feminism. It's actually about some kind of occult connection with a spiritual or demonic entity that takes up residence in an idol that's symbolically linked to it. And this is all that Kabbalistic magic. So in other words, burn your Barbie dolls if you don't want your children growing up worshiping at the altars of Mystery Babylon. But if they're in the movie theaters, they already are. You're in the black cube. We're born into this. You can't really fault anybody. Infinite Plane Trotter says, my money is on Musk. I could see Musk, body slamming him, because I think that Zuck is training. I think he's training for like the ground game or something. I don't know. We'll see. They're not going to be slugging it out. I don't think Musk has the endurance. And Zuck is also, if you believe the videos, he looks fake. I'm sorry. He's never looked real to me, the Zuckerberg. Okay, so this is what I wanted to say. I had new information on this. The symbol of the planet Saturn. This is from Wikipedia Astrological Symbols. And I've been saying that the number 42 represents Saturn, and that the 4 is the cross, and the 2 is the scythe of Saturn. Well, here's the actual interpretation, and I don't think I'm off anyway. Wikipedia.com/astrological_symbols. Symbol of Saturn represents matter, which is the cross, taking precedence over the spirit, which is the crescent. So we were talking about how the number 42 represents falling or descent, and I think it means the descent of light into the material realm, which is represented by the black cube. And the number 4 is the cross, and a cube is just it's a folded up cross, but these are symbols that represent this realm. Like Christ crucified on the cross is essentially bound to the cube, bound to the realm. And then the number of transcendence, 33, which was his age, is the age that you transcend matter. So if the 42 represents this, the domination of the spirit by matter, then the 33 in the ascension is pretty much the opposite, the overcoming of matter. But this is, again, this is the God of the world. They represent it in various ways. And when I say God of the world or Baal worship, I mean quite literally the earth god and the God of the harvest, which is what the Grim Reaper thing really represents. We're talking about cycles of life and death, the God of recycling, reincarnation. That's why it was 13 years after the towers fell that they opened a new one. 13 is their number of death/new cycle. Going through some comments here. Oh yes, Jeff Bezos' house didn't burn in Maui from what I saw. It might be a rumor though, it came from CBK News. But he's got a clock. Jeff Bezos has a 42, is that number? $42 million clock in the Devil Mountains, Sierra Diablo Mountains. $42 million clock that's going to last 10,000 years. And I think 10,000 represents the return of Saturn, which is 10,000 days. And then the clock itself is chronos, or time. Again, it's all the same. They have all their clever ways of paying homage and worshiping the god of this realm, the god of the time-space, the god of the Abrahamic religions. And if you look at the symbol of Saturn in any of these ancient depictions, you got Kronos eating his child. Well, it's not about cannibalism. Kronos eats the 12 children and then spits them out at the end of the year. It represents the 12 months. Father Time. Grim Reaper, it's just allegory, and these are personifications, but the Kronos eating the child is one, but the other common one is Saturn with a knife or a scythe killing a baby or stabbing a kid. And it's like, well, what are you seeing here? It looks grotesque. And when you look at this as allegory, it makes a lot more sense. It's just all symbolic. But the Abrahamic faiths are based on Abraham. And Abraham, if you look at the depictions of him, you have him taking Isaac to the top of the hill and he's about to stab him. And I would posit here that Abraham about to stab Isaac is actually just a depiction of Saturn in a new iteration, in this new cultural context. Here's an article from XX1133122111, one of the channels that was predicting that Trump would get a head wound on 8/4. He put a compilation of what he called Rocket Men, and this is a fascinating collection, and I think these are worth going through. We've discussed all of them, and I have some I can add to it. Donald Trump called Kim Jong-un, leader of North Korea, Rocket Man during his first term, and he tweeted about him. I spoke with President Moon of South Korea last night, asked him how Rocket Man is doing. Now, Rocket Man, Kim Jong-un, was born on January 8th. January 8th is the same birthday as Elvis Presley and David Bowie. Interesting as we go forward here. Now, I'm not going to read all of this, but I just mainly want to focus on these connections. David Bowie releases a song like a Rocket Man. He's got his black star. And in the Elvis movie, twice, he talks about riding a rocket to the Rock of Ages, whatever the hell that means. But now, here's what's interesting. We're getting into the part that I want to add on to. You have Elton John, Rocket Man, who put out a movie, Rocket Man. Elton John released his hit song, and recently a movie about his life was released entitled Rocket Man. The same black star as Elvis, Kim Jong Un's North Korean flag, and David Bowie's album cover Black Star. Now, this is what I'm finding to be kind of trippy, though. Jack Parsons is mentioned here as well, and he was a rocket man. So I think what we're seeing, as I've been saying before, that the rocket is just a restylized obelisk. Here it gives you some more information on Parsons, rocket engineer and chemist. And this is before rocket science was CGI, like they were actually blowing things up. He was the founder and inventor of the first jet propulsion rocket engine. He abandoned Marxism studies to follow Aleister Crowley. He was recognized by Crowley and the Agape Lodge leader in 1942. So he was the American counterpart of Aleister Crowley. And again, he looks like Doctor Strange, or Doctor Strange looks like him. Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard performed their Babylon Working series of ceremonies in January to March 1946. And this whole ceremony actually has connections to Donald Trump. Like some think that he was the vessel that whatever they summoned went to go inhabit, that he is the Antichrist. I mean, it's an interesting connection we might get into later. These rituals were designed to manifest these energies on the earth. There's a novel about this called Moonchild by Aleister Crowley. Now we're looking at these rocket men and what the rocket means. And it means, essentially, I think, especially with Elvis, it makes it very clear in Bowie. So if you remember when Elon Musk sent the Starman to space, it was playing a David Bowie song on repeat, Starman, which has everything to do with the star, or Saturn, I think, the black sun, all these things. So he goes up into space, Starman, in the Tesla Roadster, and Starman is an anagram for Mr. Satan, and Bowie is the man who fell to Earth. If you just called, you can call right back. I accidentally hung up on you. So Bowie's the man who fell to Earth, and I think that that's what the rock star archetype represents. Fallen angels, or Satan. We'll get back to this. Hey, what's up, caller?
Hey, what's going on there? Caller.
Just going through a few interesting blogs that I found today.
Are we live here?
Yeah, we are live here. And where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
Okay, and what are you calling about in particular?
The Ohio. Here is the heart of everything, Ohio.
Yes, where you had your toxic airborne event.
I think they changed. I think they changed their logo.
The slogan.
It's no longer the heart of everything. It's now they got a new logo, not logo, but
slogan. The slogan was changed to the heart of everything in 1984. And I think it just represented something symbolically about the heart of America in the MAGA view. And what they were showing was MAGA just had a heart, or the vision of MAGA. The old America is dying. It's unregulated. It's greedy and bloated and needs to be phased out. That was the message of it. But what else about Ohio is going on right now?
Well, like I said, they just changed their logo. It's not the heart is here or something.
Let me take a look and see. Okay, Ohio's slogan: with God, all things are possible. Oh no, yeah, no. I found it here. It says Ohio, the heart of it all. It returned to its old tourism slogan this year.
It's not that.
It changed back to it this year. Here's from Cincinnati.com. May 10th, 2023, Ohio returned to its old slogan, the heart of it all. So they just switched it back, just in time for all these psyops, which reference the heart and ultimately lead to this idea of America having clogged arteries, represented by derailed trains and capitalism run amok.
All right, now, Tim, you know I run into Ohio every day. Every 5 days, I run into what I do for my work, and yeah, that slogan has changed. It's not the heart of it all anymore.
Now, were you anywhere near Palestine when the train derailed and you had that massive black cloud?
Was I close to it? No. You know where I was at.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You drove in.
Yeah, I had to drive into it.
Well, whatever their
I
new
had to
slogan
drive in
is,
through go ahead.
no, whatever the slogan is, the purpose of that psyop, in my view, was actually to kill the Griswolds. The Griswolds, you know, the whole,
Oh, I
if you watch that movie White Noise, you'll immediately get what I'm talking about.
I have not watched that yet, but I do 100% agree with you that it's a bunch of BS.
Fake.
I went there. There was nothing going on there.
No, and I had
Now,
people, there were people freaking out saying that the fish are dying. There was this AI generated news site that said that the Mississippi River Valley was now poisoned. And
I, 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 I went there, Tim. I put my hand in the creek, and I dropped my phone in there actually. And no, the fish were not dying. Let's not go there. That's It's not as bad as what they're trying to say it is. What is it? Something real? Probably something real happened there.
no, well, what happened was a really good movie. I mean, White Noise was probably used to act. Look, I mean, we already talked about this a million
Yeah, I
times,
didn't
but
watch that movie.
no, the thing is, the actors, the extras in that movie were actually evacuated when the real derailment happened. And this was commented on by CNN as just a coincidence. And I'm like, no, obviously life follows psyops. Or psyops follow
Well,
life. Or how does it work? We got to update this thing because it raises a few questions, about what causes what, or and they say it's eerie
well,
coincidence, but I'm like, no, it's conditioning.
however you want to say it, it doesn't matter. I mean, I was there. I was at Ground Zero with the whole Ohio train thing. I have family that lives there, and they really do believe that this thing happened. So I mean, I got kind of both sides. Our side that says no, this was a psyop, and their side that says no, it's something happened.
Well, the difference is this:
So
they believe something happened, and I don't believe. I know something happened that was televised.
I don't believe either.
So the difference, though, is that the masses are a bunch of believers, and they fight over beliefs. And I'm just saying that beliefs are worthless and impotent, and that they're there to distract you from actually knowing what's going on. And that's what separates what we have been doing here is we're separating knowledge from just subjective belief. I don't live in TV land. I don't live in a Netflix movie, but apparently the masses do.
Wow, we know you don't believe in TV land. I don't either.
But sad we have to say that. Like my frame of reference isn't this fictional construct, which I call the world stage. But I'm entertained by it nonetheless. It's just immersive entertainment. But we're surrounded by true
Oh, would it?
believers.
It's definitely entertainment. As an IPR reporter, I go out there and I'm just looking for everything that they are faking. I'm in Pittsburgh, and they did that whole thing with this Bowers guy.
What is that about?
The Bowers guy who shot up the synagogue here like 7 years ago or something like that.
Oh yeah. In fact, I believe it was.
Why did it take like 7-8 years to put an end to it?
I'm pretty sure the rabbi there was Gene Rosen, repackaged like a new gig. But and look, for anybody who finds it in poor taste that we're entertained by the psyop entertainment complex, or that we find it entertaining. I read this article today by a doctor who's like 101, and he was talking about one of the things that has allowed him to remain in control of his mental faculties is he's always found things to be entertained by, things to be intrigued by. But entertainment is engagement, and I think we have to remain engaged. I don't believe in tuning out. I don't think we can go off the grid. I think that the approach that we have makes a lot more sense, for long-term sanity. Imagine how lost. I mean, I just look back at how lost I was. Not lost, but at the time I didn't know. But clearly, I was just believing whatever I heard from whatever sources I could get it from. I had some critical thinking, obviously, but I accepted a lot of things just as sort of a baseline. I even recall seeing the Earth from the ISS on a big screen TV, on a roommate's TV, and I couldn't understand why they were impressed by it, but it didn't strike me as fake. I just thought it was boring.
Don't do that. I mean, ISS from your friend's TV. We all know that's a bunch of bullshit.
Well, now
Come
we do.
on.
Now we do. Now we do. At the time, no way. You would have had no
No.
frame of reference where it didn't exist.
Well, I'm calling you out, Tim. Thank you for all the ISS bullshit.
Well, look, the biggest debunk for anybody, look at the spacewalks and look at the lighting.
That's the biggest debunk.
The lighting underwater. It's underwater lighting. You can tell. Like when light is underwater. Hey, I got another call coming in. So if you want to call back in a bit, feel free.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll call back in a
Good
bit.
talking to you. All right. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, it's B Tripper. How you doing?
Excellent. Very interesting times.
Always. I'm calling in about Maui. I don't know what's the conversation about tonight. Is it open phones or is there a direct conversation about something?
Anything. We've had a caller from Maui, and that's obviously been a topic.
Oh,
as of
really?
late. So yeah, absolutely. It's what's your take on it?
Okay, well, so if just let me know if you can't hear me or anything. So I'm on other channels, and of course, the fringe here is a little bit more balanced and trustworthy, obviously at IPS. But I think it's really interesting how people catch the bait of the DEW weapons, or whatever they're called. Right? Isn't that stand for direct energy weapon or something like that? And
Yes,
that's
direct
tied to 9/11
energy weapons.
and all that stuff.
Yeah, I see that. I'm like, why do they fall for that immediate bait? Because they can discredit that.
I think it's hilarious. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So, and I think that's a good example of the guard railing that you speak of. We're supposed to experience it. Now, I'm still stuck in whether these events either have to happen or they are pushed to happen by the elites, or they naturally happen. So now that goes into a bunch of different categories that I probably won't go into today, but the burning, decimation, obliteration, which is representative of a nuclear attack, I think that's something to talk about on the show tonight. I mean, I don't know if you already did this, but August is nuclear. It's nukes fall, things burn, things blow up in August. I don't know why. I don't know, or they remember Brazil? When did
No, you're right.
I didn't really do any research.
It was Beirut.
When did Brazil? Yeah.
Beirut in 2020, you had the 75th anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and those two bombings were echoed by 2 August mushroom cloud blasts. And it was a thing in August. And it is a theme right now, it seems like. You're onto something with this. And it does seem kind of funny that here we are talking about Barbie, a bombshell. And the whole bikini comes from Bikini Island, and the bombshell is a reference to the bomb testing at the Bikini Islands. So you have this correlation between the islands and the nuclear tests, and I think there's something here. I think there's something here to.
100%, 100%. It comes across in the news. You know, here in New England, it's like, oh, you know, it's so far away, no one really feels, you know, the pain of it. You know, so I'm sure other people experience it that way too. You know, I don't really know anyone in Maui per se, so to many people, it's quote just a fire. Right? I'm pretty sure it's similar to what other people may have felt like during World War II. It's just, all right, maybe that I'm kind of saying too much there, but like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, here's something
like,
too.
Okay, yeah, bomb fell. You know what I mean?
One of the main culprits, and I predicted this before I even opened up any of the articles, is that they're going to use this to blame climate change. And the reason why climate change is significant here is, like the nukes, it represents a global threat that requires a global solution. So I would think, from the Metascript perspective, it would make more sense to blame it on climate change than a nuke. Because if somebody's nuking everybody, they take that person out. But if climate change is happening, we have to solve climate change. So maybe they decided this makes more sense.
I mean, in the state of Massachusetts, I mean, there's a lot of hypnotized, mesmerized people here. There are some people who get it a little bit, but it's tough, you know, because everyone's pigeonholed into the two sides. You know, you're either red or you're blue or whatever. So they don't think that there's another way out of the rabbit hole. This concept of climate change is pervasive. It's catching on so much here that I've never heard people say, "Oh, Biden's done so much for this climate change than any other." I'm like, wait a second. Let's bring what president has ever done anything? Like, it's so I don't know. Just to take a political stance on anything related to climate change, it's so immeasurable. I went to school for physics. It's so. That's not a great example, but it's like that. I'm just saying it's so impossible. It's so difficult. I'll just say it this way: it's so difficult to measure how one cow fart can measure. You know, can influence.
It can drown a polar bear. It can cause an ice cap. It's the melting of the ice caps caused by this. And ultimately, though, it's blaming capitalism. But I think what you're bringing up here is that you have the idea of science, where you can attach it to facts, and then you have this, where they put the burden on you. The onus is on you to believe it, and then to get appropriately angry. And if you don't believe it, they get mad at you.
To blindly believe whatever the news tells us, and that's where I have found that either here at IPS or other groups related in some way, shape, or form to IPS. I'm sorry to say, I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. You have to go out. You have to see. You have to go into different rooms or whatever. But to have this month of August be like a month of, let's say, devastation. There has to be some cyclical event, like clockwork, that they know is going to happen, that they can predict, and that they know that they can influence, and just say, okay, yeah, maybe the sun was hot enough. I'm just using this as an example. I don't know if the sun...
I think you might be onto something. I came across this thing today where somebody correlated, because we're on the final day of the dog days of summer, which is the dog star Sirius behind the sun. And according to the occultists, this means that the sun's power is magnified. And on the 8th of August, this alignment occurs. There's like some kind of a portal, they say, but it's the alignment of Orion's belt with Sirius. So you have this alignment with the sun, and that seems to correlate with the timing of this fire. So there may be, and look, we had a random big fire lighting up part of the city here, and then a random fire to the west, and it could be coincidental, but I've observed enough correlations between summer solstice and fires that I started to think, okay, we got to look to see if this is part of a bigger pattern.
Yes, it is. You're hitting the nail on the head, and that's what I'm trying. I'm probably a little bit more woo-woo in the sense that maybe fires like this are supposed to happen, and I tend to believe that, although I try to take a more of an IPS balanced approach where, whatever. But I want to believe that they're supposed to happen, right? And that's where the elites become, and this is where I'm calling myself out. I'm a little bit glowy in this respect. Like, I think that they are the good guys in the sense that they can't let us know the true nature of where we are, who we are, and why we're here. But they can lie to us just enough. It's like a parent with their children. Like, you just don't want to tell them that Santa Claus is fake, And I'm taking this quite literal, quite seriously, actually, Tim. And I'm saying, like, I think the elites really do know. Maybe not. I actually don't think that Bill Gates knows the true nature, but there are people above him that do know that this is either a flat plane or some version of a realm that they know more about, kind of like the vibes of Cosmos kind of version that we talk about often here, where, something like the Earth goes through like an icing and cooling, or I should say heating and cooling stage, like a clock, right? But I think that these things are supposed to happen at a specific time of year, and they know it. And maybe the Bill Gateses do know the clockwork function of it, but they don't know the why, or how we're even here. I mean, this is really like, so we've talked about how we, in some cases, we're philosophical scientists, and this is a real existential question, but we don't know why exactly we are here, and I think that's the control part and why they need to cover it up, because if even like, I think you said this a couple nights ago, if even like 10% of the globe figured it out, it's over. It's like a domino. It's how Tim Ferriss, I don't know if you ever heard of Tim Ferriss, the 4-hour work week. I'm big into personal development, but like he calls it the big domino in marketing. You just tell your followers or your whatever, just your big. Once you figure out the big domino, the rest of the dominoes they fall right in place, or they're just irrelevant. And what I'm trying to say with that is, like, the elites try to guard or guardrail the big domino. The second people start searching, I mean, I'm a little iffy on the dome concept. I'm a little bit on your side with the infinite plane. I think that's a good open notebook kind of way to, but who's to say that, like, what happened in Maui is what the concept of obliteration or fire and brimstone that's supposed to happen at this time of year? Who's to say?
Okay, look, this is intriguing to me. I mean, I remember
It's a lot.
Okay, November 3rd, 2019, 3,000 of us live were watching Seattle because we were convinced that they were going to, based on predictive programming, blow up the Space Needle. Didn't happen, we were watching, but at the same time, there was a big Space Needle in Turkey that mysteriously blew up. And we were like, okay, do they have like a set date for things to happen? And we spoiled this particular one. It just got me thinking about this. And I have noticed that you will find a lot of the big psychological operations, the big sporting events, actually comport with these older religious calendars that are based on the movements of the sun and the period of time of the year that we're at. Like, not a coincidence that submersible drama happened as we entered into Cancer and we hit the summer solstice. So yeah, they're definitely timing psychodramas and major events, even fires, to go along with what I would consider to be pagan holidays. And so what I think there's a correlation here, but why are they doing it? And this is what I'm pointing out is like, okay, they're doing it based on the same calendar, but why? And that's a good question. Are they? Is this? It's fascinating to me. I don't have all the answers, but I think it's an old system.
Well, on a smaller scale, a lot of those things like the Turkey, explosion, that there was a fringe story related to that back when it happened, that it uncovered some underground tunnels. Now, that could be mud flood theory, that could be or I should say human trafficking kind of stuff, It could be, because they did talk about a lot of those things. If you have your finger on the pulse and you start seeing this stuff, it almost like kind of rhymes every year. And after, for me, year 3, it doesn't even faze me, So the clockwork part, I think we need to nail that down. Someone in the chat, in the Discord or the Gilded, it's either you or someone else, has really ironed out a lot of the calendar, events. But it's still, I think the elite still manipulate it, So I mean, it's good. It's good to be aware of that,
What do you think of my concept that the nuclear bomb, because I don't believe these exist in the way they describe them, but what do you think about my idea that the introduction of this mega weapon reset geopolitics, and it gave the power elite total control over our collective worldview? That they blew up objective reality. They literally destroyed our reality at every level with the fake bomb for all intents and purposes. Well,
through the movies, or what do you mean?
Yeah, well, by convincing us that it's real, by faking it convincingly, they managed to use that to put everybody into a collective hostage situation, like the Cold War or the nuclear threat.
Right. It's already believable. It's already happened. Millions of people have either died or have been injured. It's to the sense where it's in the history books. I understand that. It's so tough to remove to unplug. I mean, it's almost like we're using we're pigeonholed to use like matrix terminology, but I hate that now. But to really remove our thinking from that idea or concept that almost nearly all historical events or some version of them have been lied to us, like the Hiroshima bombing, Nagasaki, whatever it is, 9/11, as fake planes, no, we're good. People cannot, to be removed from that, you really have to understand that Santa isn't fake. You really have to say, okay, it's not just Santa. It's literally everything. Everything that we've been told to is a lie, and now we have to kind of go into the existential is why. And that's where, I don't know, when it comes to what you were just saying about the burning or the timing and whatever, you're right. It's I don't know, it's they have to match up their actions with the clock or the timing just to appeal to a higher power or what? I don't know. I have no clue. I mean, I have an idea, but
my idea
it's not the point where
my best guess, I'll say, is based on looking at the theory and practice of magic in the microcosm, because it seems that it's working on a mass scale. And the theory of it in the microcosm is that the magician or the priest or whatever is for the context of the ritual. They are turning the ritual chamber itself into a microcosm of the universe, where they are the sun and the moon. So basically you're talking about this idea of sympathetic magic, where they're imitating on Earth what's happening up above. And in doing so, it supposedly gives them power to influence what's to come. And that every person in the room is like a battery, adding a little more power to this overall ritual. And based on my reading on it, the people who are merely batteries don't have to know the meaning of what's spoken or the symbols. So in other words, we may be looking at what you would term, I think, sympathetic magic. and that we may be looking at actual magical rituals performed in public for the sole purpose of directing our co-creative capacities as sentient beings in a universe that is somehow malleable to human consciousness and steer it towards their model. In other words, a reality monopoly, a monopoly on creation. I mean, that's one possible explanation.
So with that in mind, Tim, why would they release, for instance, artificial intelligence into that mass, which you just spoke about? Why would they, because that is another magical thing. I mean, it's a powerful tool, yes. We use it in art, science, math, marketing, copywriting. It's huge. But in essence, it's a tool, and it's like a magic wand. It literally is a very powerful, magical tool where I'm convinced that, I don't know, that the whole artificial intelligence concept is, I want to say it's not real, or if it is truly something that's a powerful engine, that it has been around for quite some time. Meaning two things: that it is either a natural occurrence, that people naturally, like, because you ever had that moment where you think of the same thing as like your best friend or something like that, or you say the same words at the same time,
Sure. I've had
finish each other's sentences.
Yes.
Premonitions
or intuitions with other people.
That's how quick. Yeah, that's how quick artificial intelligence is like operating. It's weird. It's like finishing our sentences, and I think it's two things. It's either like man-made thing, like whatever, or it's like a natural, intuitive, like actual occurrence. Whether it's the silicone operating, the chips like operating at maximum capacity. I mean, it's so bizarre. It throws me for a loop sometimes, and I'm not sure if I've ever seen something like that in the Gilded chat or the Discord chat, but it's something that I think we need to ask ourselves.
I kind of think
whether this, yeah. Go ahead.
Like, okay, well, we're in this new paradigm, right? They've given us a new God construct, a new devil for the atheists, even. With aliens being angels, all these replacements, and the only thing that seems to be missing is a God, like an actual, maybe even like a sentience that you can pray to. And I kind of think that maybe they're conditioning us for the introduction of what we accept to be a new higher power, objective authority, a super, like, in other words, I think that they may give us a fake God in the form of fake AI that they control.
Or steer us away from, well, all right, I'll say I'm on the fence about religion and spiritualism. I want to believe, like X-Files, I want to believe. Let's just say the concept of a higher power, or like a bigger machine. That's entirely possible. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's still possible to me, at least. I think there's something there that they are able to manipulate, and that. Or I'm a broken record at this point, but they are steering us. I think there's definitely. I agree with you. They're steering us away from even questioning or believing a God, and even less so.
You mentioned this
less
before.
So ourselves.
But, like, look, I just watched Newsbenders, and then maybe think about, you had mentioned this before, because you had suggested that maybe there's some kind of supercomputer, and I just wrote that off as, okay, no way. Now, Newsbenders says that their news stories that they use to bend our reality are ultimately written by some super intelligent computer. And that's a fascinating idea there, because it means that the authority above the people that are falsifying our worldview, our construct that we live in, that it's not even human, in other words.
Right. Yeah. You're right. We can't. We're supposed to believe that it's a power thing. Like to believe that we don't have the power within ourselves to create a better life for ourselves. Like we have to either. on the surface level, by the way, they use this with the red versus blue, liberal versus conservative kind of stuff too. But on our level, we know that they are if as long as they control the power, we'll always think that we're out of control. I don't know how else to say it, but it's like we're not convinced that we can change our future or influence our future or make better our own future. A lot of people wallow in the climate. We brought up climate change already in this conversation. Who's to say that we ourselves can't influence our own weather patterns? It's like, oh, I like rainy days, or I like really hot 110 days. I know that sounds weird, but I don't know. Some days if it's really nice and dry and hot, that's not that bad. You know what I mean? So it's what you make of it. And when they take that away from you, it's like, okay, they just change the coloring on the weather board, and instead of, in 2000, the year 2000, it could be like, oh, the temperature is 80 and it looks like it's beautiful out. But now they'll show the weather is like 80 or 85 and it's like all red on the, the news channel. Oh my God, it's like really red. All you do is tweak the danger level, and it makes us feel like we're really in a bad spot and we're always trapped. When really, I don't know, maybe this is another thing. It's like I think we have a lot of influence on our own lives. We can change a lot about who we are, but whatever. It's not this conversation. But when it comes to the marketing aspect of it and the propaganda, they really are fucking with us. And I think we only knew if more than 5% or more than 10% of us knew, and just all the dominoes would just fall. We'd just be fast.
I call this the lie world order, because whatever it is, the answers aren't going to be found in the container they put us in.
Right.
And they know what's going on, and they lie, so we are in a world of lies. And so the answers aren't going to be in this narrow frame of reference, and it's going to be found in the areas they consider to be out of bounds. And so you have to have this, what I consider to be the only authentic overview effect, what the astronauts fake to have, is the perspective that you have when you recognize that the collective consensus worldview is a very filtered interpretation of reality. It's not just on the level of opinions, but it's about cosmography, cosmogony.
Can we lean into the astronaut concept for a second with because you brought something up a couple nights ago.
Levitation. I said the astronauts are levitating like the early Christian saints would, and that it's just a reintroduction of an old miracle, that they're elevated, they're high priests, and they can see God. We can't, but they can tell us what God looks like, and it's round and blue.
Right. You were talking a few nights ago how billionaires and everyone this is. There was one sentence where either it was from a news article that you were reporting on, or maybe it was your own opinion, but it was to go to space was the most highest form of what I've read. Didn't you mention something like that? I think it was
Was it the article I was referencing where this individual was explaining that the highest secret of masonry is space travel, and that you have to go Mach 33. That's why it's 33 degrees, because that's what I was coming across the other night, and it was like, wow, this is heavy, that it's literally 33 times the speed of sound to escape Earth's gravity, to escape this realm, or to transcend. It's Mach 33. It's poetic, but it's inculcated into NASA's rituals.
Yes. I think one of the people on the Gilded or Discord broke down all the numbers recently within the last week of all the numbers related. It might have even been you, Tim, that broke down all the numbers relating to space taking off, speed or whatever, and how, every single number of every single aspect of it is related to some sort of Masonic, I don't know what you say, but it fascinated me. I mean, there's a lot of us that just read, and I know we're not like responding a lot, but man, I encourage everyone here, if you could spend 1 week just reading through the Gilded or the Discord conversations, it would blow your mind. It would just blow your mind.
Okay, let's do this
It
then.
was because you learn.
Tomorrow, for Infinite Plane Saturday, I'll scroll up like 3 days back in the Gilded, and we'll just scroll down and read it, because I think you're right.
Oh my God.
Because there's a lot of people who are just reading and sometimes emoting, but we are pooling together our best intel on these topics that are somewhat obscure, and we're finding some fascinating things, and I'm always looking for sources outside of our own think tank. That's why I cited the secretsun.blogspot today. I think it's important. We want to enlarge the pool of researchers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. No, there's been some smaller stories. I think. What was that fight? All right. This is my last thought. And I promise I'll go. There was a fight that we were kind of highlighting within the conversation recently. Did you break that down at all today? Because you don't have to, but like, do you remember what I'm talking about? It was like in Missouri,
Alabama, and
Alabama.
Yeah. I was immediately. I made these connections with. Okay, so the guy with the chair hitting people, they called him Chairman. His name is Reggie Gray. And I immediately think Reggie means king, Gray is black and white combined. He's 42, and he's hitting people with a chair, Chairman. And this harkens back to Alabama, Rosa Parks, 42. So it's like 1953, have a seat. 2023, have a seat. And it's the same kind of dynamic in the.
Okay.
But anyway, go on.
Okay, no, I have to pause you. Forgive me for interrupting you, but this is a concept I hope more people embrace, is a couple things. That shit happens daily all over the United States, maybe even the world. I don't know. Just crazy shit. Like when I used to live in D.C., all around New England, stuff like that, some shady places, stuff like that fight happens, it just happened to be on camera, and I think it was just so happens the names lined up. I don't know who's the director or the maestro of this charade, but it just fit a narrative, and they had to propagate it up or bubble it up to the surface so that everyone could see it. And I don't know why that part, but that's a part of the IPS that I think we zero in on some of these events when we don't even really have to. It's almost like like it's too much energy, because it could be anywhere. They're just specifically, maybe the sun or the moon or the stars were aligned in that spot, and they're like, okay, hey, what's going on that day in Alabama or Maui, let's say, and let's make that like a big story.
This one,
am I onto something?
I saw this one and I thought, this is not even worth noting. It's not impressive. I don't know why anybody cares.
Yeah.
I ignored it, but then someone said, look, Trump was just there on 8/4 in Alabama, and he said they're ready to fight, you'll see. And so maybe they were like, let's look for something in Alabama so we can blame it on Trump.
Right.
And this came up conveniently. But then the guy's name, Chase Shipman, made me give it a second look. And a third look. And then the chair connection. And I'm like, watch there be a 42-year-old. And like the main character's 42. I'm like, okay, what are we looking at here?
Okay. Right. But Tim, I want to give the other alternative viewpoint that I was trying to convey, which is, I think, oh my gosh, now I'm like, I can go in so many different directions. But I think that it's also good to analyze these small-scale events because they are happening according to the clockwork anyways. Remember, I'm going back to what's supposed to happen, right, just in general in the realm. Now, I'm going to give a backup example. A few weeks, maybe 3 weeks ago, there was like a big fake story, which at the beginning, in the Boston area, so I'm in New England, I'm in Boston. At the beginning, it seemed real. It was a police officer or a kid or someone found a boa constrictor, right, small story. No one gives a F. And it became like a big story because what the hell is a boa constrictor loose in the neighborhood in the Boston area? It just made no sense. Well, it turns out days go by, people are concerned about it. Oh my God, is there a boa constrictor in my backyard? Whatever. It turns out to be fake. Okay? Moral of the story, if we analyze at the end of July, beginning of August, there's actually like that 13th zodiac sign, the snake. It's kind of comes after, Scorpio, I believe. I'm juggling the story a little bit.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The snake is a big
serpent. It's called serpent or serpentine. Zodiac. It was denoted by NASA as the 13th zodiac. It only really shows up between someone else in the chat is going to know. I think it's there's a bunch of guys in the chat that know this stuff better than I do, but I think it's a zodiac that occurs in between November and December or somewhere around that time. But the zodiac sign itself is kind of like in a certain position in the sky between the end of July and beginning of August kind of deal. So I think they do these small stories and propagate, they bubble them up to the surface to, all hail like a certain either zodiac sign or...
Okay, I get what you're saying. Let's look at New Year's. I talk about New Year's all the time.
Yeah.
Where it just happens to be that New Year's, Sirius reaches its highest point at midnight, and then it falls the rest of the year. And so you can look at it as, on New Year's, the world, Times Square, New Year begins, and we're all looking at the ball dropping. And I'm like, this is what it's about. And then you can find other New Year's based on Sirius. The New Year is based on Sirius rising, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right. Good. I'm glad. So that's what I'm saying in the dichotomy. Like, yes, sure, some of the big events may be related to presidential stuff. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything. But some of the bigger stuff, sure, it has to be some larger story that's interwoven through time. It's a thread, right, that's interwoven through all the zodiac, or it's the pattern that we're able to see easily. But maybe some of the local events are something a little bit less severe or less important, but still play a part in the convincing and propaganda role that if we don't believe this now, then, we may never believe it. I mean, it's tied to climate change. It's tied to a lot politics, I could go into local politics, and how that is flipped around. It's really fun, Tim. But anyways, I don't know. Have I digressed enough tonight or what?
No, this is great.
I feel like this is too much. Too much.
We're reverse engineering not just the theater of Psywar, but the strange supernatural or occult underpinnings of it all. And what does it mean about us?
Yeah.
What is our role in it? And it brings up the question of what is termed magic, and if real, what are they doing with it? And it raises all these questions. And I'm not really a new ager or whatever, but I'm just trying to study the meaning of all this stuff. And you can't separate the politics from the sorceress anymore, like what James Down said.
True. We have to nail this down. You're doing a great. I'll say, in general, like I think the group. Well, I'll put it that way. Like the Gilded and the Disco. We are like there's some good conversations and better than other rooms. I'll say better than other chat rooms where we understand that we can be played in any level of this Grand Theft Auto game this sandbox that we're trapped in. So I think, when it comes to reverse engineering, like the news and all that stuff, I think that's like super, super important. I don't know if we're there yet, and I know, I have a feeling you might feel the same, think the same way, but we need to nail some things down because I want to be at a point where we can predict stuff better. Right? Does that make? Do you feel that way too, Tim? Do you think? Or I should say, not feel, but do you think that we should be predicting stuff a little bit better? Because Netflix is great. You know, seeing movies in the theaters is great. Yeah, it's predictive capabilities, but I think there's more to this stuff. What do you think?
I think that you are probably onto something here. Like, for example, when Gabby Petito was kidnapped, it pretty much correlated with the story of the Spring Maiden being kidnapped by Hades and taken into the underworld for the fall, and her remains are found as we enter the fall on the 22nd of September. So I'm like, okay, there seems to be a structure here where it's based on this ritual calendar, this pagan calendar, and you can look at witchcraft or druid rites, and so you might get an idea of what to expect on the smaller scales. But now we're living through this great reset. So I had been looking, when they said great reset, I had been looking at this Jupiter Saturn conjunction 21 rather of 2020 as comporting with the new age, because they're saying that we're moving into the age of Horus or Mars, whatever you want to call it, but that this new age represents this total transformation, and they've called it the Great Work. And they've called it this since 1906. So I'm like, okay, or 1904 when Crowley put out this book. And the Freemasons, like, I guess, Manly P. Hall and others, use the same phraseology, the great work of ages. So here we have the Great Reset and the Great Awakening. So clearly, this setting of a pattern according to some astrological template is how they operate, both on a macro and on micro scales. And when it comes to ages, epochs, or even just the year.
Just to continue the propaganda, right? Is that kind of? Do they have to? Or else, if everyone figured it out,
they are the scribes of the God, the media. They're the intermediaries between creation and our perception of it. And so you said predicting the future. Well, after COVID came in, it's like, okay, they phased out Islamic terrorism, but they established a template for a domestic violent extremist, I guess you'd call it a domestic equivalent, and that would be the QAnon radicals. So one prediction I made was, from here on forward, expect 19 years of domestic terrorism as the main threat. We're no longer afraid of Muslims. So I think we can make predictions, like general predictions and trends, when it comes to the Psy-War in that sense. We can predict that lockdowns for the climate are probably going to follow now that we've been trained on the virus lockdowns. And then I've also recently come to believe, I think this is the case, that much of the moral panic that we see on the right is actually the psyop equivalent of the intimidation of the left by the anti-vaxxers and the virus. So in other words, I'm saying that there's the pandemic model to scare people and the moral panic-demic model. One is traditional fear, traditional sin. One is the new age sin, the trend. So yeah, we are doing this reverse engineering, and we need to get better at predicting and at spotting these trends. Absolutely.
I could go off on more on the politics of it, but it's not for this conversation. It's so surface level at this point. We're just so far past that. It's like, it's crazy. The politics aspect of it, just to me, can be summarized in propaganda. It's just what can they do to convince us one way or the other that they're either on our side or they're not on our side. You know what I mean? It's just to keep us. It's like a carrot, you know. So.
Well, one more thing, because you had mentioned that you're kind of tired of the Matrix thing, and I understand that, and I want to bring this up because it's pretty clear to me that the red pill versus blue pill is a false dichotomy, that they're both in the world stage media ecosystem. And so in other words, the red
100%.
The red pill has always been a false awakening, always. And that's why they packaged it so slickly. So just bringing that up, that I think you're right to say, that's why I put out an article last week, Beyond the Red Pill.
Yes. Yeah. I saw that. Yeah, it's easy to fall into the two categories and to not really realize that there could be multiple categories. I don't know how to word it, but hey, Tim, this has been great. I really do appreciate you, and Thank you very much.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you for calling, and thanks for
Yeah.
commenting. And I think for Infinite Plane Saturday, I will take a walk through the last week in the Gilded, and I'll introduce some people to it. Okay.
Yeah, definitely. All right, cool. Thanks.
All right. Good talking to you. Have a great night.
All right, thanks, Tim. Take care. Bye.
All right. So does life imitate psyops, or do psyops imitate life? How would you rate the quality of this call? 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 or 5? We'll give it a 5 star. Elephant Tusk says the entire material world is created to imprison and capture energy. Yeah, okay, on that, like the idea of the realm, the material realm, transcending it, the number 33, all the coding they put into it, the number black, the color black, like magnetic. And it makes me think of the supposed magnetic rock at the center of the North Pole, according to Mercator and John Dee. This 33-mile circumference black magnetic rock at the center of it all. And, it's all just really intriguing to me because I think it's all likely like some kind of explanation for incarnated beings. That's the best way I can explain it. And before we got into the call, I brought up the Elvis, Bowie, and all these Rocket Man connections. How Starman went through a rocket to space, and Starman is Bowie, the man who fell to Earth. And Mr. Satan is an anagram for Starman, and Satan, we're talking about falling to Earth, so a falling star. Star is light. You see it fall, but it hits the ground, and it's rock. So the rock star and the embodiment of Lucifer, the devil, or Satan, that these rock stars like Bowie, and they associate themselves with their iconography. And I'm saying that they could represent the descent of light, the falling into material existence. So the rock star, or the meteor, which is the center of worship at the Kaaba with the cube, or the movie we recently watched, Asteroid City. I've been talking about how it's all about the asteroid, and the alien comes back down to get this meteor, Asteroid City. Well, the light from the sky that they're looking at, it comes down and it's an alien. I think it's all somehow allegory for incarnation and transcendence, and it's encoded into the numbers 42 and 33, and it's all just intriguing to me. I mean, why are these things relevant? Well, you tell me. They put it in all the movies. I was in film studies. I was like, let me go watch The Truman Show, and I'm just blown away by the obvious symbolic meaning to the dog star falling and precipitating an awakening from this false man into becoming a true man, and the layers of meaning encoded into movies. It was kind of eye-opening. So whatever this place is, there are roadmaps that show the way out, if that's what it's pointing to. Or it's pointing to some kind of esoteric system for understanding this realm. But whatever it is, it's truth in plain sight that they hoard. And so we talk about the monopoly, the monocult, the cult of the monolith, and the monopoly on media, the monopoly on world view formation, and possibly a monopoly on reality influence. Or, I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not engaging in magical thinking as a thing I'm advocating, but they seem to operate on that premise. Why else would they be super obsessed with having everybody's gaze focused on the black cube, your iPhone? Okay, let's see here. Going through your comments. Lots of popcorn. Okay, let's go ahead and get back on some of these notes that we were on. Skill says, are you chasing rainbows or are they chasing you? Now, I'm glad you brought up rainbows because we're talking about the numbers and everything. And the rainbow, isn't that, it's something at 42 degrees with rainbows. The angle of deviation between the incoming light rays from the sun and the refracted rays directed to the observer eye is 42 degrees for the red light. I've seen that number associated with 42. How rainbows form, the rainbow angle, 42 degrees. And I'm just bringing this up because I've read some mythology in some certain African traditions. I don't know if Voodoo Pantheon is a book I read, Serpent and the rainbow. But anyway, it described how the gods descend to earth on the rainbow. And so the gods in this context, like the seven African powers or seven principal deities, and then you have the rainbow, and of course the colors of the rainbow and light. So all the elements here of light descending to earth and 42 still kind of line up with the meaning of that number. And I really feel like we've been vindicated with this recent bit of info about the Mach 33 as the escape velocity. Infinite Plane Trotter says rainbow is symbolic for Lucifer. Well, that would make sense. You're talking about light, ultimately. And he's their god of light. And Kenneth Anger, the filmmaker who was a huge part of the Satanic Church and had some fascinating connections, disturbing connections with Alfred Kinsey, he often spoke about how in this new age our religion is being. He wrote Hollywood Babylon and knew what Hollywood meant and movie magic. And he said that the god of movie magic, if there is a saint of cinema, he said it would be it'd be Lucifer in light. Okay, let's see here. Elephant Tusk says, somewhere over the rainbow, lots of programming in The Wizard of Oz. Yeah, The Wizard of Oz, there's so many layers to that one. It could be The Wizard of Oz, like an ounce of gold, follow the yellow brick road. There's the monetary version. I tend to think it's also the wizards of Oz that run this place. Possibly even Wizards of Osiris. And the Wizard of Oz has his full name is something like Oz Pinhead. It's actually his full name. There's a whole list. It's like an acronym. But there are some fascinating layers we can go into with this. But the main thing is this. The Wizard of Oz is a hologram. And it's rumor. And it's a psyop that he is a wizard at all. And it's very disappointing to find out that he's just some old dude behind a curtain. And I think that explains more about this world. Like a lot of people want to say predictive programming is the wizards telling us what they're going to do before they do it so they can be absolved from karma. I hear this and I really try to I veer away from any attempt to mystify predictive programming, to treat the Wizard of Oz like the real thing, like he's a wizard. Cope says there's a new Wizard of Oz coming out in 2024 called Wicked. Well, okay, another thing that's significant here, I think, is Seattle is the Emerald City. And Seattle figures prominently in a lot of predictive programming. In fact, the band World Order, I think it's a Japanese boy band, they put out a song called Let's Start World War III, released on 3/11/2018. And it takes place in Seattle, and they actually pantomime an assassination of Trump. So it's another one of these videos that suggests that World War III is going to start in Seattle. Which was why on the eve of 3/11/2020 I said, hey, World War III is going to start tomorrow in Seattle. Which it did. Ground Zero was in Seattle. Copaesthetic says the new version will have the Wicked Witch as the good guy. Okay, I think that story Wicked used to be a play. And they put her, is it Elphaba, in a more sympathetic light. Makes perfect sense. Now, there's something about Dorothy worth mentioning. Dorothy and Dolores Hayes from Lolita, and this archetype of the, sort of like an initiate in a way, like the fool on the fool's journey with the dog. But the character Dorothy is reflected in a few other movies. Like I even think Westworld, the main character in Westworld, who is like Persephone, who gets taken into the underworld, is another version of Dorothy. Dorothy's kind of a Persephone, where Oz is like the underworld, and the Wizard of Oz would be Hades, and he's kidnapped her for a time. Like I think there's a layer to that character. And again, Lolita, Dolores Hayes, we're talking about. Also, interestingly, the character from Westworld, who I think represents Dorothy, she played Lolita in a music video called Heart Shaped Glasses, a Marilyn Manson video. Anyway, these are just other archetypes to look at, and this is a reoccurring theme. I'm not surprised they're bringing it back out. Intergenerational mind control. They got to bring out the same characters. Elephant Tusk said, I'd like to do a deep dive on the dark side of the moon as well. Yeah, we'll have to go through a lot of the music. We always talk about the movies, and the music is a huge part of it. Like, for example, David Bowie and his musical catalog corresponded to our progress into the space age. He played Space Oddity, corresponded to Space Odyssey. The name David Bowie corresponds to David Bowman in Space Odyssey, the guy who merges with the monolith. And we've already done that. But the idea here in that one is Hell 9000, and it's the all-seeing lens of the AI that basically Skynet or Otto in Wall-E. But a lot of ideas were introduced in that. But David Bowie's music has corresponded with moving into the space age. And specifically, I think Starman, which is a song that prophesizes this savior from space who would obviously save us from climate change. It's always to save man from man. But we'll do a lot of music decodes because some of these actors, or sorry, these musicians are carriers of propaganda just as much as these actors are. And album covers are pretty fairly well represented in a lot of the predictive programming, obviously. All right, let me go ahead and continue through my notes. I want to make sure we haven't missed anything. We were talking about the Rocket Man and all these January 8th birthdays and the connection between Bowie and Elvis by the birthday and the Black Star. Bowie dying just after he releases this album on Elvis and his birthdays as well. And strangely, Elton John, another Rocket Man character. Don't want to get too far down into this, but maybe I'll do a follow-up tomorrow because I think what the main point is I want to bring is this, is that these rock stars seem to be icons, just as like we brought up the Barbie character or the Red Witch, their Babylon goddess. Well, the rock star, I think, is another object of worship, and it represents this savior or conditioning us for a savior. I think that's what a lot of it is. Strange as it may sound, I think we're being conditioned to accept a new type of savior from above, which is probably programmed into us. Like I think they tap into primal fears, and prime like basically, for example, there seems to be an obsession with making us agoraphobic, and it seems to be we're hardwired to fear retribution from above, from the storm god. It just seems like there are certain things that we're just predisposed to fall for, and I think that idol worship is one of those things. Okay, I'm going through some comments here. Elephant Tusk says Judy Garland was a major victim of monarch programming. Yeah, if you read that book by Fritz Sprickmeyer about the formula to create a totally undetectable Illuminati mind-controlled slave, great reading. But he has all these codes, and like these are the codes they use to activate the mind-controlled victims. But he suggested that Alice in Wonderland and Wizard of Oz are hugely represented in mind control. And I have a few thoughts on MK Ultra, and I'm glad you brought that up. Because if you think about it, the idea of Mind Control Ultra, or MK Ultra, is that you have a mind control victim, like a celebrity, who's got multiple personalities, and they have a handler, or a programmer. So the programmer programs these mind controlled slaves to do all kinds of things. And these mind controlled victims are very capable of representing different personalities, and they're compartmentalized, we're told. But I think that might be misinformation. I think that the MK Ultra story might be there to cover up something else, like crisis actors and handlers, or the shadowy people. Like I think there might be, instead of mind control handlers, maybe these are the people with the scripts. Maybe we're looking at MK Ultra as misdirection from crisis actors and manufactured fake news. I don't know, but I tend to think that MK Ultra is kind of like a misdirection, sort of like cloning. Cloning, the idea of a clone is kind of science fiction, but behind it, there's the reality of hyper realistic synthetic masks that they've been using for 40 years. So I don't know. Anyway, I'm just bringing up that the book on it has a lot of significance placed on Alice in Wonderland and Wizard of Oz, which makes a lot of sense weirdly. Like, for example, Alice in Wonderland is also a similar story of somebody going into an underworld. And in that case, it's the Mad Hatter who would represent Hades. And she, like Persephone in the underworld for a time. Alice in Wonderland, weirdly enough, is also used in Scientology training. I know it doesn't make any sense, but they have these training drills they do when you first get in, where you read random passages from Alice in Wonderland again and again and again in different tones of voice. You can read about these training rituals they do. Kind of peculiar. When I was investigating it, I thought that is kind of strange. I had read about Alice in Wonderland and mind control. Then you have Alice in Wonderland in every Scientology training room. Then you have Alice as the name of Tom Cruise's wife in Eyes Wide Shut, who seems to be mind controlled. But anyway, there's probably more to that we should get into later. Skill says trauma-based mind control is not new. Shattering the mind into alters has been going on for as far back as known. See, this is the thing I'm wondering though, is are we looking at mind-controlled victims or actors, people playing roles? Like for example, let's just take for example David Hogg. He's playing a role. He's an actor, and this act is something that is taken to be reality by all the people who don't know how crisis actors can be infiltrated into our reality. But I wouldn't say that he's been shattered mentally and that he's been given a programmed personality. No, I think that he's just an actor, and that his handler isn't a mind controller, but the guy that, is essentially a director. Like the relationship between a director and an actor might be the real relationship we're seeing between handlers and programmed MK Ultra multiples. Dinah South says the area of CERN is called Alice. Oh yeah, and the drill that they use to do the tunnels underground is also called the Alice drills, like the bore the boring drill that Musk uses, for example. Alice, which is fascinating for a few reasons, because you've got the Alice in Wonderland and the tunnel connection. So the Alice tunnel boring machine. And they say it's not because of Alice in Wonderland, it's because of somebody named Alice, so they say. The Alice tunnel boring machine to dig underground sections of the now this is fascinating. Now something else about this too. The mind control program they use in the hyper-realistic school shooting drills is called Alice. Alert, lockdown, inform, counter, evacuate. It's called the Alice drill, which, yeah, I mean, this to me is mind control, MK Ultra, trauma-induced mind control, where they use these lockdown drills to create a Stockholm Syndrome relationship between the students and the state. And they also convince them of these bowl cut shooters running amok, and it terrorizes them. So I think that's the definition of mind control as well. Something else too. The Alice in Wonderland syndrome. The Alice in Wonderland syndrome is a set of symptoms that have to do with an altering of body image size. You know how Alice shrinks and grows. An alteration of visual perception. So spatial distortions. Now, the Alice in Wonderland syndrome is a symptom of something called the Epstein-Barr virus. And this is a strange one. So the Epstein-Barr virus is some kind of STD that causes you to have the Alice in Wonderland syndrome, where you have these weird spatial distortions and your relative size of things. Now, here's where it gets really weird. Jeffrey Epstein worked for a guy named Donald Barr, the father of A.G. Barr, and this is the former AG. Now, fascinatingly, Epstein worked for this guy, Barr, who wrote a book called Space Relations. Now, I was just talking about distorted spatial relations. Well, he wrote a book called Space Relations, and what is this about? It's about basically mind controlled. It's a science fiction book about teenagers transported to islands in space, little island planets, where they are enslaved by a bunch of perverts. So you have Epstein and Barr, and then you have the Epstein-Barr virus and the Alice in Wonderland syndrome, and this whole thing called space relations, which is they call it a gothic, what is it called? A gothic interplanetary tale. Anyway, it says here space relations saw increased public attention after Barr's former employee Jeffrey Epstein died in a cell. The conspiracy theorists have seen similarities between the violent sexual depictions in space relations and Epstein's trafficking activities. Again, these are connections. The same story, trafficking to islands. I mean, this is just unbelievable. It's pretty unsettling. Depictions of enslaved people, teenage girls, trafficked, coercive acts for the purposes of entertainment and controlled procreation. Now, what was Epstein about? Having like 50 babies. He brought people over for some kind of idea of like eugenics. Says these novels have a fixation on the sexualization of adolescents. Anyway, you get the point. Space relations, Epstein-Barr violence. Epstein-Barr virus, and then the Alice in Wonderland syndrome. All of it very weirdly connected. Okay, let's see. Diana South says Alice, a large ion Collier experiment. I noticed that the CERN has a bunch of weird Alice in Wonderland references, which really triggers the Mandela effect. And I think CERN is ultimately, when I saw their ceremonies in Switzerland with the horned god, it looks like the QAnon shaman kind of, but this like hairy guy with goat horns comes out. And I'm like, that's got to be Cernunnos, the witchcraft god. CERN, and then Cernunnos, the horned one. Archaic, powerful deity worshipped as the Lord of Wild Things. And this is sort of a Baphomet. I think it might be the same thing, but he's a god corresponding, I think, to the same thing, god of nature. But Cernunnos and CERN are probably the same thing. Like, they use science as a cover for basically Satan worship. Just to be, that's their, I'm not being specific in my terminology, but yeah, they're using the cover of experimenting with light as a cover for worshiping what is really they worship the god of light. I think that it's all just a cover, like we've been talking about. Rockets are obelisks. That kind of sums it up. Let me play this clip here. Pretty entertaining. Lauren Witzke, Delaware GOP candidate in 2020. Fascinating Twitter account. Major League Troll. She used to say she was a flat earther.
And if you truly believe that Joe Biden, the president of the United States, took a real vaccine on live television after what happened to Tiffany.
Well, anyway, I don't want to get suspended here, but basically she says it's the mark of the beast. This is another one. Unboxing Truther Chicken Feed. Apparently, Hunter's laptop is a bestseller. You can buy it. It's 4,000 nude pictures of Hunter Biden. And here's an unboxing of Hunter Biden's laptop in print.
I've got something awesome. Let's see what's in it.
She's going to have a very, very
Da-da-da.
busy weekend.
New giant stickers. Ooh.
4,000 nude pictures of Hunter Biden. And they feel like they're fighting the deep state. They feel like something. And this is a fascinating one, just bringing up AI one more time. Michael Flynn says that dark forces are using AI to rewrite the Bible. And this kind of ties into CERN and Mandela effect.
And right now there is an effort by these dark forces that are in this valley, that we're in this valley with these dark forces, okay? And there's an effort to rewrite the Bible. Did you know that?
Yep.
Yeah, there is. And you know how they're going to do it? They're going to do it. They already started talking about this a couple weeks ago. They're going to do it using AI. Okay? And
they're going to rewrite the Bible using AI. I mean, I don't know exactly what that means. I don't know. I mean, you have people who've made alterations, like the Jeffersonian Bible. I don't know what he's exactly talking about, unless somehow it's going to change in a way that I don't know what he means, to be quite honest. I really don't know what he means by that. Like, is the Mandela effect says the Bible's been changing already, which is a very controversial thing. All right, this has been great. I'm going to go back to the 24/7. We're going to go ahead and turn that on and subscribe to get the archives sent to your inbox. Thanks to all the chatters. Appreciate it. Thank you to all the callers as well. And tomorrow for Infinite Plane Saturday, I plan to do a walkthrough of the last week in the IPS Gilded Think Tank. All right, this is Chief Crow, Mask of the Beast. And then I'm going to turn this over momentarily.
Faceless Huck, another NPC. Uh-oh, I think they made a typo. Just like Tuttle Bottle, but the R is the S. Everyone's gone totally retarded. Auto believers of the television programming. A 33 with a double E, yeah. WWF. Now you're out of breath.
it's like if, I mean, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. You know, if we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be kind of exciting. But so I think given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Okay, we are live on Infinite Plane Radio, 7/24/2023, X Day. Twitter has become X, and that's been the main topic of the day. And when we talk about that, Jamie Foxx, a very related psyop. Right now, we're also connecting on the audio stream. So if you're listening at the Radio King, TuneIn, Paranormal Radio, or radio.net, we are live, and you can join us in the chats now. And if you go to YouTube, you can get yourself a wrench. Joined already by Brogetta. Look, there's a lot of YouTube channels open. The official one is where you can get the wrench. And that would be at Infinite Plane Society, a strike-free channel. No small miracle. It's actually had 3 strikes, but I've managed to wait them out. Joined by 737, Lean Dion. And look, I did send out something earlier today. I did send out a 1-hour podcast about the things we're going to talk about now. I really had to do an info dump because there's just so much material. Brogetta says, I just finished Silo Season 1. Looks like Elon's ultimate prophecy. Oh, cool. Okay, a couple of things here about Musk. Okay, so for one thing, Musk is prophesied in von Braun's book, Mars, A Technical Tale. The first ruler of Mars, the first colonizer, would be called the Elon. Moreover, the governing structure of Mars would be that of Rome. So when I say that Musk is the Martian Pope, I say that advisedly. He is the Martian Pope. It's got the papal structure. And the symbols are all the same. They've just been updated. You know, they made an obelisk like the one at St. Peter's Square look like a rocket. And instead of taking you to heaven, it takes you to space. And that's really the thing that we're talking about today, the meaning of it all. Like it's a fact to say this. The esoteric core of these religious and occult practices that revolve around the worship of the sex act and that kind of stuff, especially within the Thelemic cult, it has a parallel. And as we'll talk about, we're talking about the origins of SpaceX, Thelema, Mars being the Roman name for the Egyptian god Horus. And that my contention here is that the Mars program itself is not about taking us to Mars. It's about making Earth Mars. It's about making Earth resemble this Mars idealized, what I'm calling space communism, but this totally perfect, sustainable life. But the thing is, when you first get to Mars, it's already known that you're going to have to be underground for the first few generations. You're going to be Morlocks. Now, the thing is, he turned it to X because, and this all ties into this bigger theme. So the Pope of Mars, or this emperor figure, is actually just part of his overall character. He's also a reboot of Constantine. And the historic role is having to do with converting people into serfdom, which is, I'm equating the space program with a neo-serfdom, lockdown, enclosed system, and everything else, a new dark age. But what's more, Constantine had a role in the consolidation of the worldview. And that's what they're doing right now with X. It's a consolidation of everything. Everybody's going to have to take the mark or the X. They're not going to have to, but the idea here is putting everything into it is a big key, because the concept of that I'm referring to here, this reprising a role of this historic character, is Constantine is correlated with this idea of consolidation of an empire under a sign of the cross. Well, Musk is doing it under the sign of the X, and the X and the cross are the same thing. And when you get into the esoteric aspect of it, you do find that the X and the cross and the cube are all intimately connected with this astrotheological cult that runs the world. So when I say Pope Elon, you know, I I don't mean it as, merely a form of mockery. It's quite literal. And what we're seeing right now is just the next phase of this thing. And also remember the costume that he's wearing. The Halloween costume that Musk has been wearing, the Devil's Avenger, that's the red armor of the Emperor. Card number 4. And look at all the associations built into it. And we've talked about this ad nauseum. Mars associated with the ram, the red metal iron. And then you have Musk, Iron Man, Tony Stark. Then you have, again, these are media tie-ins. The House of Stark on Game of Thrones and the Iron Throne. This is all referencing this age of Mars we're moving into. Musk wearing the red suit of armor with the ram's head. Well, Mars is Aries, the ram. It's all very much connected to this archetype casting. Again, Mars, the new age that we're moving into. Now, Brogetta is talking about the movie Silo, an underground obelisk. I'll have to look at it. I haven't seen it. The next thing I'm checking out is this one about they cloned Tyrone, which is our next topic. But anyway, I want to kind of go through a couple of things with this Elon Musk, this Martian Pope thing. I'm suggesting, and I said this when I published this in 2017, that Musk's role is space communism, a utopian scheme, a pie in the sky paradise, a bait and switch used by the oligarchs and the technocrats to keep the poor poor and to keep the upwardly mobile from climbing. They've equated outer space with this, trip to heaven. And I'm suggesting that Musk is selling us a bill of goods, more or less, but that this whole thing of consolidating everything under the sign of the X is, again, just building onto his existing character. Pope Elon is just one. We talk about Jeff Bezos and his correlation with Nimrod, and this is a very typical thing. And with a lot of these characters, they're embodying roles to convey messages as they alchemically process the mass mind. The number 24, the X, these things connect. The X folded up makes a cube. The 2 and the 4, when combined, form the sigil of Saturn, the astrological symbol of Saturn. 4 is the cross, 2 is the scythe. Saturn's the god of death in the sense of the harvest, the annual harvest, and the cycle. The symbol of Saturn is the astrological symbol is a cross combined with the scythe, which looks like a 42. You just have to recognize that they are putting symbols in plain sight by encoding things. It's just one layer you have to scratch. Yes, the rocket is just an obelisk. Yes, the number 42 is how they represent this Saturn thing. And you look at Musk putting 42,000 CubeSats into space. You look at Bezos putting $42 million into a clock. What is going on with this? What does this all mean? Well, 42 against Saturn. Cube is a symbol of Saturn. Satellites. Well, L is another name of Saturn. And the lights in the sky, I think you can correlate with the Elohim. But we're talking about the 42,000 CubeSats is all just more or less a way of representing their mystery Babylon paradigm under a scientific context. And we talked about this stuff at length, but we're just seeing it build up to something of a crescendo here. So I'm going to want to watch Silo. Demetria 101 says we can go to the moon. Oh, we can't. Oh, I see. But it's too hard to go to the moon, but we can go to Mars, no problem. Yeah, we're planning for Mars when the moon's been like just staring us in the face. I think it's a graphics thing, to be quite honest. I think they have to delay our transition into a multi-planetary species until the graphics are all updated. But they're conditioning the public to the point where they're not going to be able to tell simulation from real if it's on a screen. They can simulate space travel. There are a number of movies that demonstrate this aptly, but Musk's role in all of this is facilitating this transition of man into a multi-planetary species. That's his bigger picture. But they're equating space travel with progress. And my main point that I wrote in the Martian Pope article is that Musk is selling us on not indentured servitude, even worse, just pure serfdom. It's a one-way trip, this idea of going to Mars and living within an enclosed system. What, farming potatoes, working remotely? You're not taking anything with you, no property, no guns, no MAGA hats, no Republicans. It's gonna be a commune, and it's gonna be built around the idea of sustainability. I mean, that's pretty much it. But the thing with this Twitter becoming X is just more along the lines of his initial role being confirmed. I mean, X.com is not new. None of it's really new. Wayne Dion says, if given the chance, why not die on Mars? Yeah, exactly. That is what he said. Why not die on Mars? So the next topic, and this is all, we're going to get into all this too. Let me go ahead and move into this one because this is crazy. So there's a show on Netflix now called They Cloned Tyrone. They cloned Tyrone. And it says here, a series of eerie events thrusts an unlikely trio onto the trail of a nefarious government conspiracy. So Jamie Foxx is in it. You have this background of Jamie Foxx's supposed illness, passing out on stage, dying, and having to be, resurrected, brought back. And when I saw that story, I saw it when it happened. I just took note of a few things that were really standing out at the time. They were focusing on his age being 55. And I was noting that this was right before the 55th anniversary of the assassination of Martin Luther King. This was also right before, on that day, 4/4, April 4th, that Donald Trump was gonna be arraigned because of the Stormy Daniels thing, which happened to be referenced in the 55th Q drop about the gathering storm or the storm is coming. So we've been looking at this. The number 55 was also attached to Tyree Nichols, who was killed after a Rodney King-style beatdown. Now think about the name, Tyree Nichols. Tyree Nichols is a tie-in to, I believe, Hiram Abiff. There's a number of connections to this Masonic allegory. But the thing is, the name Tyrone is very close. And ultimately, what we're talking about is this reoccurring character who is ritually killed and resurrected in the Masonic myth. So, and you'll see the numbers and everything is consistent. It's consistently reiterated again and again. And that's why I'm saying here that when Jamie Foxx is being described as having been, I guess, unresponsive and then resurrected, yeah, that's all scripting. But he stood out to me for a few reasons, namely his background roles. We're talking about specifically Django Unchained, but his role with BLM. And here's the bigger picture, because clone, like saying somebody's cloned, is another way of saying resurrected. If you like, the idea is like they're dead and they come back. So Tyrone was cloned, has an occult meaning. It ties in Tyree Nichols, King of Tyre, ties into Hiram Abiff and the Black Lives Matter martyrs. They cloned Hiram in that sense. In that sense, every Masonic initiate is a cloned Hiram. So I previously remarked on Jamie Foxx's medical issues because they highlighted it on CNN. And again, his age was the clue. He played Django Unchained, which connects a number of stories here. If you remember the movie Django Unchained, it's about an enslaved African American preacher who organized and led a rebellion of enslaved and free Black people in Southampton. So that's the story. We're talking about the Nat Turner. Django Unchained is somewhat inspired by that. While Django Unchained is in the theaters, you have this mass shooting by an LA cop named Christopher Dorner. Anyone care to guess how old Christopher Dorner was? He was the one who was reacting to systemic racism that prevented him from being promoted within the LAPD. He goes on a killing spree. But look at the name, specifically Christ in Christopher Dorner. He's 33, as Roxy W says. Lickety split, 33, right? So this 33-year-old Christopher is living the role of Django Unchained. He's fighting against the oppressors. And Professor Mark Lamont Hill is live on TV, super ecstatic, saying, this is just like Django Unchained. He was cheering on a mass shooting. I mean, that was back when I thought this stuff was real. And I was like, man, that's unconscionable. Well, Dorner gets cornered in a cabin. So the cabin's like it's just like a house, single house, like a cube. and he is incinerated. Nothing's left but his passport. So what do you have here? The name Christ, Christopher Dorner, 33, Burning Man. This all ties into something here because Ye claims that he wrote Django Unchained. It was stolen by Fox, and it was stolen by Tarantino. Well, Ye even said he felt like Emmett Till. Emmett Till is the one who was lynched in the 50s that kicked off the civil rights. So Ye's kind of connected to it in that sense. But if you remember during the Dawn Day event, and this was in August of 2020 when they usually would have had a Burning Man, but it was canceled because COVID. Ye did this event where he set himself on fire walking out of a burning house, like Christopher Dorner. Significance there? There's quite a lot, as we'll get into. But a few things I just want to reiterate here. So 55 years ago, MLK Jr. was killed. 55 seems to be a code for some kind of oncoming martyr ritual. And I wrote this months ago because I was noticing things. All the 55 synchronicities. Like when Tyree Nichols was killed in the Rodney King style. And how many times was Rodney King hit with a baton? Another pop quiz. If you guessed 33, that's correct. So Rodney King baton 33 times. People compared, or his death was staged to his Rodney King's beating rather was used as a template for Tyree Nichols's. It was obviously templated, the way they shot it and everything. Now, when Tyree Nichols was in the hospital, there was a protest, and the protesters shut down I-55. He dies in custody. So they shut down I-55. Then the daughter of MLK Jr., whose father died 55 years before, joins at the memorial service. They actually have a eulogy at the Mason Temple where MLK Jr. gave his at the mountaintop speech about the promised land and all this. And this is all interesting because Trump goes in to be arraigned on 4/4, the anniversary of MLK's death. And as of now, Trump's being compared to Moses by none other than Jim Caviezel, spelled with a Q, calls himself Jesus Christ. Continuing, these are all important details. The name Fox has two crosses in it because the X is a cross. And two crosses, as I've discussed before, like with the number 4/4, which was the date that he was arraigned, 4/4, it represents a second coming. Two crosses. The first rung is the death, the second is the resurrection. And by the way, on 4/4, Heath Ledger, the Joker, had his 44th birthday. Meanwhile, Joker 2, there's a second coming reference, J2, Joker 2 was being filmed in front of the courthouse where Trump was arraigned. No coincidences here. And the last Joker is Joaquin Phoenix. And think about this, Burning Man, and you'll see lots of Joaquin Phoenix imagery in that movie where his arms are out, there's a fire behind him. The name Phoenix was chosen for a reason with this Joker. Okay, continuing here. We are talking about the symbolism. Now, while Fox was in the hospital the first time, Emmett Till's accuser died. And this was one of the proto-Karens, Carolyn Dunham. She accuses the 14-year-old of harassment and gets him lynched. Well, she just died at the age of 88. I saw that in the news at the same time that Jamie Foxx was in the news. 55, 88, 33 years apart. I don't know if there's anything meaningful there other than this. Emmett Till kicks off civil rights. Trayvon Martin kicks off BLM. Jamie Foxx is very much associated with Trayvon Martin. So what I'm suggesting is he's been brought out, Jamie Foxx that is, he has been rolled out for this psyop that we're seeing right now. And it all ties in to this Black Christ archetype that they have been conveying over a multitude of characters. I mean, if you look back, just the last couple of years, you've got stuff like Amir Locke on 2/2/2022, 22-year-old. The police kicked down his door. No, they don't kick down his door. They had a no-knock warrant. They unlock it. So Amir Locke gets shot on 2/2/2022, a palindrome, a mirror. His name is a mirror, AMIR, and he gets shot at 6:48 a.m., which is a mirror of 846, the George Floyd number, 846. This is also in the Twin Cities. Again, George Floyd kneeled on 8:46, Twin Cities, 9/11 starts at 8:46. But then there was another shooting of Jayland Walker. This time they pulled off the same numbers by using 8 cops, and they shot a total of like 100 rounds, but they hit him 46 times. 8, 4, 6. And during the protests over the death of Jayland Walker, there was the Patriot Front with their shields and their masks, and they accosted a black protester, and the photo op, the image that came out of it was this black protester, arms out, looking like he's being crucified with his head back, and it looks like he's surrounded by Roman soldiers, but it's the Patriot Front. Totally orchestrated. And they're putting these messages, they convey these messages out there, to the point where it just saturates everything, is one of my points. And what I'm suggesting here is that Jamie Foxx is definitely connected with some incoming or this ongoing black versus white dialectic, but they're bringing something back here. And it can't be separated from Jason Aldean and the outrage about the Jason Aldean song, Try That in a Small Town. If you're not familiar with that whole drama, he releases a song and a video that goes #1 on iTunes. And it references a certain courthouse where a very infamous lynching occurred. And this is either just an egregious oversight or an intentional provocation. Now, everyone's playing dumb, but knowing what we know about Jason Aldean and his role in the Vegas psyop, I think it's safe to say that this was an intentional provocation because nobody would have noticed if it wasn't the case, if you ask me. No one would have noticed. They're referencing something that was before Emmett Till. Like 1927 was this other lynching. And by the way, Emmett Till is going to have a national monument soon. So they're bringing this stuff all back. Emmett Till, Jamie Foxx. You see, there's a vibe they're creating here by putting all these archetypes out there, reiterating things. Now I'm going through your comments. Cody says, "What do you mean when you talk about space being pixelated like Minecraft? I've been gone for like a year, and this is the first time I've heard about this." Have you watched any International Space Station footage? I could point you to specifically the ESA, but if you look at some of their footage, there are many instances of green screen glitching, of pixelization. The pixelating, they say it's because of video compression artifacts because they're in space. No, as a video editor, I can tell that it's just they're using like Final Cut Pro. They're not up to speed. They're really not. They actually include a shadow beneath the ISS from the ESA footage, which is total garbage. My point is either they're faking the ISS badly or space is pixels and it's all simulation. And once you cross that Kármán line 62 miles up, it's all pixelated. So, I mean, what's more likely? You know, Occam's razor, what's more likely? Space is that we live in a Minecraft universe, and space is where you can actually see it's a sim, looks like pixelization, or they just can't get it right when it comes to video editing, which is what I think. Yeah, Lean Dion, exactly. Emmett Till back in the news, some new monument. Exactly, and it's been 88 years. No, no, his accuser just died at the age of 88, this proto Karen. I will be taking calls soon. I'm s I mean, in fact, I'm willing to take no, actually, I should not. I don't wanna take the risk. It tends to overload this particular tower, but I'm in the process of getting a new computer and selling this giant shark painting I did. It's Shark I'm gonna sell it locally, and that should make it possible. So we'll have our phones open here in just a few days, and then they'll be open permanently. Okay, continuing. So I'm talking about Jamie Foxx and why he's in the news. And now this is where you know you're being gaslit. Do you remember what they said when people noticed the coincidence between white noise and the Palestine derailment? Do you remember what the media at large said? They said it was an eerie coincidence. Well, listen to this. This is from the Daily Beast. It is merely a coincidence that Jamie Foxx stars in They Cloned Tyrone, a new film that challenges our beliefs in outlandish machinations about the rich and powerful, while being the subject of absurd conspiracy theories regarding his hospitalization. But after watching the film, which streams on Netflix starting July 21st, it seems like a premeditated middle finger to the skeptics. It's merely a coincidence, in other words, that They Cloned Tyrone starring Jamie Foxx coincides with these rumors that he's been cloned. And the whole thing is about wild conspiracy theories, the likes of which he's been subject to. Now, the conspiracy theories around Jamie Foxx are likely planted to lead you to this. There's a lot of this type of manipulation of the truthers. But what they don't mention is the deeper meaning of Jamie Foxx and his world stage role in conjunction with the bigger BLM martyr cult PSYOP and the introduction of this Black Christ archetype. So it's not merely just about the cloning thing, but that's not a coincidence. It's not merely a coincidence. It's not an eerie coincidence. This is standard operating procedure, but most people don't notice all the time because they're not paying attention like we do. But if you do pay attention, you'll know that, yeah, they are constantly running psyops, constantly running perception management and PR stunts. But once in a while, the public notices, you have to say, nothing to see here, just a coincidence. Like, what gives them the power to say that? What gives them the authority? It is merely a coincidence. How do you know? How do you know? What information do you have? It just seems like their job is to throw water on any kind of fire. They got to put it out. Any speculation that the media is coordinated at the level that it is coordinated. Look, the media is coordinated at the level that they can 9/11 us. And nobody knows it was all just a movie. I mean, that's how good it was back then. As bad as their space special effects are, you have to hand it to them in terms of the success of their wider psychological war that they've been waging. Now, most of you listening here have already been inoculated against the mind war, and none of this stuff sticks. Lean Dion says, in his new PSA video, Fox mocks pulling a face mask off as well as mentioning clones. Interesting. Again, the name Fox is premeditated. This stuff is all premeditated. These are world stage characters. And the roles that he played correspond to the incidents that happened in their, quote, real life. Pete Shea's here. Hey, Tim and everyone. 9/11 was the greatest blockbuster of our era. Yeah, look, let me bring this up. It was directed by Stanley Kubrick. Stanley Kubrick has predictive programming for 9/11 in The Shining. But the guardrail, the gatekeepers, they say, oh, yeah, there's evidence in there that he hinted that he did Apollo 11. Did Kubrick fake the moon landing? And that question, did Kubrick fake the moon landing, is the wrong question. The real question is, what is his role in this psychological war? Because he is involved in many psyops, not just Apollo 11. And if you just put it in that context, it's just Apollo 11, yes or no, you miss the big picture. Because his daughter has been going around for years. Vivian Kubrick has been trying to dispel the notion that he did Apollo 11. And I'm like, that doesn't matter. The fact of it is, he has his fingerprints. This Kubrick is part of the department that faked and hoaxed the world in a number of ways. So I'm just saying that just because Kubrick's daughter says that he didn't do Apollo 11 is actually really not a good take. It's very uninformed, and it presumes that we're merely asserting that because he's so good at movies, he was recruited for this. And that's kind of the angle she uses. Like, if he did it, it would have been way more real. So she's maintaining it was fake. It just wasn't him. And that's not really deep enough for me. That's like people say that the moon landing was fake to trick the Russians, but they still believe moon landings are even possible, or that the space station's real. Like, no, it's a house of cards. If the moon landing's not real, nothing they've built since is real. Elephant Tusk says, Tim, when can we expect our next blockbuster? Look, I'm looking at for a lot of reasons. Jurassic Liars, 26, and a number of pretty good researchers on Twitter have pointed at that date for a lot of reasons. I'm looking at it. And Obama's birthday, that's his birthday, is part of it. He's a character that's involved in this psyop. So it's kind of notable that his chef just died. Not quite sure what to make of it yet. Again, I think he probably burned the hot dogs. Pete Shea says Kubrick's last movie was AI. Maybe he passed the baton to Steven Speckberger. True. And AI is everything. It's a big key to this whole thing. Even the letters, AI, the 1919, it's key in all this stuff. But let me get back. So I'm talking about Jamie Foxx. And how his cloning, his death resurrection, Tyrone was cloned. It's all about this Tyree Nichols Hiram Abiff thing. It's all about this death, resurrection, the Masonic Christ. But specifically, this is about introducing this black martyr as the person. It's like they can't just bring back a Jesus and kill him. One person won't do it. They've had to create a number of outrages that all fit the same pattern. This is why I think Jason Aldean's trending with his BLM call out. Try that in a small town. I think that's why Stephen Jackson, who's been out of the public limelight for years, Stephen Jackson, the twin of George Floyd, the 42-year-old twin of the 46-year-old George Floyd. Yeah, Stephen Jackson's in the news right now because he threatened Alex Stein, who was mocking George Floyd in one of his comedic skits. Now, is Alex Stein a conspiracy theorist or a comedian? See, I think he's a conspiracy theorist, but a bad one. But I also think it's a conspiracy theory that he's a comedian. But whatever it is, he's in a position to somehow get the attention of someone like Stephen Jackson. So Stephen Jackson, George Floyd, Jason Aldean, all out there right now with this Jamie Foxx thing and the Emmett Till statue. No coincidences here. They're building up for something. PJ says, every great movie has a soundtrack. Kid A was the 9/11 soundtrack. Interesting. Post me a link. Because there were a lot of bands that had music that came out on that day that beyond coincidence. And I don't think these musicians know. Like, I don't think those rappers in the coup knew what was going to happen on 9/11, even though their album cover had the Twin Towers getting bombed and they had remote controls. Now, they have a really interesting video, this band, The Coup, or this group, that has this Black Christ character looking like the Scarecrow. And it's this Wizard of Oz in the ghetto thing, where they march up a yellow brick sidewalk to the Wizard of Oz and they decapitate him. And he's like this banker. Anyway, I may look back into some of their predictive programming. Okay, continuing. Elephant Tusk says Bill and Hillary's chef also died of drowning back in 2015 in Taos, New Mexico. Nice place. Nice place. Ski town. Pete Shea says, great to hear you live, Tim. Look, I would be live 4 hours a day. I will be. I'm just not now because we're in the process of doing things. I have to say thanks to everyone who's been helping out. I had someone send some shelving over here from Amazon, and I have the inventory building up. I'm organizing everything. We're going to have a permanent IPS headquarters store. You can already see it at timosman.art, but I'm adding more. All of our publications, I'm going to be ordering merchandise from our principal designer, who's also the author of the coloring book that I have listed. And I'll be listing these things routinely. So you'll see. And that's going to really keep the office open. It's going to keep everything running as the IPS store. And the art sales are doing well anyway. I've had more than 400 sales. I've just been super busy getting everything set up, but I built myself a 1-minute city. I live across the street, grocery stores right there, library, gym, everything that I need is literally, and the post office is within a half a mile. So I'm just like in a 1-minute city here, a quarter of a mile even. Lean Dion says Jay-Z, the Blueprint came out on that day. Yep, exactly. Jay-Z, the Blueprint. Now, Slayer put out an album called God Hates Us All, and one of the first tracks said something about a man-made virus infecting the world. So I saw a lot of COVID stuff in some of the 9/11 stuff. Like I believe there's a 311 album called K that has Corona on it. Shay says you got it made, Tim. I've been streamlining things and building my life around this. I have an office space next to a conference room, and we are enacting all of the plans that we've been developing over the years. And our reporters are going to be activated and assigned very soon. I'm actually working on a documentary video to introduce what we do to a wider audience. But anyway, as I was saying, our schedule is going to be an early morning and a late night. Open phones at night, early morning info dump, the IPS Morning Deprogram, evenings, Infinite Plane Radio, open phones. The only reason we don't have that now is I'm upgrading the hardware. We tried it, but one computer crashed, the other had bad audio. No big deal. Lickety Split says Noden has a Cthulhu HP Lovecraft connection. The X is a symbol of Nodan, which could be synonymous with Mars, it turns out. Okay, I would like some information about that. Because Cthulhu, look, the call of Cthulhu, and the word call, I think it has an etymological connection to challenge, like a call out. The call of Cthulhu has something to do with, I believe, the challenger or the destroyer in the abyss. Like this recent thing with a submarine going down on the solstice, it was all a psyop connected to this same story. I think about Revelation 9/11 and some beast of the abyss, the Kraken, Cthulhu, Godzilla. By the way, Godzilla's birthday is coming up, 11/3, and there's going to be a new Godzilla movie. They usually store him at sublevel 33, by the way. I mean, there's a lot we can say though about this Kraken archetype they've been hitting us with in the last few years, but Lovecraft is the one in the City of the Dead, which is actually the same place in the ocean where NASA drops their satellites. They call it the Spacecraft Cemetery. The same place where Jules Verne, who conceptualized the moon landing first, I think, placed 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Point Nemo. So Point Nemo, Riley, City of the Dead, NASA's Spacecraft Cemetery, all are at the same place. They call it the Pole of Inaccessibility because they care about you. They don't want to drop stuff where you might see it. It could all just be hypothetical and fake. But the point of it is, it's not a coincidence because Lovecraft is telling an old story in a new sci-fi context, sci-fi horror. Lights from the sky, elder gods, El, landing in this spot, rising back to the surface and taking over when the time is right, which is like now. And one of the things about the Lovecraftian mythos is that these elder gods, or specifically Cthulhu, this Kraken, it telepathically through dreams connects to all of its minions, all of its people. So it has this vibe like the hive mind. Like if you can imagine everybody taking the mark gets plugged into a hive mind. Everyone taking the mark of the beast or whatever. Well, it's kind of the same thing with this Cthulhu thing. And I've thought for some time that Cthulhu even correlates with the biblical Leviathan, and that's not a physical being, which I don't even think could exist in the way it's described at that size, but that is really a reference to something else, like a collective awakening, maybe even a collective communist uprising, burning down the old order, something along those lines. Raise Leviathan. And there's a strong correlation between this Leviathan, this Kraken, and the Kundalini, and this raising of consciousness and the hijacking of consciousness, perhaps. I mean, if you look at Musk and Neuralink and everything else he's involved in, I mean, he's one of the primary space fakers. This is, and look, one more thing. The space program was never about taking us to Mars or the moon. It was always about controlling inner space, your mind. That's what I think Kubrick's real role was, controlling inner space. As we'll describe, I think I know how they do this. Pete Shea says 1 Minute City Blues, possible song title. Ears Up says received some art cards last week. Thanks, Tim. Yeah, thanks for ordering. I've sold more than 13,000 baseball card size paintings since 2008 through eBay. I'd taken a break for a few years, but I'm back on eBay. And my business model has always been small paintings, so there's less of a cost to produce and ship, and then high volume. So I'm usually painting 10, 15, 20 at a time. And I don't have a lot listed now, but I'll have more listed. And I'm going to start focusing more on meme art and stuff that's related to what we talk about, our favorite crisis actors, anomalies, single shoes, anything that connects these psyops. I want to do a series of art on psyops. Duper's Delight. I'd paint portraits of people with their Duper's Delight. Just kind of a side note, timosmond.art is the store. Probably the best way to keep this thing going because we're never going to have any monetization on these platforms. Twitter has actually blocked us from Spaces, and I think Musk is behind it. Now we're talking about the mind control, controlling inner space. And so if Elon Musk is involved with Neuralink, and then of course he said describe Twitter in one word or describe X in one word. He said everything. I said monolith. What's the difference? And I posted a picture of the new Twitter X logo. Look at the Twitter X logo and tilt it 45 degrees and tell me you don't see a single monolith against the horizon. Clockwork 113 says, "Damn, I'm late." Look, I'm going to be more consistent, and I will be sending out text alerts. So, and you won't miss anything. I will send everything in the newsletter. We already had a podcast go out today where I kind of briefed everyone on what we were going to talk about. I usually try to do that in the mornings, but again, we're new setting things up. And I'm going to have to go about an hour earlier than I had originally planned because there are other people that show up at the office, and the chiropractor mentioned, or she asked what I do. I'm like, "Oh, I'm recording audiobooks," because apparently they heard me. And that's what I was saying before. I don't want to inadvertently spread mind viruses because the people out there have mind aids. They've got no mental immune system and they will catch things. Ollie Goering says, "I got a description for X. Grimy, musky, yucky." Oh, yeah, the family. Okay, continuing. Let's talk about, we'll skip that for now. I don't want to talk about any other popes right now. I was going to talk about the Pope Bezos, but we'll get to him later. Okay, here it is. There was a few links that I posted on my Twitter account, Real Tim Osmond, having to do with Kubrick. So I was talking about Stanley Kubrick because I don't believe that you can simply write off Kubrick as maybe he did the moon landing or maybe he didn't. But here's the thing. I just recently watched Asteroid City, which is a Wes Anderson film. And it turns out that the main character in Asteroid City is based on Stanley Kubrick, who even wears a camera around his neck. So this is a connection that's worth exploring. Oppenheimer had just come out, and I'm at the theater watching this Asteroid City. Oppenheimer's like being advertised, and I noticed that there's a nuke blowing up in the background, some like mushroom cloud in this Wes Anderson film. And it's not a real one, it's some kind of movie set that he's looking at. So he's unalarmed. But it's kind of a hint, I think. Kubrick looking at a fake nuke. But take note of the code here. Our intro into the nuclear age, 5:29 a.m., July 16th, 1946, Trinity Site, 33rd parallel. Now, the symbolism of the Trinity Site ties into the JFK assassination. 5:29 is JFK's birthday, and the date 7/16. Well, 7/16 is the date that Apollo launched from Kennedy Spaceport. JFK Jr.'s death date was 7/16. Crashing from the Sky, Falling Man, Eyes Wide Shut was released on 7/16. And JFK's assassination on 11/22/63 happened to be on the same day that they screened Doctor Strangelove, which is about the bomb. And Vivian Kubrick had said that the State Department had visited Kubrick because of his movie set looked like the war room, some kind of planning room at the some kind of, it looked like he had some kind of inside information, and they had to look at it at his set, according to Vivian Kubrick. And I'm suggesting here, because she said he was psychic, that maybe he was just psychic and he was picking up on things with his movies. And I'm saying, no, there's too much of a coordination here between every Kubrick release and all of these major psyops, from the Kennedy assassination, Kennedy deaths to 9/11. It's pretty well rounded. So I've been thinking that maybe Kubrick, because look, he wasn't making movies in 1946, but the same bit of code is still prevalent there. So I'm thinking maybe there's something else going on with this name. And I thought it could be this. When the camera first emerged, it was the camera obscura, which is a cube that you go into. A cube. Now, this is all esoteric, but I think it's very central to the big picture because the camera obscures reality by selectively omitting and replacing with a focused picture, just as our reality through the screen, our screened reality, is comprised of focused pictures with a great obscured reality. I would contend world model, the world stage, the worldview that the masses live through, this mainstream mediated worldview, my contention is that it's a product of lies by omission, of things left out, more than by what they say. And that the central lens, like the central directors, could be represented by the all-seeing eye. That this monolithic cult that runs the place have total creative control. And that's why I think the camera is so significant in all of this. And so what I'm suggesting here is the name Kubrick may actually have some kind of meaning, tie into a perhaps a department, but more specifically, the symbol of the cube is what I'm pointing out here. And bricks, interestingly enough, are very significant if you look at the symbol of the pyramid itself. So I'm thinking, well, the Masons say in their lore, in their literature, that they are building King Solomon's temple allegorically, and that every Mason is a polished brick. They start off as a rough stone and they're polished into a brick to be put into this temple, this big edifice. And so I'm thinking, well, maybe Kubrick is some kind of code for this new temple being built out of the images created through this centralized media. In other words, the false witnessing of the camera lens. And each psyop is a brick. Every operation is another piece to this bigger construct, this edifice of lies that we all live within. Catching up on your comments, Demetria101 says, we sound nuts to the common folk. Oh, you mean those people that believe that we're on a 25,000 mile circumference spinning ball? Yeah, I care what they think. The ones who believe what they see on the screen, despite how it may contradict what they perceive. See, they're all believers, and you can't fault them for it. I mean, it's their responsibility to unmind F if they want to, but they were born into it. Thinks as a penguin says, Tim, you should annex the Penguinati domain. Go annex the building for the Penguinati. We could rent out all the offices here. In fact, if anyone was in town, we have a big conference room with a big whiteboard, and we could draw crazy mind maps all day. Nothing would stop us. Joined by Pippi Langstruff. Thank you for joining. Daniel Brown says, how are you today from New Zealand? Elephant Tusk says, I can imagine office personnel listening at the door with a cup. Well, I'm actually ordering some of those sound canceling panels that we use because one of the plans that I have here, and I'm going to source local talent for this, is I want to have NPR style news briefs, but specifically written for IPR, specifically targeting those of you who are in the know, those of you who have already figured out how fake everything is. How nice would it be to have 2 or 3 news briefs a day, 5 to 10 minutes about the latest psyops, but delivered in the manner of NPR? And I'm going to have the scripts written with the aid of ChatGPT. But the objective here is I'll have a cubicle and I will somehow contract or work it out to where we have these recordings done on a near daily basis, along with press releases, which is a big part of what we're going to be doing here in the near future. Exalt says nukes equals Einstein the Jew. Yeah, remember Exalt. Exalt is a frequent caller here. It says Oppenheimer the Nazi versus Operation Paperclip or Stanley Kubrick the director. I'm not saying Kubrick directed the nukes. I'm just saying that the worldview fabricating department, which is NASA, which is, well, now NASA, whatever it is, whatever forms it takes, I'm just saying that this is the department he worked in. Like, let me give you another clue here, another hint, I think. You had Lee Harvey Oswald shooting JFK from the grassy knoll, right? Well, there are correspondences between Lee Harvey Oswald and his girlfriend at the time where he said he was going to go work at NASA because at the time he was working at Riley's Coffee. So Lee Harvey Oswald at Riley's Coffee, all of his coworkers were sought after. They said, okay, let's talk to the people who worked with him. And did he give any clues that he was going to go shoot the president? Well, they weren't there because all the people who worked at Riley's Coffee went to go work at NASA. Lee Harvey Oswald told his girlfriend he thought he was going to work at NASA. And I'm saying maybe he did go to work at NASA, but they weren't assigning him to the moon. Like, hey, yeah, Lee, all your friends are going to work in these departments, art departments, making the lander. You're going to do something different, but we're all in the same department. You're going to go shoot a president. So he probably thought he was going to get a walk on the moon. Lean Dion says, just a brick in the wall. Pretty much. Yeah, just that's kind of what I'm suggesting here is the name Kubrick may be some kind of code to the building of this monolithic structure, the MSM edifice of lies, and each brick is just another one of these psyops, of perspective of the world or story as told from the perspective of this camera. And in that movie I referenced, Asteroid City, Stanley Kubrick is a witness, or the character who represents him is a witness to the alien that descends. Now think about this: the alien has a six-pointed craft, like a hexagram, descending. Well, the six-pointed star, again, a symbol of Saturn, a light descending, everything we've already talked about. The alien coming down to meet the people who have boxes on their heads because they want to observe some celestial phenomenon. They have to put the boxes over their heads. So they have cubes on their heads, a room full of people wearing cubes when the alien, the light from above, descends. I think the tie-in here has to do with Kubrick and that perhaps his role in directing the coming alien invasion. I think that may be it. Scarlett Johansson's in the movie, and the name Scarlett is very significant, the actress's name, because we're talking about a movie that takes place in the desert. She's a movie star, aliens descend. I think she's supposed to represent Marjorie Cameron. Marjorie Cameron, the from the Hollywood, rather sorry, the Babylon working, and that she was the Hollywood movie star in Asteroid City. And Marjorie Cameron is the first one to have seen a UFO, and in this movie, it's about her being there, seeing the UFO. So I think there's a deeper level to that. I need to watch it again, though. Okay, going through your comments. Pete Shea says, is Lee Harvey Oswald Ron Paul? Look, I can't debunk it. I cannot debunk it. And, I think, wasn't it Ted Cruz's dad was hanging out with Lee Harvey Oswald, passing out flyers? There's this hilarious clip, if you can go back and find it, when Ted Cruz has to concede that he's not going to be the nominee. He gets on stage with his dad and his wife, and he hugs his dad, and the wife tries to get in on the hug, and they don't see her, and Cruz elbows her in the face. And then his dad has his hand on Cruz's back, and he's making a Masonic hand sign. Very fascinating little clip there. I'll have to pull it up just to see Cruz elbow his wife in the face. But yeah, actually, I think even at the time, Donald Trump had said that Ted Cruz's dad had possibly killed Kennedy. I mean, hilarious stuff. Okay, I have to go now, unfortunately. I have to run a couple of errands, but we're going to be back early in the morning. Yeah, audio is fixed. I'm not going to go back to using that broken computer. We're going to do it this way. No OBS, but I'm going to replace the computer this week. It's Shark Week, and I did a big painting of a shark, which I'm going to sell locally. I have a number of interested buyers, so it's going to be very easy to flip it into some hardware, and we'll be able to start taking calls, possibly as early as tomorrow. Anyway, thanks everyone for joining. Appreciate everyone's support here as we have moved into our permanent headquarters, the IPS HQ here in Albuquerque. This is ground zero for the auto hoax insurrection, because what we're doing is we are creating a split between the mass mediated worldview and all exiles, those who get thrown to the fringes and fed to various, I would say, false awakening scenarios. Like they're fed into wokeism or red pillism, which don't take you out of the world stage's media ecosystem. They don't go all the way. They don't go far enough, but we do. So what I'm saying is that we're going to get all those who are close enough to the fringe, which I call the cutting fringe, the edge of acceptable discourse, and we're going to onboard a huge chunk of that demographic into the off-world stage perspective. And once that happens, we will have a permanent fixture, what I'm calling the parallel media. And the parallel media will be able to continue, I think, to fine-tune what we do. And not only that, but it'll be a lot more fun as it was in the early days before we were targeted for censorship by White House connected goons. But the fact that we've continued despite all of that is a good indicator of where things are going to go into the future here. Anyway, if you want to support the channel, one of the best ways now is to go to timosmond.art. That's just a hot link that will take you to the eBay store. And we're selling publications. We have a couple copies of the coloring book by X Clock I'm going to be listing some more stuff, an additional copy of the World Stage Deprogramming Guide, among other things. And if you are awaiting anything that got held back when I moved and went into this limbo, just send me an email and I will fulfill those orders pronto. Just go to email me at timosmond007@gmail.com. All right, I'll see you all in the morning. Thank you.
All right, it's 10/12/2023. This is Allergic to Bullshit featuring Lena Dion, Fefe Akbar. And we're on the eve of a global jihad. Friday the 13th, global jihad has been, I guess, announced. I don't know if they have permits, but it's going to take place everywhere. I'm expecting Andrew Tate to be leading his own contingent of jihadis. I'm not exactly sure what they're going to do. Are they going to pray or are they going to riot? I mean, that's the assumption here is riot given some of the buildup. So, for example, just came across this a little while ago. It looks like there is Capitol Hill staffers being notified. They have these enhanced operations that they're planning for all around the Capitol complex. I know Trump's not in town, so they're not worried about MAGAs running into the Capitol. Hamas leader is calling for a day of rage around the world, per NBC. What is he mad about now? They're mad that somebody claims that his people killed 40 babies. I mean, this dead baby thing is absurd, and we were right on top of it. We said fake dead kids' lives don't matter after Maui. We picked up this trend of atrocity propaganda being used to get people to agree to things they wouldn't normally agree to. And if you don't agree that 40 decapitated babies is an atrocity, you're either a liberal or you're cold and inhuman. And the fact that you don't want to hit back means there's something wrong with you. In fact, Ben Shapiro is really mad right now at Tucker Carlson because Tucker Carlson downplayed the significance of what they just experienced in Israel. And he talks about how bad the cities are. But this is a major point of contention. But now another aspect to this, and this has to do with misinformation and visual illiteracy, which is something we talk about quite a lot here. There are claims that the photos of dead babies that Ben Shapiro has shared on Twitter are fake. There's a website that's supposedly able to tell you if something's AI generated or not. But then there are others who are looking at this and then saying, no, we can't actually trust this. It doesn't always tell you accurately whether something is AI generated or not. But here's the point. The primary story itself, the original account has already been walked back. And so if the original claim is, yeah, there's dozens of dead babies, some of them decapitated, and then the person walks it back, well, you don't need to cling. You don't need to grasp at straws to say, well, maybe some babies are still dead. Even if there's just 5 babies, it's still pretty bad. Even if it's only 10 and they didn't chop off the heads, it's still bad. Even if it's just one barbecued baby, we got to start a war. It's like, no, no, no. Their shock claim was 40 decapitated babies done by Hamas. That they had these bodies, they had pictures of them, and even Biden said he had seen the pictures. And they said Hamas did it. They didn't accidentally bomb a Planned Parenthood. Biden says, I never really thought that I would have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children. And the White House responded to this with, the president has not seen pictures. The president based his comments about the alleged atrocities on the claims from Netanyahu's spokesman in Israeli media. It's like saying, I know somebody whose cousin's best friend was working at the Twin Towers on that day. Okay. So somebody you know's best friend has some relative who has some kind of connection to that event, and so then you can personalize it. No, it doesn't work this way. If your eyeballs didn't see it, you're a liar. It's that simple. Now, you could say, I'm a very informed person and I trust this particular news outlet Okay, well, you're a news believer until you can get some greater verification, some greater level of verification on something that is this important. If whether or not we go into World War III is dependent on if these 40 dead babies are really dead or not, then it matters. And it matters that people are ready to murder or see the death of millions of possibly innocent people. Collateral damage. You think Ben Shapiro cares about collateral damage? He wants all the Palestinians wiped off the map because of these 40 dead babies. And I'm saying the fact that these are even questionable claims should give everybody pause. Laura Loomer says New York City will probably be attacked. Stay out of the subways. Looks like Laura Loomer is talking about what is happening here in New York City. Jewish preschool closes and others heighten security Friday. NYPD is planning a show of force around the city. The governor called it a personal choice to pull people from religious schools or to skip synagogue Friday in response to pro-Palestinian protests. I really don't think it's going to be this obvious. I don't think there's going to be anything other than street protests, peaceful protests. I don't know if this is the same kind of mentality that leads to stores being looted or police really being attacked. We'll see. I'm expecting a nothing burger even though it's Friday the 13th. I'm not sure. Do you all think heads are going to roll? And when the jihadis are out there, are they going to leave their hands off media? Because I noticed that as the commandos from Hamas were infiltrating Israel and going through the Iron Dome in their hang gliders, I noticed that even though they were supposedly killing women, children, abducting grandmas, killing babies, etc., they didn't attack the cameramen who were there photographing their actions. Like you have this hang glider landing and someone's right there taking a picture of it. It's like, who's the cameraman there? Where are these paparazzi who are just, I guess what I'm saying here is I guess terrorists will basically not touch you if you have a press pass. If you want to get a press pass, go to infiniteplane.media. We are joined by Mom with Sons from Twitch, Portal Complex Music, D Live, Salty Siren, Bilkus 14, Frank Murr, Ready or Not, Jennifer Reeves, Portal Complex, P Trippa 103, Ready or Not 31 says it's pretty chill here in the Carolina area. Wait until tomorrow. Cat Bunny Buffalo, Lieutenant Weinberg says Neira was a good actor. Yeah, let's bring this up really quick. 10/10/2023. Dead babies, let's start a war. Go back 33 years to the day, 10/10/1990, and you have the story of the atrocity involving Saddam's soldiers with bayonets pulling babies out of incubators and throwing them on the floor. So this dead baby story was later found out to be faked. She was lying. So now 33 years later to the day, we have a very analogous situation. It's just a recycled story, recycled dead babies. Elephant Tusks has joined us along with Penguin Doctor. There's a Penguin Doctor in the house in case we have any melting snowflakes. And I did have to delete the video because I can't put fake dead babies in a YouTube title without them deleting it. This is the Snowflake World Order. It's actually a cover. See, what's happening here is the fascist thought cops, mind controllers, the ones who are here to create equilibrium and wipe out human culture and make us all grays. I think what we're seeing here is this effort right now to, it looks to me anyway, like there's an effort here to get everybody involved, everybody sharing this content, everybody getting traumatized, and they're going to say, hey, we have to censor everything. We have to censor the internet because it's creating civil unrest, global chaos. These videos getting out there are too inflammatory, too offensive. So what they're doing is they're using the excuse of the snowflake to censor everything. But the real fascists don't really care about the feelings of the snowflakes. Like once they have their thing locked down, once they've locked down the internet the way they wanted to, once they've censored it, those snowflakes will be discarded. Their feelings will no longer be treated as sacrosanct. There's nothing more sacred in the world than the tears of an offended person. I think the only thing more sacred than the tears of an offended person are fake dead people who've never existed and their well being. Ollie Goering says in comment sections on the internet, people are talking about turning Gaza into glass. There's a lot of that. And that tells you something, because look, nukes are fake. Yet the people who believe nukes are real are like, I can't wait until we nuke the other guys. So you're like, okay, so if you had this ability to kill millions, to melt a city, to destroy that part of the world for generations, would you do it to score political points? And most people would say, yeah. So obviously, human beings cannot be trusted with that kind of power. It's a good thing that power does not exist. A lot of people are mad at Shapiro. Ben Shapiro has lost any credibility he had in the last few days, nothing but a propagandist. Again, it's because he's sharing what appears to be an AI dead baby. He said, you wanted proof of dead Jewish babies? Here it is. You pathetic Jew haters. Israel will minimize civilian casualties, but Israel will not allow the pieces of human blank who did this to live. Every ounce of blood spilled in Gaza is on Hamas. Now, this image had been shared 20,000 times, and it's questionable as to whether you can actually have this on X without them censoring it, but others put this through a site that, by every indication, this image was generated by AI. What is the case here? Is it fake or is it real? Now, what's crazy about this, and what is somewhat ironic, and it would be funny if it wasn't, such a serious topic, is that you have someone like Ben Shapiro here slathering himself in the blood of dead babies and running for the goal. And then we're like, no, your dead babies are fake. And, he's asserting the moral high ground. You guys are monsters. And it's like, wait a minute here. Now he's just a propagandist. Nobody wants these dead babies deader than Ben Shapiro. His credibility rests on the decapitated pile of corpses that's over there in, well, hypothetical pile of corpses. If they don't exist, then his credibility's done. So you have people who are invested in this problem. Just like there are people who have built their entire, political views around the existence of all these dead kids killed by the AR-15 wielding bowl cut shooters. Those don't exist. Tell them that, they get triggered. I'm like, it's not good news to you that these dead kids you've been crying for decades don't exist. You're not suddenly happy. If I spent 10, 15 years crying about a bunch of victims and I found out they were alive, I would be like, wow, that's a load off my back. I'd be so happy. But no, it's quite the opposite. They're like, how dare you say this? Yes, tomorrow is Friday the 13th and a global jihad day. Friday the 13th is significant, especially here in October, because it was an October Friday the 13th when the leader of the Knights Templar was burned at the stake. And after that, the Knights Templar went underground, and 400 some years later, they popped out as the Grand Lodge of Freemasons, 1717. And in that, you have the symbolism of the phoenix, the martyr burned at the stake, and then they come back from the dead, rising from the ashes. So it's a very important Templar holiday. Also, the number 13, everything to do with death and rebirth, the phoenix number. So you have the Templar Day and the jihad. There may be something there. There's some conjecture that the Shriners, which is what you become if you go high enough in the Freemasonic group, the guys who dress up like clowns and drive around in the cars, and they have the red hats, the fez. There's quite a lot of interesting symbolism around that when talking about the red fez, and anti-Masons will say that it symbolizes the hat having been dipped in the blood of Christians from a holy war. So there's kind of a jihad subtext to the upper echelon of the Freemasons, the history of the fez. If you believe that interpretation of it, there's a few different stories, the one that they give you, and then the ones that... So here's the story of why the Shriners' fez is red, dipped in the blood of Christians. And I'm bringing this up because their symbolism has that sword in the head, and some have said it's a decapitated person, not the symbol, not just the symbol of not just the pharaoh's head. But let me play this short clip. So we're talking about Templars and the Freemasonic cult, and the highest rank gets invited to become Shriners who pray at the shrine of Allah. That's the shrine.
Which I guess is really the height of the whole thing. And then you talked about the distinctive headgear that they wear, the fez, and which we've seen all these at circuses, at parades. They come down the street on their motorcycles wearing their fez. Tell us, first of all, what is the Shriners, and what is the significance of that fez?
Well, you'll see the men in the shrine parades and shrine circus wearing their red fez. In order to be a Shriner, you have to reach the highest degrees of Freemasonry, either the 32nd degree of the Scottish Rite or 13th degree of the York Rite, and then you're allowed to go into the shrine. And sadly, many Christians have gone into this, which is hard to understand, because in order to be a Shriner, in the initiation, every Shriner takes a blood oath of allegiance to Allah as his God and Muhammad as his prophet.
Now, are you kidding me?
No.
So there you have it, the shrine of Allah, Muhammad.
And in light of 9/11,
and it's very eclectic. You know, is there any god or idol that they don't actually incorporate into their curriculum? I don't know. But I'm bringing this up because tomorrow is a major Freemason holiday. If you want to look at it from that perspective. I sent out live stream notifications for any of you who were signed up on the newsletter, and I just sent out Patreon notifications. I was a little late there, but the archives will be uploaded later on this evening. Lieutenant Weinberg says, I remember something about JFK's fake assassination was a ritual about some Templar death. Yeah, that was the killing of the king, right? And the death of Jacques de Molay, and the youth Masons are called the de Molay. I kind of think it's a hoax, like it's a myth. I don't necessarily think it's true because of the whole death, rebirth thing. Very interesting, though. They were disbanded in 1312, and in 2020, I saw 1312 spray painted everywhere in the wake of the peaceful protests. They're kneeling, there's a 1312 behind him, and I thought, is that a Templar thing? And I was told, no, that actually stands for ACAB. All cops are bastards. But it's on the news, and I'm like, why is even the news broadcasting graffiti that attacks the cops like that? But I think it has a dual meaning, because who do you think's really running the show? Certainly not the mobs in the streets. Those are just the useful stooges. Again, CNN cited a White House official saying that neither Biden nor the administration has seen the dead babies. IDF says it won't back up the claim that Hamas has decapitated 40 babies. If it was real, like, look, this is the thing about magic tricks, and this you can apply this to the ISS or any PSYOP. The trick will be given away in what they don't show you, in what should be there but what isn't, because what they show you will be a carefully crafted deception, lie, trick, optical illusion. What aren't we seeing here? Well, if 40 babies just disappeared, I would imagine if this was real, you would have 40 names, 40 families, and 40 teddy bears and crosses. Like, it would be very personalized, but these are very impersonal things. Was it 40? Was it 10? Was it, see what I mean? It's not at all personalized. Now I want to show you something else too. Here's some clips from soldiers carrying bodies on gurneys. I have a little experience in this. I was a 92 Mike, which is mortuary affairs, and part of our training out there at Fort Lee, Virginia was for mass casualty operations with life-sized, realistic training simulation dummies that bent in all the right places, and they looked real. Now, they're heavy, and you have to learn how to pick up bodies, how to throw them in the bags and move them around. But one of the things I wanted to point out is that when you're maneuvering around in the field, you have to exercise discipline when it comes to your weapon. So at no point is the barrel of your gun pointing at the leg, the knee, the crotch, or the face of the person next to you. And this is just standard if you have loaded weapons. So I'm looking at these individuals who are supposedly picking up bodies, and to my eyes, it looks fake. It just looks fake. I mean, I'm looking at it and it looks staged. One reason why, I have an image here with about half a dozen individuals picking up a body in a human remains pouch. There's too many people carrying it. It's almost like they're posing. That's one problem. Another one here is I see 4 cameras, plus the one recording it. So why are there 5 camera lenses directed at this corpse if it's not some kind of a drill? And then you look at the weapons and look where they're pointed. And I've taken a few shots. Pointed straight down, horizontal. This one's going to shoot his buddy. This one's pointed at this guy's back. These weapons are pointed all over the place. This is looking to me like an act, a simulation, maybe National Guard doing a drill, but it doesn't look real to me whatsoever. And if this is real and these are loaded weapons, well, they're putting each other in danger. This is just a very poorly trained outfit, at a minimum. Porta Complex says crazy, this would never happen. Right, if you remember, if you went through basic rifle marksmanship, basic training, you would know that this isn't supposed to happen. Here's a video making the rounds on Twitter. 4 stories about Gaza that turned out to be fake. Israel's latest bombing of Gaza has accompanied some serious disinformation campaigns, and what you have here are examples of mislabeled, misidentified videos from a few years ago added in. Shawnee Locust still alive, mother reveals after Israeli woman at music festival raped next to bodies of murdered friends. Like, that's atrocity propaganda. One of my favorite ones is about how the baby crawled out of the open wound in the mother's belly and it ran to the end of its tether, like its umbilical cord. And they were asking, I can find that clip where they're describing it because you don't see it, it's just described. And the one describing it is like when we don't know if the baby crawled out before or after the mother died. Like, this is like atrocity propaganda 2.0. The rumors just spread, and if you hate the other side, like Ben Shapiro is probably repeating that story. Actually, he did. I got it from him. The people who are predisposed to hate Gaza are going to believe the worst about the other side, and vice versa. Hamas kills 40 babies and children, beheading some of them. Israeli army says it does not have confirmation about allegations that Hamas beheaded babies. It was claimed that Palestinians had captured Israeli children and kept them in cages, but the footage was of Israeli soldiers keeping Palestinian children in cages. Alleged footage of Hamas keeping children in cages. Why? What purpose does this serve? Correction, these are Palestinian children being held in cages by Israeli law enforcement. A pregnant woman in southern Israel was found by Hamas terrorists. They dissected her body. I think the word would be vivisection. Her stomach was cut open, they took the fetus out, and let the unborn child slowly crawl out of the mother's womb. This is what the inhuman savages do to people. Okay, let that sink in. Let's go ahead and vote for war. Donate to some GoFundMes. Get mad. Virtue signal. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, this is actually a report of the Sabra and Shatila massacre of Palestinian people by Israel in 1982. How ironic that Ben Shapiro is sharing 40-year-old agitprop and attributing it to the other side. This is why I say it's important not to rush to judgment, not to be rushed or coerced or peer pressured into taking sides prematurely. Why would you? That's what I've been saying for some time. There's this catchphrase of the movie War Games. It says, "Strange game, the only winning move is not to play." It's talking about nuclear warfare, but I apply that to the world stage and any one of these psychological operations that are basically designed for you to take the side left or right. It's a political horseshoe thing. Join the extreme right or the extreme left. I'm like, no, I'm not going to take a side. I need more information. Okay, continuing. Those are 4 stories about Gaza that turned out not to be true. A lot of memes are pointing out the hypocrisy of the people who are ready to go to war. The individual on the left in this cartoon says, I can't be fooled. I learned to recognize propaganda when I see it. Ghost of Kiev, Snake Island Defenders, Nord Stream attack. He can't be provoked into war. 40 babies beheaded by Palestinians. To war. Eyes lit up. And how do people decide? How do they decide which one they're going to believe, which one they're not going to believe? I want to also point this out. They don't kill people in psyops. They just don't. They don't do illegal things. This is movie making. And what's more, they've been showing us images, or they showed us this image. I've only seen this one. It's a donkey. It's a crisis donkey. And that's either fake blood, because there's no injury. It's either theatrical blood, or this is Photoshop. But that donkey, they're paying him with carrots or what, I'm not sure. But that's a crisis donkey, hasn't been shot by terrorists. This is something else to get your empathy. If you don't care about the babies, maybe you're on the left, you might care about this. I'm calling this donkey out as a crisis actor. We had crisis fish after Palestine, Ohio's train derailment. Do you remember I had this caller? They're like, how can you say it's fake? There's so many dead fish. You saying those fish are fake? Yeah. Fish can be crisis actors too. I want to also mention that the train derailment in Palestine, in Ohio, the heart of it all, the toxic airborne event, was preceded by the predictive programming in the movie White Noise. That's an indicator. Toxic airborne event, Palestine, white noise, blackouts, fallout, nuke. That movie, White Noise, earlier this year, the train derailment, it's all coming together. I think we're being prepared for some kind of like somebody said, they want Gaza to be turned into glass. Well, there's certainly the political will for such a thing. And again, that's sick. It's sick how many people believe this stuff and they act as though it's true and they're not repulsed by it. All right, let's continue here. I'm going to open up phones. If anyone wants to call in, feel free. It's 505-349-0420. Biff Don on Twitter, he's a must-follow account if you want to keep up with Antichrist Trump. He says, imagine that everyone notices everything's a false flag for years, and suddenly you wake up one day and all those same people believe everything the media tells them. That would be weird, right? What he's suggesting here, he says, they've been dormant. They've been playing us, trying to get us to follow them for when the time came. So what Biff Don is pointing out is something we've noticed on Twitter, that it's been flooded with disinformation agents who build up a false consensus. So now you have a period of time, a lull period, where nothing really serious is going on, just the standard everyday psyop that we make fun of, throw popcorn at the screen. And you have all these people on Twitter, oh, that's fake, this is fake, that's fake, everything's fake. Then this happens, and now they're like, oh, this is real, let's go to war. It's like, wait a minute, we had all these fake truthers? Salty Siren says, yep, the Red Dot Brigade. It's exactly what we're looking at. Fake truthers, blending in, camouflaging. And this is one of the reasons why I think we need to go ahead and agree to disagree. Let's agree to disagree with all the broken clock truthers. A broken clock truther is, they're not right. Even if they might have some factual evidence, they might have something based in reality, they might be right about one thing, but they're wrong because their clockwork is wrong. I'll go and explain what I mean by this. The cliche that broken clocks are right twice a day is actually wrong. They're never right. They only appear to be when they agree with what you know to be true. Broken clocks have no utility, as they would only be accurate at specific times and they would need to be validated by a working clock. So to say like this person's a broken clock, they're right twice a day. It's like no, even broken clocks aren't necessarily right. They're actually worthless if they're not in the company of a functional clock. And what I'm correlating here with the truthers is that truthers who are correct about specifics but wrong about the big picture, wrong about generalities. For example, they know shootings are staged, but they think the deaths are actual and not simulated. Or they know a few things are fake but assume the next one's going to be real until proven fake. If they haven't shed that auto belief, they are a broken clock from the perspective of being capable of telling the truth. Like you would never keep a broken clock and once in a while look at it because it's, quote, technically right twice a day. No, you would throw it in the garbage. And so they may have many facts correct, and they may even echo a large consensus of other truthers, but that doesn't make them valid. So I would define broken clock truthers as any truth supplier still contextualizing their newfound information within the mainstream frame of reference. They fail to let go of the built-in assumption of our shared mediated worldview. They carry that corrupt mass media filter, and it affects all of their interpretations. If one filters factual and truthful information through the wrong lens, the truth of it is diluted and lost in subjectivity. Just take, for example, any major story processed through InfoWars. Take the Palestine train wreck. They said, oh, the Palestine train wreck is real, and the media is covering up how bad the toxic airborne event is. And the predictive programming is simply the dark occult forces revealing that they're going to do it to us. I'm like, that's completely wrong. They missed the whole point of predictive programming. Like InfoWars is a broken clock. Now, the only solution here, off-world stage sources of information that take fakery into account. Only these sources can be trusted to arrive at an objective assessment of what can be ruled out as true and verifiable. We have to move past, we already have, but what I'm saying is that the so-called truthers would have to move past mere beliefs. Like, I'm going to believe the babies died. No, I'm not going to believe it. Okay, well, we have to move past beliefs and get into a place of knowing. The situational unawareness of the matrix dweller is the result of trusting broken clocks. And here's a quote from William Casey, CIA director. We will know our disinformation program is complete when everything the American public believes is false. So if their disinfo program is complete when everything the American public believes is false, if that's their standard, well, it's complete. In fact, it's not just America. The ubiquitous belief in the nuke, in the moon landing, in space junk, like these big picture things, global warming, this is an indication that we have entered into a completely false worldview. Mission accomplished, good job, CIA. But it's bigger than just the CIA, obviously. And again, the reason why we have to agree to disagree is this. I'm fine around people talking to people who believe in false flags. It's like, so you believe that people did die. Okay, that's cool. That's your belief. I don't necessarily agree with your belief. I can dispute it, but you are a believer, and we're just going to have to agree to disagree. But I'm trying to gather what we are doing here is we are amassing, we are